Chapter 735, Instrument of War. The news of the various large guilds inside the Stoneclaw Mountains suffering heavy damage spread like wildfire. Players throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom were paying very close attention to this guild war. Hence, the moment this news appeared on the official forums, it instantly exploded, shocking many players throughout the entire kingdom. The uploaded battle videos of the war staggered them even further. Hundreds of intermediate frost grenades exploded continuously, filling the land with ice flowers and dyeing the land in snow-white color. Several thousand elite players were suddenly nothing more than lifeless ice sculptures doomed to shatter and scatter with the wind. Just seeing this scene alone could give one the shivers. What elite players? What Zerg tactics? Under the bombardment of the frost grenades, everything was insignificant. Without using any words, Zero Wing had proven to everyone that its strength was no trifling matter. Even when going up against over 100,000 elite players, Zero Wing was not afraid. With just the sacrifice of a dozen or so players, Zero Wing had managed to slaughter thousands of elite players. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. They are actually able to obtain so many AoE attack tools. The effects of this item are so good, so it should be very rare and expensive, right? That's an engineering tool. I've bought engineering tools before, so I know how insanely expensive those things are. Since that item they used is practically an instrument of war, it's definitely much more expensive. Despite that, Zero Wing is actually able to casually toss out so many as if they were just toys. Zero Wing is simply too rich. Many players on the official forums began a heated discussion over Zero Wing's financial strength. Although everyone was unclear about the exact price of the intermediate frost grenades, they could still estimate the price range of the frost grenade based on its effects. After making a rough estimate, they then calculated the number of frost grenades Zero Wing had used. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Just the first wave of frost grenades Zero Wing had thrown in one battlefield cost dozens of gold. Since there was a total of 10 battlefields, that meant Zero Wing had spent several hundred gold just on the first wave of frost grenades. In God's domain, the liquid funds of many guilds did not even amount to several hundred gold. Yet Zero Wing had just casually tossed out that sum, using up an entire guild's liquid funds in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing was no longer fighting using players. The guild was practically drowning its enemies with money. However, no one could criticize the effects of this strategy. Based on initial estimates, the number of deaths the various guilds had suffered already exceeded 10,000. After looking at this scene, one could not help but admit that this money was well spent. If Zero Wing were to rely on its guild members to claim that number of kills, the total cost of the equipment lost and compensation given out would indeed be a lot more. Due to Zero Wing's frightening performance, the guild's prestige, which had been on a constant decline before, suddenly began rising rapidly. Many players, who had initially belittled its chances in this war, also started anticipating the final outcome. Meanwhile, the ones that this sudden turn of events affected the most emotionally would be none other than the guilds that were watching from the sidelines at this moment. They were all inwardly celebrating the fact that they had not rushed to join the Star Alliance's coalition. The outcome of this war, which was initially against Zero Wing's favor, had suddenly taken a big turn for the guilds directly participating in this war. Should the Star Alliance come out victorious, they would definitely benefit greatly from the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. However, should Zero Wing win, then Zero Wing would surely banish from Stone Forest Town every guild that had aggressed. These guilds would then have a much harder time developing themselves at the Stoneclaw Mountains. So this is his trump card. It's no wonder he insisted on being the spearhead and attracting enemy fire to himself. Gentle Snow could not help but smile after looking at the video showing the situation on the battlefield. It seems that I have really underestimated him. Black Flame had deliberately dispatched only 10,000 members, giving his enemies the impression that Zero Wing was vulnerable. He had then brought out the frost grenades and taken his enemies by surprise. Although the Star Alliance's side had lost over 10,000 players, the impact on the overall situation of this war was negligible. However, it had still awakened the belief that Zero Wing might emerge victorious in this war. This counterattack of Zero Wing had also struck anxiety in the Star Alliance guild leader. What should we do now? If Zero Wing possesses such an instrument of war, we will only be going to our deaths if we charge forward. Yet we are no match for Zero Wing in a ranged battle. We also can't utilize our numbers advantage, Red Feather said. When Red Feather received news of this situation, he immediately reported it to Galaxy Pass. Due to Zero Wing's counterattack, the various large guilds no longer dared to close in, only fighting at range. However, such ranged battles were extremely time-consuming, and extremely disadvantageous for the Star Alliance's coalition. When their members died, they would have to travel over 10 hours to return to the battlefield in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, when Zero Wing's members died, they only needed an hour or so to rejoin the war. Regarding reinforcements, Zero Wing was overwhelmingly superior to the Star Alliance. A war of attrition was unfavorable to the coalition. They should not have too many of such tools. We have the numerical advantage. Continue sending people forward, but lower the number of people charging at a single time. It would be best if we can have people attacking Zero Wing from all sides. I want to see just how much money Zero Wing has to spend. Galaxy Past was aware of the severity of the situation this time. Hence, he decisively made such a costly decision. I understand. When Red Feather heard this, he immediately realized the limitations of the Frost Grenade. The Frost Grenade was not a skill with indefinite use. Moreover, the grenade should not be cheap. With their numbers, they could simply use a small fraction to bait Zero Wing to use the Frost Grenades. Once Zero Wing depleted its supply, its elite army would merely be sheep for the slaughter. As long as they defeated Zero Wing and obtained Stone Forest Town, all the losses they suffered now would be negligible. After the various large guilds received the directions from the Star Alliance, they also began attacking Zero Wing's elite legions from multiple locations, as well as using the lives of their members to draw out Zero Wing's Frost Grenades. Time passed slowly. The battle between both sides grew increasingly intense and increasingly concentrated. Although the effect of the Frost Grenades was indeed striking, the results now were much more subdued, compared to the first time Zero Wing used the instruments of war. After facing several charging attempts from the Star Alliance, Zero Wing exhausted its supply of Frost Grenades. However, the Star Alliance suffered only 40,000 plus casualties. In terms of their number of elite members, the Star Alliance was still superior to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined. Without the Frost Grenades, Zero Wing's casualties also began rapidly rising. Zero Wing has already run out of AoE attack tools. Brothers, it's time to let Zero Wing know how amazing the Star Alliance is. Brothers, charge! Suddenly, the Star Alliance and the various large guilds initiated an all-out charge. Many expert players, who could exert massive destructive power, accompanied the assault teams. These experts could kill an elite Zero Wing player in just a few hits. However, nobody was capable of stopping these experts. Guild leader, if this continues, our people won't be able to last long. Why don't I lead a team to go and clear out some of the Star Alliance's teams? Fire Dance took the initiative to ask. She could no longer stand watching this one-sided battle. The Star Alliance's experts had already begun moving and were casually killing their companions. Meanwhile, they, the experts of Zero Wing, could only stand and watch from the sidelines. This inaction made them feel greatly troubled. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Shifeng shook his head, saying, "Your duty is to guard this place, not to kill elites." Since stamina was a limiting factor in God's domain, even an expert like himself would still slowly drown to death in the flood of players. Hence, exchanging the stamina of experts for the lives of the enemy's elite members was unjustifiable. It would be a different story if they had a large number of expert players. However, Zero Wing had far fewer experts than their opponents, but Fire Dance truly could not understand why Shifeng wanted them to guard this location. Relax. When going up against elite players, we naturally have to use a method for dealing with elite players. Shifeng laughed. He then spoke through the team chat, saying, "Aqua, are you guys ready on your side yet? If you don't take action soon, Fire is going to start growing anxious." Before he had come to the Stoneclaw Mountains, he had already thought of a way to cope with the Star Alliance's army. He had never once thought of relying on just the Frost Grenades to win this war. His real trump card was another item. He had asked Melancholic Smile to purchase basic mana pulse cannon. He had spent a full 20,000 gold to purchase this thing. However, in order to use this item, they had to fix it to the ground and could not move it. Moreover, its assembly and disassembly were extremely troublesome processes. It was also very easily destroyed. Generally, it was an instrument of war used to defend towns and cities. Despite it being only a basic mana pulse cannon, the power contained in a single shot could rival even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. The cannon had a shooting range of 15,000 yards, and it was a tool often seen in wars that occurred during the later stages of God's Domain. Guild leader, it's ready. We're just waiting for your orders now, Aqua Rose replied through the team chat, smiling. Chapter 736, Battlefield Dominator. Now that Zero Wing has used up their frost grenades, they no longer have anything to depend upon. Although the Dark God's Legion is slaughtering the elite legions of the Star Alliance, the Alliance has already sent over 500 experts to hold back the Legion once the duration of the Dark God's Legion's Berserk skills ends. Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion will be finished as well. Even if the 100 experts of Zero Wing's main force were to take action now, the assassins of the Flower of Seven Sins will block them. This battle should be nearing its end now. Autumn, have the others get ready. We're heading over to the Highland. Black Flame has occupied right away. Now that the outcome of this war is about to be determined, it should be about time for the Flower of Seven Sins to make its move. Yuan Tianxin, who stood observing from an elevated position, could not help but shake his head. In the end, going up against the major forces of God's domain was simply impossible for an upstart guild with no background. However, even if Zero Wing was defeated, the fact that the guild was able to survive up to this point was already a matter to be proud of. Uncle Yuan, isn't there still Ouroboros's elite army of 60,000? Cold Autumn had previously read the report on Ouroboros. The army led by the snow goddess Gentle Snow was not something to discount. Moreover, there were also several noteworthy experts on Ouroboros's side currently. The difference in the number of elites between both sides was no longer as large as when the war began. It was still too early to establish the outcome of this war if the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile did not possess that trump card. The outcome of this war would indeed be undetermined, Yuan Tianxin said, smiling as he shook his head. The Star Alliance's trump card? Cold Autumn looked at Yuan Tianxin very curiously. A war involving over 100,000 elite players was not something that could be decided with just any ordinary trump card. However, judging from how assured Yuan Tianxin was, the trump card was precisely that powerful. I have also only heard this piece of information from the guild leader. Just the other day, the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile both spent an extremely massive sum to purchase 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls from a super guild, Yuan Tianxin said. Enviously, he added, Tier 3 summoning scrolls are exceedingly rare in God's domain. They can be of great help in capturing towns or when used in guild wars. Even the secret pavilion has only managed to gather a few pieces after going through many difficulties. Every piece is a treasure that cannot be bought even with thousands of gold coins. A place with narrow terrain like this is indeed unsuitable for large-scale battles. However, it is the best environment for a Tier 3 creature to exert its advantages. A Tier 3 creature can serve as the best shield and sword in this war. With the assistance of a large group of elite players, a Tier 3 creature can easily annihilate an army of several thousand elite players. What more with 2 Tier 3 creatures? Without sufficient experts to pin them, these monsters will slaughter elite players. Zero Wing and Ouroboros will stand no chance against these monsters. When Cold Autumn and the others heard this, they shivered involuntarily. The power that 2 great lords controlled by players could exert was simply unimaginable. With the current strength of players, coping with these monsters was impossible. They could only rely on Zerg tactics to kill the great lords. However, the number of sacrifices required to do so would be horrific. To Zero Wing and Ouroboros with their smaller fighting force, this trump card of the Star Alliance would be a fatal one. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, as both sides were almost evenly matched, the number of casualties on both sides was nearly equal. Since Zero Wing is almost finished, Purple, give Ouroboros the final blow, Galaxy Past, who was commanding the battle, whispered to Purple Eye. They had brought 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls to this war. One was in Purple Eye's hands, while the other was in Overwhelming Smile's War Wolf's hands. Galaxy Past was not in control of the Tier 3 summoning scroll in Overwhelming Smile's possession. However, seeing as Zero Wing had already become sheep for the slaughter, he did not wish the Star Alliance to continue losing more elite members. I understand, Purple Eye, who was fighting at the front lines, replied, her lips curling up into a smile. She then excitedly retrieved the Tier 3 summoning scroll in her bag. Unfurling the scroll, she shouted lowly, I summon thee, Mountain Giant. Suddenly, in the heart of the intense battlefield, a massive magic array appeared in midair. In the next moment, a mountain giant with a body made entirely of rocks fell from the aquamarine magic array. The mountain giant was over 50 meters tall, and all players before its colossal body were no different from Ant's mountain giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 54. HP 20.000.000/20.000.000. Purple Eye was currently level 34. Meanwhile, creatures summoned using summoning scrolls would be 20 levels higher than their summoners. Hence, the mountain giant summoned was level 54. At the same time, its control also fell to Purple Eye as the number 1 elementalist in the Star Alliance. Purple Eye's standard in terms of techniques was slightly above even Galaxy Past S. The instant the mountain giant appeared, Purple Eye promptly controlled it to slaughter hundreds of Ouroboros' elite members. Immediately after, the mountain giant abruptly stomped on the ground, and the ground within 120 yards of the Great Lord's feet trembled. In the next moment, at the rear line of Ouroboros' legion, a rock spike with a radius of 20 yards shot up from the ground, instantly annihilating dozens of Ouroboros' healers and striking panic in the remaining healers. Previously, the battle between both sides remained at a stalemate. With the appearance of the mountain giant, however, it immediately became a one-sided struggle when Ouroboros' attacks landed on the mountain giant. None of them dealt more than 100 damage due to the level and tier suppression. Even after adding up the efforts of several hundred players, the total was merely in the tens of thousands. To the mountain giant, who had 20 million HP, this amount of damage was not worth mentioning. Just its battle recovery alone could maintain it at full HP. The mountain giant was essentially a strength-type Great Lord. With a single blow, it could instantly kill a full HP level 30 elite MT. Moreover, as all of the mountain giant's attacks were AoE attacks, when it came to a crowded battlefield, a single blow from it could kill anywhere from a few to more than a dozen players. The mountain giant completely dominated this entire battlefield with overwhelming force. In less than 5 minutes, one of Ouroboros' 3,000-man elite legions was wiped out. This scene shocked the other elite legions into a constant retreat. Shortly after the appearance of the mountain giant, a level 54 Great Lord ranked 3-headed hound appeared on overwhelming smile side of the battlefield. Cerberus, dark creature, Great Lord. Level 54. HP 17,500,000/17,500,000. Although the Cerberus did not possess as much HP as the mountain giant, it was significantly superior to the mountain giant in terms of magic damage. Its movement speed and attack speed were also much faster. When it came to killing elite players on the battlefield, it was even more proficient than the mountain giant. After 2 level 54 Great Lords joined the battlefield, Ouroboros' members immediately fell into a panic. The 2 Great Lords both possessed quite a number of AoE attack skills. In a battle of thousands, they could easily reap the lives of hundreds of elite players every passing moment. Ouroboros could not offer any resistance whatsoever. Snow, what should we do now? Zhao Yueru felt her scalp tingling and her body shivering when she looked at the 2 Great Lords. If they could not deal with these 2 Great Lords, Ouroboros would have no chance of victory at all. We don't have any other choice. Let's use our final card. Although it can't stop these 2 Great Lords, it will be able to trap them for a short time. This should give us enough time to escape their pursuit, Gentle Snow said, gritting her teeth. She inwardly felt great frustration. She had never imagined that they would lose this war just like this. Faced with 2 Great Lords, choosing a direct confrontation would only increase their losses. As for waiting until the summoning duration of the 2 Great Lords ran out, by the time that happened, everyone from Ouroboros would most likely be dead already. Just as the 2 Great Lords were pushing forward relentlessly, a beam of alternating black and white lights flashed down from a distant mountaintop, directly piercing the advancing mountain giant. A black and white pillar of light then appeared, devouring an area of 200 yards around the mountain giant. When the light pillar dissipated, not even a blade of grass lingered within the 200-yard radius. Only a large crater and a half-kneeling mountain giant remained. Chapter 737, Absolute Power. The appearance and disappearance of the black and white pillar of light stunned everyone. The power of this sudden attack was simply devastating. The shocking scene etched itself deep into everyone's minds. It was difficult to forget even if one wanted to. Just what was that thing? At this moment, looking at the half-kneeling mountain giant, the shock Gentle Snow felt was indescribable with words. It would have been fine if the pillar of light had just killed every player within a radius of 200 yards. However, not only had the devastating attack dealt over 4 million damage to the level 54 Great Lord, but it had also placed the mountain giant in a heavily injured state, immobilizing it. Although the mountain giant could still fight, its controller, Purple Eye, had already died within the Pillar of Light. Normally, summoned creatures could only move within a certain range from their summoners. They could not leave this area. Meanwhile, if the summoner died, the summoned creature would also vanish. One could say that this dependence on the summoner was the weakness of a Tier 3 summoning scroll. Initially, Gentle Snow had also considered killing the player controlling the Great Lord. However, it was simply impossible for them to circle around the Great Lord and break through the numerous elite players protecting the summoner. Hence, they could only retreat in defeat. But with this devastating power, not to mention killing the controller, even killing the Great Lord would not be a problem compared to the shock Gentle Snow and the other members of Ouroboros were feeling. The members of the Star Alliance were utterly dumbfounded. If just a single attack could kill over 1,000 players, wouldn't it be only a moment's effort to finish off tens of thousands of players? Just how were they supposed to go up against this power? Setting aside the fact that the attack covered a radius of 200 yards, the speed of that attack was simply not one that players could dodge. One could say that the instant the black and white beam of light appeared, everyone within its range of attack only had death awaiting them. Suddenly, everyone could not help but turn to look at the origin of that beam of light. Black flame. Galaxy Past's eyes immediately turned crimson with rage, his expression becoming exceedingly ugly. Galaxy Past had known the location of Zero Wing's main force ever since Shifeng launched his attack on the elite legion stationed on the mountain. The only reason he had not sent anyone after them was because he intended to have the Flower of Seven Sins finish the job. He had never imagined that Shifeng would have such a card as well. In just a single attack, Shifeng had exterminated one of his trump cards. The Star Alliance had paid an unimaginable price to obtain that Tier 3 summoning scroll. Moreover, this price did not take the form of coins. Instead, it was the magic crystals that the Star Alliance had amassed with much difficulty during this period. Yet, now, before the mountain giant could even begin to display its strength, Shifeng had already wiped it out of existence. At this moment, Galaxy Past wished he could rip out Shifeng's heart with his very own hands. Kill them all. That kind of attack should only be usable once. Victory still belongs to us. Galaxy Past immediately notified everyone as he began attacking the members of Ouroboros in a frenzy. Due to Galaxy Past's reminder, everyone from the Star Alliance quickly regained their senses. Launching such a heaven-defying attack even once was already plenty amazing. The possibility of Zero Wing pulling off another such attack should be extremely low currently. Although one of their two great lords had been defeated, they still had one left. The advantage their side possessed had yet to disappear. Zero Wing and Ouroboros were still on the losing side. Aqua, how long till the next shot? Shifeng could not help but ask as he saw the Star Alliance going into action once more. The requirements to use the Mana Pulse cannon were extremely stringent. It had its limitations. Firstly, the cannon could not be used inside dungeons. Otherwise, dealing with dungeon bosses would be a piece of cake. A few shots would be all it would take to clear the dungeon. Secondly, the cannon had a relatively long cooldown time after firing before it could fire again. Normally, this cooldown was roughly 3 to 4 minutes long. Thirdly, it was extremely costly to fire the cannon, with each shot costing 1,000 magic crystals. Even ordinary large guilds were unlikely to obtain 1,000 magic crystals in a day. Yet, the basic Mana Pulse cannon only needed an instant to waste it all. In terms of coins, the cannon cost over 200 gold to fire each time. To first-rate guilds, 200 gold was not a small amount, not to mention 1,000 magic crystals. Even if first-rate guilds possessed a basic Mana Pulse cannon, they would not be willing to use it unless absolutely necessary. There's still another 30 seconds, Aqua Rose, who was controlling the Mana Pulse cannon, immediately replied after taking a look at the cooldown time previously. She had felt slightly confused when Shifeng had asked her and Blackie to follow him. However, after Shifeng took out the basic Mana Pulse cannon, she was left dumbfounded for a long time. She never imagined there would be such a horrifying weapon even in God's domain. Of course, one also needed considerable financial strength to use this horrific weapon. First and foremost, the basic Mana Pulse cannon's selling price of 20,000 gold was enough to deter the majority of the guilds in God's domain from buying it. The next part was the fuel of 1,000 magic crystals. If Zero Wing had not occupied Stone Forest Town and could not collect a large amount of magic crystals from the various large guilds every day, using the mana pulse cannon would really have been too expensive. However, she also could not help but admit that this money was well spent. Just a single shot had directly stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, compared to the cannon's actual effects, its impact on morale was much more amazing. In a war, if one side's momentum were suppressed by the other, this would greatly affect the spirits of both sides, regardless of whether it was the stronger side or the weaker side. Alright. The next target will be that Cerberus. Make sure you don't let the summoner get away, Sherfone commanded. He then messaged Gentle Snow, having her lure the Cerberus as close as possible to the basic mana pulse cannon. The basic mana pulse cannon only had a shooting range of 15,000 yards. Beyond this range, the cannon was no threat. After receiving Sherfang's message, Gentle Snow immediately began directing Ouroboros's army with renewed vigor to move closer to Sherfang's location. Seeing the members of Ouroboros escaping, the players on the Star Alliance's side naturally gave chase. The duration of a summoned creature was limited. Obviously, they needed to achieve the greatest results during this time limit. 30 seconds quickly passed. Yuri next. Aqua Rose aimed at the approaching Cerberus and fired the mana pulse cannon once more. The black and white beam of light shot directly at the three-headed hound. Despite the distance of several thousand yards, the energy pulse of the mana pulse cannon took only an instant to hit a spot close to the Cerberus. When the black and white pillar of light appeared in the Stoneclaw Mountains once more, every player at the outer area of the dungeon was able to see it clearly. Warwolf had noticed the energy pulse the moment it appeared. However, he instantly knew that it was too late to avoid it. The only thing he could do was activate every life-saving skill he possessed. However, the energy pulse, which had the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, was not something a measly Tier 1 player could defend against. Even for Sherfone, his only option when going up against this attack would be to activate space movement to escape. The aura of Earth's absolute defense might not even be able to defend against this move, as invulnerability in God's domain was not absolute. If an attack surpassed the limit a skill could endure, it would likewise break through the skill. After the black and white light pillar dissipated, as expected, Warwolf had fallen to the energy pulse. The Cerberus had disappeared as well together with Warwolf. At the same time, over 1,000 overwhelming Smile members had also been turned into ash, leaving behind only a crater filled with equipment. Chapter 738, 7 Sins Take Action. The reappearance of the black and white light pillar and the new wave of devastation that came with it stunned just about everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Had once more stunned everyone in the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a moment, they had forgotten to fight as they turned to watch Pillar of Light. In the face of this horrific power, the prowess of tens of thousands of players was a joke. Complete annihilation could happen at any minute. Although the energy pulse had killed was only over 1,000 players, a deep fear of the weapon had seeped into their bones. Nobody wanted to be on the receiving end of that attack, disintegrating into dust suddenly. Everyone, players from the Star Alliance and various guilds alike, feared Zero Wing. They were deeply afraid that Zero Wing would launch another such attack after the energy pulse first appeared. They consoled themselves that it was impossible to use such an attack twice. However, that consolation vanished after the second energy pulse. Players would lose one level when they died. However, losing a level in the 30s would require several days to recover. At the thought of losing their lives to a single attack, the Star Alliance and its allies began to move cautiously. The various troops reigned in their bloodlust. After all, if they attracted too much attention, Armageddon could come knocking on their doors next. In contrast, Ouroboros and Zero Wing's morale flourished, the members of both guilds passionately launching their counterattacks. One side held back with caution, while the other side forged on with guns blazing. The battle's outcome was obvious. Damn it. Just where did Black Flame get that thing? Galaxy Past scowled. That energy pulse attack was simply too much of a threat to the Star Alliance. If they did not deal with it quickly, they would certainly lose this war. Losing this war would be a fatal blow to the guild. The loss of EXP and equipment was a secondary concern. Most importantly, the Star Alliance's prestige as a first-rate guild would vanish. Not only had the Star Alliance challenged an upstart guild like Zero Wing, but it even lost miserably. In the future, how was the Alliance supposed to compete with Ouroboros in Starmoon City? Meanwhile, if Zero Wing won this war, not only would it gain more prestige, but the guild would also see a flood of players trying to join, which, in turn, would allow the guild's strength to grow. Just how was the Star Alliance supposed to capture Stone Forest Town? Red Feather, lead the main army and annihilate Black Flame. We cannot allow him to fire that thing again. After considering his options, Galaxy Pass did not believe that they could allow Zero Wing to occupy that mountain any longer. With the mountain's vantage point, Zero Wing could fire that energy pulse anywhere on the battlefield they wanted. If they could evict Zero Wing quickly, then the threat of mass destruction would lessen. Hence, it was imperative that they remove Zero Wing from the mountain. As for Zero Wing's elite army, it was no longer important. Rest assured, Guild Leader. I'll lead a unit to annihilate Black Flame. Red Feather understood the importance of his task. Moreover, this was the perfect chance to avenge the humiliation he had previously suffered. He had only sent his subordinates to deal with Black Flame during the battle in White River City, yet, in the end, not one of the 6 subordinates he sent had returned alive. This time, he intended to deal with Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert personally. Brother Glorious, I'll have to trouble you to inform the Flower of 7 Sins. Hopefully, they can act as soon as possible. This way, we'll be able to end this battle a little sooner, rather than continuing to waste resources. As insurance, Galaxy Pass still decided to deploy the Flower of 7 Sins. Exemplary Willow had intended to force Black Flame to taste despair. Hence, she had ordered them to wipe out Zero Wing's elites before hunting Black Flame and Zero Wing's upper echelons. However, that plan was no longer viable. That energy pulse was simply too much of a threat. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's main force had occupied a location that was easy to hold but difficult to attack. With the combat power of Zero Wing's main force, although Red Feather led many elite members, they could not exert their maximum power. No one was certain that they could chase Black Flame and his team off that mountain if the battle dragged on and Zero Wing was allowed to fire that energy pulse a few more times. It could turn the tide of this war. Hence, for safety's sake, it would be more efficient for the Flower of 7 Sins assassins to take action. If the Flower of 7 Sins could take down Zero Wing's upper echelons quickly, they could deal a massive blow to both Zero Wing and Ouroboros. The Star Alliance could regain its lost momentum in full. It would be much easier to annihilate the remaining elite members of the 2 guilds. I'll notify them right away, Glorious Echo replied. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. His previous carefree expression had vanished. The war that had clearly been in their favor had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn. If they idled, this war would lose all meaning, even if they killed Zero Wing's upper echelons. Exemplary Willow wanted an overwhelming victory in addition to Black Flame's despair. If he told Exemplary Willow that they had won a Pyrrhic victory, the woman might even skin him alive. Finally, want us to join the fray? A silver-robed man asked. This middle-aged man carried a black spear on his back and chuckled when he received Glorious Echo's callies. I hope you can finish the job as soon as possible. Glorious Echo nodded. Relax. As long as we make a move, Black Flame's time in this world will be limited, the silver-robed man laughed. He then disconnected the call and looked to the others, saying, let's begin. Don't forget your targets. You are only allowed to attack someone else after your target is dead. Although they were all extremely powerful, top-tier experts, when dealing with this silver-robed man, they could not help but shiver as they nodded their heads respectfully. The Flower of 7 Sins was an organization where strength meant everything. The silver-robed man was stronger than every one of them. Hence, he had full command of this operation. Just as the Flower of 7 Sins assassins made their way towards Shifeng's peak, the secret pavilion's members, who had watched from afar, began to move. I had not expected Zero Wing to obtain such a strategic tool. It's no wonder why it grew from an upstart guild to its present power. If not for the Flower of 7 Sins, Zero Wing might really win this war. Yuan Tixin shuddered when he recalled the prior devastation. If Zero Wing could obtain several more tools, who could possibly stand up to it in the future? However, this event had reminded him of one thing: wars in God's domain were not won just by relying on elite and expert players. Such strategic tools were similarly very important. While the Star Alliance mobilized a unit, approaching Shifeng's position, Shifeng used this time to fire the Mana Pulse Cannon a few more times, annihilating thousands of the Star Alliance's members. The Star Alliance's expert team, which faced the Dark God's Legion, also received a shot. The energy pulse had instantly disintegrated close to half of the expert team, alleviating the pressure on the Dark God's Legion. This situation had nearly caused the upper echelons of the Star Alliance and the various other guilds to faint. Guild leader, as expected, they're approaching. Should we have the nearby elite legion head our way and assist us? That way, we'll have an easier time holding this area. Fire Dance asked Shifeng as she watched the elite army gather at the foot of the mountain. With only Zero Wing's main force, it would be extremely difficult to secure this location. No need. Having more people will only hinder us. Shifeng waved his hand. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and the Tier 3 magic amplification scroll from his bag, smiling faintly. Chapter 739, 100 versus 20,000. The Star Alliance had dispatched an army of 20,000 elite players to surround Shifeng's mountaintop. Even if Shifeng and the others were more powerful, they would never escape an army of 20,000 elite players and numerous experts. Everyone, split up as much as possible and attack in groups. Be careful of Zero Wing's AoE spells. Red Feather commanded the Star Alliance had investigated Zero Wing's main force members extensively. Blackie's Stars of Light and Shifeng's Firestorm were the army's biggest threats. These two spells had displayed their frightening, destructive power many times in the past. If they charged as one, they would be no more than target practice. Even without the Flower of Seven Sins, 20,000 elite players are more than enough to drown Black Flame's group of 100. Cold Autumn, who watched from a nearby mountaintop, could not help but sigh at the sea of players as they climbed the mountain. Players' stamina in God's domain was not unlimited. It might have been fine if Zero Wing fought ordinary players, but not only was every member of the 20,000-man army an elite, but the army also contained plenty of experts. This battle would not end quickly if Zero Wing faced only common monsters. It might have a chance at victory. After all, common monsters did not require much from players. There was no need to push oneself to the limit to fight such opponents. In a normal battle, players could fight for a very long time. However, it was a different story in a high-speed battle where it was necessary to remain at one's peak. This would have a high demand of one's stamina and concentration. This was like running a marathon. A runner might have the stamina to jog 10 kilometers, but not at full speed. It'd be a miracle if an experienced runner could run a full kilometer at full speed. It was the same concept with maintaining one's peak during combat. If they, the younger generation of the Secret Pavilion, were the ones to fight in this battle, let alone 20,000 players, even 10,000 players would be more than enough to drown them to death. They could only retreat if they wanted to survive. Choosing to fight would simply lead to their grave. The fact that the Star Alliance had dispatched 20,000 elites to entrap Black Flame and his team showed just how afraid the Alliance was of the swordsman. Ordinary top-tier experts would not warrant such treatment. Meanwhile, as the war raged, the official forums exploded with comments. Zero Wing is too amazing. They're actually going up against 20,000 people with a team of 100. I wonder who will win. I wish I could watch this battle in person. I'm guessing that Zero Wing will wipe. We're talking about 20,000 guild elite members. Indeed. That's 20,000 elite players, not 20,000 common monsters. If Zero Wing comes out victorious, they will be a legend in God's domain. I wonder how many people Zero Wing's 100 members will kill. This battle would determine the supremacy over the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the players throughout Star Moon Kingdom paid very close attention to it. Moreover, one did not often see a guild war of this scale. Aside from the forum discussions, players also broadcasted live streams of the war on the official forums. For this war, the Star Alliance did not bother with chasing away outsiders. Instead, the guild allowed other players to watch. They wanted everyone to know how powerful the Star Alliance was. Only, the Star Alliance had begun to regret that decision. Advance. Show everyone the consequences for opposing the Star Alliance. Red Feather shouted suddenly. The army of 20,000 elite players ascended the mountain, leaving no gaps for Zero Wing to escape through. They intended to wipe out Black Flame and his team. When the Star Alliance's army was halfway up the mountain, a black figure suddenly appeared in midair. Whenever the figure flapped its pitch-black wings, it generated powerful winds. Why is a demon here? Everyone from the Star Alliance turned to look at the figure. Battle demon. Level 55. HP 11,000,000/11,000,000. While everyone was caught in a daze, the battle demon lifted its twin blood-red war axes and swooped down into the crowd. Swinging its weapons, the battle demon created a storm that sent all players within a radius of 15 yards flying into the air, the countless wind blades ending their lives. Once the violent storm ended, hundreds of pieces of equipment fell from the sky. Everyone involuntarily shuddered with players' current standard. None of them had any hope against a level 55 tier 3 creature. No. This is Zero Wings Demon. All melee players, scatter. Ranged players, distance yourselves from the demon and use barrier magic arrays to trap it. Red Feather immediately commanded. Although the demon's sudden appearance had surprised him, he remained relatively calm. Although barrier magic arrays were rare, a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had quite a few in reserve. They might not be able to kill the tier 3 demon, but they could confine it for a while. However, Shifeng had no intentions of giving the Star Alliance the opportunity to trap the demon. The demons he summoned with the Bible of Darkness were different from the creatures summoned with summoning scrolls. The demons could be controlled from a very long distance. Hence, Shifeng directed the battle demon to fly into the air and attack other locations. Despite the constant attacks from the Star Alliance's players, due to the level and tier suppression, their damage was practically negligible. In such a way, the battle demon repeatedly struck and fled every time the players with the barrier scrolls reached the battle. The demon was out of reach for a time. The Star Alliance's army plunged into chaos. Red Feather's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he roared deafeningly. Watching this madness repeat again and again, it was already difficult enough to deal with a tier 3 demon. Now, the demon ran about randomly, wreaking havoc wherever it went. To the Star Alliance, this demon was a nightmare. They were sheep to the slaughter. A casual assault could kill several hundred players. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the demon annihilated their army of 20,000 elite players. Guild leader, you really are amazing. You can actually summon such a powerful tier 3 demon. With this, the Star Alliance will suffer. Blackie rejoiced as he watched the battle demon massacre the Star Alliance's elites. Previously, the two great lords the Star Alliance and Overwhelming Smile had summoned had dealt quite the blow. Just when he thought that this war had been over, Shifeng revealed the basic mana pulse cannon. With just 2 shots, they had dealt with the two great lords, forcing the Star Alliance to send out an army of players. Now, Shifeng had summoned a tier 3 demon in such a narrow mountain path. A tier 3 demon was far more effective than several thousand elite players. Ignore that demon. Charge up the mountain. If we kill the summoner, that demon will disappear. Galaxy Past, who commanded the battle against Ouroboros in the distance, suddenly shouted in the guild chat. Regardless of how powerful a summoned creature was, its summoner was always its weakness. Rather than wasting time with the tier 3 demon, it was more effective to attack its summoner. Zero Wing itself had taught them this lesson. Sure enough, after Galaxy Past's reminder, the Star Alliance's elites calmed themselves and pushed up the mountain, leaving only the barrier team behind to deal with the tier 3 demon. Guild leader, they're coming. Should I fire? Blackie asked as he watched the elite army charge at them like a swarm of ants. He desperately wanted to use stars of light to show the Star Alliance who they were dealing with. Before replying, Shifeng glanced at a 50-man team that climbed the mountain path swiftly. With a serious expression, he said, "Save it for now. We can deal with the Star Alliance after we deal with the Flower of 7 Sins." Chapter 740, Top-Tier Battle. Hearing Shifeng's comment, Fire Dance and the others turned towards the Flower of 7 Sins approach. If they had to name their greatest threat in this war, it was definitely not the Star Alliance's army of over 100,000 elite players. It was the 50-man team from the Flower of 7 Sins. Watching the assassins close the distance between them, Fire Dance and the others grew nervous. They knew that, should the assassins defeat them here, their previous efforts would be for naught. Don't hold back against them. Use the power of darkness right from the start, Shifeng reminded his team through the team chat. Victory or defeat, let it be determined within these 10 minutes. In terms of techniques, the Flower of 7 Sins was leaps and bounds above them. They only had 2 advantages. First, they had more numbers on their side. Second, they had the advantage of Berserk skills. The power of darkness had a duration of 10 minutes. Ordinary Berserk skills generally only lasted a fraction of that time. When they activated the power of darkness, their opponents would have no choice but to activate theirs as well. If they could last through the duration of the Flower of 7 Sins Berserk skills, they would emerge victorious. Shifeng directed the battle demon to charge at the assassins with flying speed. With the overwhelming combat power of a tier 3 demon, it should be simple to defeat the 50-man team of assassins. Do you think you can stop the Flower of 7 Sins with a single tier 3 demon? The silver-robed man glanced at the battle demon flying towards his team, a playful smile appearing on his face. He then revealed a black magic scroll. Unfurling it, he shouted, "I summon thee, Magma Giant." Suddenly, a massive humanoid figure covered in molten lava appeared on the mountain. Lava Giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 55. HP 18,000/18,000,000. The instant the lava giant appeared, it released an angry bellow and lifted both its hands. Suddenly, lava spewed from the ground and swept across the mountaintop, transforming an area of 300 yards around the lava giant into a lava domain. Not only did the lava domain suppress enemies' attributes, but it also ate away 3% of their HPs every 5 seconds. Players could not fight within the domain for very long at all. After establishing its domain, the lava giant tightly clasped both its hands together. In the next moment, hot lava began to spew into the air, engulfing the battle demon and preventing it from moving. A Great Lord actually knows a domain skill and a Tier 3 imprisonment skill. The Flower of Seven Sins is even willing to part with such a summoning scroll? Shifeng could not help his frown. A Tier 3 imprisonment skill could seal the battle demon's movements for a very long time. However, throughout the skill's duration, the caster could not move. Both summoned creatures had been taken out of this fight. However, the Flower of Seven Sins had the aid of a domain skill, which was a significant disadvantage for Zero Wing. Give up. Nobody can avoid the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. The silver-robed man chuckled. The lava domain had already enveloped the mountaintop. Zero Wing's members were trapped inside. Moreover, with the suppression and HP reduction effects, even if Zero Wing's members activated their Berserk skills, they would not survive for long inside the lava domain. In the end, death would be waiting to greet them. That isn't necessarily true. Watching the assassins charge at them, Shifeng suddenly shouted, "Activate the magic array." Suddenly, a purple-gold magic array appeared in the air, enveloping both Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. This magic array was none other than the intermediate magic array, 9-star polar domain, that Shifeng had previously obtained. As long as the 9-star polar domain was active, people outside the barrier could not enter. Similarly, those inside could not leave. Only after the 9 casters' mana ran out would the barrier disappear. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain also suppressed the assassin's attributes. Furthermore, its suppression was more powerful than the lava domain's. The lava domain could suppress a player's attributes by 30%, whereas the 9-star polar domain could suppress a player's attributes by 40%. Against high-tiered monsters, it could suppress over 70% of their attributes. It was an extremely powerful magic array. When the players outside of the barrier saw Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins' various combat methods, they were momentarily stunned. Very good. At least things are getting a little interesting now. The silver-robed man could not help but laugh. Let's see which one of us will last until the very end. Saying so, the members of the Flower of Seven Sins activated their Berserk skills. Although they suffered a more powerful suppression, the lava domain would chip away at Zero Wing's HPs. If they dragged on the battle, they could win easily. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's side similarly activated the power of darkness. Suddenly, both sides' attributes soared, their combat powers reaching greater heights than before. With only a few dozen yards between them, they began to launch ranged attack spells and arrows flew at their targets. However, neither side was easy to defeat as they weaved between the rain of spells and arrows in the blink of an eye. The distance between the two teams closed. The melee classes exchanged blows rapidly, their bodies moving with blurring speed. Fire Dance immediately set her sights on a level 34 cleric. Using shadow steps, she appeared behind the cleric and activated the assassin class' strongest skill, Absolute Strike. However, this cleric had sensed Fire Dance's approach. Not only did he manage to activate Truth Shield before Fire Dance's attack reached him, but he also activated Terrorizing Roar. Fire Dance was forced to activate a control removal skill. Afterward, she thrust her short sword towards the cleric. In response, the cleric used his staff to block the attack. As Fire Dance possessed overwhelming strength, her attack had sent that cleric flying. However, the cleric took the opportunity to put some distance between them. Unfortunately, Fire Dance's damage only shattered the cleric's Truth Shield. The cleric remained unharmed. Just as Fire Dance thought of chasing after the cleric, she felt an intensely dense killing intent from behind her. Hurriedly, Fire Dance used Wind Step Stang. Without her notice, a dagger struck her back. Fortunately, Fire Dance had activated Wind Steps in time. The 1-second invulnerability nullifying the attack. Your reaction time is quite good, but how about this? The black-clothed assassin that suddenly appeared behind Fire Dance bantered. He then brandished 2 daggers, sending over a dozen afterimages at Fire Dance. It was as if he had launched these attacks simultaneously, entrapping Fire Dance instinctually. Fire Dance had wanted to defend against the attacks. However, she quickly changed her mind and used Void Steps instead. Suddenly, Fire Dance vanished. The black-clothed assassin halted his attacks and activated Wind Step Stang. Fire Dance suddenly appeared beside the black-clothed assassin, her short sword stopping just before the man's back, unable to proceed even an inch. Such an amazing footwork. It seems that I did not choose the wrong target, the black-clothed assassin laughed. He glanced at Fire Dance, saying, I'm Pleiades, the one who is going to kill you. A flowing water realm expert? When Fire Dance saw her opponent's calm reaction to Void Steps, she could roughly guess Pleiades' standard. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defend. Only those capable of predicting her movements could defend against her Void Steps. Aside from Fire Dance, who had encountered a flowing water realm expert, Violet Cloud faced down one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Although Zero Wings members had the advantage in attributes and could take the initiative in attacking, the assassins' techniques were far more refined. The assassins did not use strictly might to face their opponents. Instead, they defended and counterattacked. After all, with the presence of the lava domain, Zero Wings members would continuously lose HP over time. They just needed to wait until their opponents ran out of HP. Black Flame, show me your strength, the silver-robed middle-aged man demanded as he stood in Shifeng's path. Sweeping his spear horizontally, the middle-aged man exuded an imposing aura. Chapter 741, Godly Speed. The members of Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins had entered their own battles. Aside from Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua rose, relying on the attribute advantage that their Tier 1 set equipment provided to suppress the assassins' party leaders. The others struggled against the remaining 4 party leaders. These party leaders' equipment was in no way inferior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. In addition, they wore almost a full set of Tier 3 gemstones, and their Berserk skills were slightly more powerful than the power of darkness. Hence, they easily made up for the difference in attributes with very little difference in basic attributes. Even if 3 of Zero Wing's main force members ganged up on one of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders, they were powerless. The enemy neutralized their attacks, one after another. Meanwhile, if they were not careful and received an attack, they would instantly lose 1/3 of their HP. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Not to mention, the lava domain was also in effect, continuously reducing the HPs of Zero Wing's players. Surprisingly, Shadow Sword, Minor Wind, Flying Shadow, Turtledove, Cola, and Yi Wumian were able to exchange blow for blow with their assassin opponents, both their HPs and their enemies gradually decreasing. A small difference in HP might determine the outcome of their fight. Zero Wing is quite strong. Despite facing so many experts from the Flower of Seven Sins, they still fight so ferociously. If this were any other team, the Flower of Seven Sins would have defeated them by now, Yuan Tixin, who watched the fight from afar, said in slight surprise. Unfortunately, Zero Wing will still go up in flames. Currently, aside from a few of Zero Wing's upper echelons holding their ground, it was only a matter of time before the others were defeated. If the battle dragged on, the ordinary main force members would fall. At that time, the assassins could corner Zero Wing's upper echelons. As they already had their hands full with their current opponents, facing more at once would be fatal. The other secret pavilion members nodded in agreement. However, they had to admit that Zero Wing's main force was indeed impressive. If they were in Zero Wing's place, the battle would end very quickly. Refinement realm experts could alter their actions in such high-speed battles nimbly. However, ordinary experts could note in the scorched battlefield. Although the fights between Zero Wing's main force members and the Flower of Seven Sins assassins was exciting, the secret pavilion members focused on Shifeng's battle. After all, the title of One-Hit Asura was not just for show to have earned his current reputation. Shifeng had killed many experts. However, in this war, Shifeng's opponent was even more extraordinary than he was. He fought the assassin's leader. This was a rare sight, indeed the Flower of Seven Sins sent you to lead the mission this time? Shi Feng asked as he unsheathed his swords. He was utterly focused on the silver-robed man before him. Although the silver-robed man had not yet attacked, the cold killing intent he radiated caused Shi Feng to shudder involuntarily. Shi Feng felt as if his life were slipping away. It almost felt as if he were standing in the middle of a demonic beast's nest. Moreover, the silver-robed man's level and equipment quality were extremely high. Not only was the man a level 35 berserker, but his equipment was also the dark gold set equipment meant for berserkers, the Wind Frost set. The Wind Frost set focused on speed and strength. It was level 30 to level 40 equipment. It was a dark gold set that could improve as its wearer leveled. It was only second to a tier 1 set equipment. As for the snow-white spear in the man's hands, although Shi Feng had never seen it before, judging by the runes and weapon's elegance, it should be, at the very least, a top-tier dark gold weapon that will depend on whether or not you qualify to know. The silver-robed man rebuked as he swung his spear. Suddenly, it seemed like his spear had transformed into 5 poisonous snakes that shot toward Shi Feng. 1 spear, 5 transformations. Although there were only 5 spear images, these images' attack trajectories were both complex and varied. Even the middle-aged man could not predict the attacks, not to mention the attack trajectories. Seeing this, Shi Feng abruptly retreated. Dang! Dang! Sparks scattered between the swordsman and the berserker. Such quick spearmanship. Shi Feng could not help his surprise. Despite retreating as soon as he had noticed the attacks, the 5 spear images had appeared before him instantly. By the time he had reacted, although he had deflected 2 of the spear images with his swords, it had been too late to block the other 3 spears. He had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade to block the spears. Otherwise, with his attributes after activating the power of darkness, although the remaining spear images would not kill him instantly, they would destroy 1/3 of his HP. Due to the previous clash, Shi Feng had gained a general understanding of just how powerful the silver-robed man was. Hence, he could predict the man's damage. You actually avoided my 1 spear, 5 transformations. You are worthy for me to take you seriously. The silver-robed man smiled. Suddenly, he launched another attack. This time, 6 spear images flew toward Shi Feng. This attack was also much faster than the last. By the time Shi Feng could react, the 6 spear images appeared before him. Despite having taken precautions, 3 of the 6 images struck Shi Feng. Fortunately, Defensive Blade blocked the other 3. How are his attacks so fast? Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he glanced at his opponent's spear. He had clearly predicted the man's general targets, yet, by the time he had defended himself, the 6 spear images had arrived before him. It almost seemed as if the images had teleported. Despite predicting the trajectory of the attacks, his body could not keep up with the assassin's speed. This was the first time Shi Feng had encountered such a situation. Logically, he should be much faster than the silver-robed man, yet, the man's spear moved as if it had instantaneous movement. Even if he were faster, he could not keep up with the silver-robed man's spear attacks. With no other choice, Shi Feng used Abyssal Bind. The 4-second binding gave him plenty of time to kill the silver-robed man several times over. However, as soon as the pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, the silver-robed man activated Wargod's radiance, a dazzling light shining from his body as he became immune to all control effects. Immediately after, 6 more spear images appeared before Shi Feng, striking him. This time, Defensive Blade's block count was exhausted. The secret pavilion members watching from afar were dumbfounded. The silver-robed man's spear strikes were simply too fast. The attacks had completely surpassed the speed defined by the system. How could anyone dodge such attacks? How are that man's attacks so fast? Despite being the top genius of the secret pavilion's new generation, Cold Autumn was shocked as he watched the fierce battle. If he had to block the silver-robed man's attacks, he, most likely, would have died immediately after the battle had begun. Only Black Flame, with his lightning-fast swordsmanship, was barely capable of defending against 2 or 3 of those spear strikes. Anyone else would have died multiple times by now. Autumn, now you understand why I brought you all here to watch this battle, right? Yuan Tianxin asked, chuckling. The Apex experts you know of are only figureheads. This is a true Apex expert of the virtual gaming world. However, Black Flame's performance is just as impressive. 1 spear, 6 transformations is that man's specialty technique. Countless well-known experts have died against this move. I can count the number of experts who can block 2 or 3 strikes while in the flowing water realm on one hand. Now that Black Flame has used up all his life-saving skills, this fight should end very quickly. The silver-robed man executed one spear, 6 transformations once more. However, Shifeng suddenly closed his eyes. He saw nothing as he allowed the assassin to attack. Could he have given up already? The sudden development shocked the onlookers, with the spear moving so fast. If Shifeng did not rely on his sight to predict the silver-robed man's actions, how could he defend against the spear attacks? It seems the fight is over, Cold Autumn said, shaking his head. The 6 spear images pierced Shifeng's body. However, the instant the 6 spear images shot through Shifeng's body, another Shifeng appeared beside the silver-robed man. This other Shifeng swung down his abyssal blade. Dang! The clear ring of metal clashing with metal resounded throughout the battlefield. The silver-robed man was forced to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing himself. You actually dodged all of them. Shock appeared on the silver-robed man's face as he stared at the unharmed Shifeng with disbelief. Chapter 742, Deciding Strike. Shifeng's sudden evasion of the silver-robed man's one spear, 6 transformations left the secret pavilion members speechless. How did he do it? Cold Autumn's eyes widened as he stared at Shifeng, who still had his eyes closed. Shifeng had avoided that godlike spearmanship, which had been impossible to dodge with open eyes. With his eyes closed, this was simply inconceivable. Yuan Tixin was similarly stunned. Black Flame really is surprising. I had never imagined he would see through Sky's one spear, 6 transformations so quickly, Yuan Tixin exclaimed. Years ago, I suffered numerous losses against Sky's one spear, 6 transformations, yet Black Flame had seen through it after only a couple of attacks. Could he be a monster? The silver-robed man named Sky was one of the Flower of 7 Sins' veteran assassins. Many top-tier experts from super guilds had suffered immensely at Sky's hands. Sky had even killed many experts who had also stepped into the Void Realm. Only those at the Void Realm, who could exert their 5 senses to their limits and possessed rudimentary control over their surroundings, had the ability to block one spear, 6 transformations. Even Yuan Tixin struggled to defend against one spear, 6 transformations while wielding 2 weapons. He could block 4 or 5 strikes at most. However, he was a shield warrior, so he had a much easier time defending against the spear strikes with a shield. Only, he would have a much harder time closing in on Sky. Of course, there were many skills in the game, such as wide-range attacks, that could neutralize such precision attacks. One could also distance themselves from Sky. After all, a berserker's attack range was only so far. Even a long spear would not increase one's attack range by much. However, in a close-quarters, high-speed battle like this, aside from the life-saving skills that one could activate with a thought, it was impossible to defend against Sky's attacks with skills. Skills generally required specific motions before activation. This would create a sense of disharmony in expert players. Their attacks using skills would not be as fast and natural as their normal attacks. Hence, this would reveal weak points that they did not normally possess. It was this reason precisely that experts in the refinement realm or above rarely used skills in close combat against other players, as it was highly possible that one weakness would spell their doom. Shifeng had yet to reach the Void Realm. However, without using any skills, he still managed to neutralize Sky's one spear, 6 transformations. This was the first time Yuan Tixin had seen such an occurrence. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after Sky calmed his slightly surprised heart, fighting spirit flared in his eyes. He began to execute one spear, 6 transformations once more. Sky executed his specialty technique numerous times in succession. Yet, Shifeng dodged all of his attacks with his eyes closed, launching a counter-attack each time. Initially, Shifeng had only gotten 1 hit in during his counterattacks. Now, he landed 2 hits. Although Sky had blocked every attack Shifeng had sent at him, he had received a lot of damage. Each one of Shifeng's attacks had dealt over -500 damage. Shifeng's strength was astonishing in God's domain. The resulting impact as weapons clashed would offset the damage. If there were a significant difference between the combatant's strength, however, some damage would occur. However, this damage was usually so low that it was almost negligible. If the difference in the combatant's strengths was quite vast, the weaker side would receive significant damage, even if they blocked the attack successfully. Sky experienced this firsthand against Black Flame. His equipment had already reached the current peak among players in God's domain. He was also a Berserker, a class famed for its strength. The Berserk skill he had activated was even a strength-type Berserk skill. Yet, Shifeng's strength was still far above his own. This was the first time Sky had encountered such a situation in terms of the strength attribute. Even those monster-like players in God's domain could not overwhelm him like this. It no longer felt as if he fought another player. Instead, it felt more like he fought a humanoid Lord-ranked monster. He received over -500 damage just by defending against attacks. His HP after activating his Berserk skill was only slightly more than 19,000. He had a limit to the number of times he could defend against Shifeng's attacks. Although Sky put in the utmost effort to dodge Shifeng's attacks, he discovered that he could not dodge any of them. Despite having relatively powerful control over his surroundings, Shifeng's attacks were simply too fast. Even though he could predict Shifeng's attack trajectories, he could barely defend himself. You really are amazing. It's no wonder why even Silver has noticed you. Glaring at Shifeng, Sky said in a low tone, I had intended to save this card for challenging Silver, but it seems that I have no choice but to try it on you. As soon as he said this, Sky's spear shot out and transformed into 9 spear images. 1 spear, 9 kills. This was currently the limit of Sky's abilities. Not only did this move have a greater range than 1 spear, 6 transformations, but it was also much faster this time. Shifeng opened his eyes facing the sudden approach of the 9 spear images. Rather than retreating, Shifeng moved forward to welcome the spears. Xianxia, who watched from afar, thought that Shifeng had lost his mind. Players, who knew of it, already avoided 1 spear, 6 transformations like the plague. On the other hand, 1 spear, 9 kills sent chills down even Xianxia's spine. Even if he could lift his shield in time, the spear images would, most likely, hit him. Yet, Shifeng had taken the initiative to welcome the spears. Did his success of neutralizing Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations make him overconfident? However, as Xianxia stood too far away from Shifeng, he did not notice the faint blue arcs of electricity circling Shifeng's body. This move was none other than Killing Ray's second skill, Thunder God's Descent. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 50% for 30 seconds cooldown, 1 hour. In the next moment, numerous blue lights flashed. The lights deflected the spear images as they closed in on Shifeng. From an outsider's view, it looked as if the spear images had avoided Shifeng like a strong gale. Shifeng blasted through the 9 spear images and swept past Sky. Too fast for the naked eye to follow, Killing Ray penetrated Sky's body. This had all happened in an instant before Sky even realized what had just happened. Fountains of blood spurted from his body. His HP plummeted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his 19,000 plus HP fell to 0. Sky's body thudded as it hit the ground. This Shifeng's sudden attack had killed Sky, stunning everyone who watched for a moment. Only silence followed. What happened just now? How did he block the 9 spear images? Sky died? Questions filled the minds of the secret pavilion crowd. Despite their focus on Shifeng all this time, they had only seen Shifeng vanish and reappear. They had not noticed Shifeng draw his sword before Sky fell to the ground. None of them knew exactly what had just happened. Shifeng had clearly waged a bitter battle against Sky just moments ago. Yet, after a few exchanges, Shifeng had seen through and neutralized Sky's specialty technique. He even claimed Sky's life with a single move. This change had happened too fast. It was unbelievable. Uncle Yuan, do you know what happened just now? What did Black Flame do? Cold Autumn asked, practically shouting his question with bloodshot eyes. However, standing beside him, Xianxia's were just as wide, containing his own confusion. Chapter 743. 7 Sins Defeat. In Xianxia's eyes, although Shifeng was certainly strong, he was still no match for him. However, the swordsman's sudden performance had truly dumbfounded him. If Xianxia faced Sky's 1 spear, 6 transformations, he was only 50% certain of emerging victorious. However, against the 1 spear, 9 kills Sky had just displayed, Xianxia did not think he had any chance of victory yet. Even after using 1 spear, 9 kills, Sky died after Shifeng's single strike. From the moment Shifeng moved to when he swung his sword, everything had happened all too quickly. Moreover, due to the distance between them, the battle had ended before Yuan Tixin realized what had happened. Did any of you record this battle? Yuan Tixin asked the several people behind him. They were staff from the secret pavilion's intelligence department. The magic mirror they held was a magical tool in God's domain that could record the scenes within a certain range. One could purchase a magic mirror from shops in the various major cities. However, they were extremely expensive. A basic magic mirror cost 3 gold. However, a basic magic mirror could record an area of 100 by 100 yards in a range of 4,000 yards for 2 hours. This item could easily allow the various large guilds to keep a record of certain battles. It was especially easy for players like them to get dragged into battles like this. Hence, they needed to maintain a certain distance from the battle. Although they could use binoculars to watch the fights, those items could not record the battles. Hence, magic mirrors were the best tools to gather information. After collecting the required data, one could research the information in detail. It was much easier than the system's recording function. We got everything. The intelligence agents nodded in reply. Good. Make a copy and send it to me later. Send a copy to the guild leader as well. Yuan Tixin commanded seriously. For an expert like himself, nothing was more alluring than watching a battle between players of Shifeng's and Sky's standards. Moreover, Shifeng's performance was also mind-blowing. At this moment, Yuan Tixin could not help but reconsider the relationship between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing. However, this decision would have to wait until after the war ended. Compared to the surprise the secret pavilion members had felt, the Flower of Seven Sins assassins were thunderstruck. Although Sky was not one of their upper echelons, his fame within the organization was resounding. Almost everyone had heard of him. Moreover, among the many Void Realm experts in the organization, Sky was the only expert capable of facing down Silver Yet, Black Flame, someone who was only slightly famous, had killed Sky. This was like watching an ant defeat a lion. It was inconceivable. Guild leader. When Fire Dance saw the assassin Pleiades freeze, she followed the assassin's gaze. Immediately, she discovered that Shifeng had claimed the assassin's team leader, and unconsciously, power welled up in her. Fire Dance wasn't the only one to react this way. Everyone from Zero Wing's main force also felt power flow into their bodies when they saw the Berserker on the ground. Although Zero Wing's main force had lost over a dozen members, this one death had far more of an impact than killing 3 or 4 of the Flower of Seven Sins party leaders. Hadn't the Flower of Seven Sins never failed a job? In the end, hadn't their strongest team leader still died under their guild leader's sword? Sky's death also caused the lava giant to disappear. Without the lava giant, the lava domain vanished as well. In the blink of an eye, the suppression on everyone from Zero Wing lifted, their attributes abruptly soaring. On the other hand, the 9-star polar domain still suppressed the Flower of Seven Sins assassins. Damn it. Sky actually died so quickly. Pleiades frowned as he turned to Fire Dance, whose attributes had been restored. He lost his prior composure initially. Fire Dance already had higher attributes than he did. He had only kept up with Fire Dance's attacks by relying on his accurate judgment. Now that Fire Dance had recovered her attributes while he was still hampered, dodging and blocking the woman's attacks became far more difficult. Whether it was Pleiades or the other members of the Flower of Seven Sins, they all had grimaced as they fought. Didn't you enjoy beating me up just now? Shadow Sword, who had less than half of his HP remaining, said as he smirked at a Refinement Realm level 34 Guardian Knight. His lips curling into a smile, Shadow Sword said, "It's my turn now." Saying so, Shadow Sword swung the blue fire double-edged sword violently and executed Whirlwind Slash. He was not the slightest bit afraid of revealing any weak points against absolute strength and speed, despite the level 34 Guardian Knight using his shield to defend against Shadow Sword's Whirlwind Slash. The impact forced him to retreat 6 steps, a damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. For a second there, he had nearly lost his balance. Shadow Sword immediately followed up with a series of violent slashes facing Shadow Sword's rapid barrage. The Guardian Knight had no choice but to raise his shield and defend himself. However, every time Shadow Sword struck his shield, he received over -200 damage, his body forced to retreat 1 step after another. He had no chances to counterattack. On Violet Cloud's side, the Astromancer was finally able to apply leverage. Activating Star's guidance, she sent the level 34 Berserker party leader, who chased after her, flying. Immediately after, she attacked with her mana balls. 30 mana balls appeared in the air around them. Although this attack was not as strong as the 36 mana balls she could summon after drinking the 100-berry wine, Violet Cloud was able to control the 30 mana balls with much greater precision. Moreover, due to her recovered attributes, the force her mana balls contained had also increased significantly. The Berserker party leader required his full might to block every mana ball. Otherwise, the balls would knock him back and reveal even more weak points. However, against the overwhelming power of the 30 mana balls, the Berserker party leader occasionally missed 2 or 3 mana balls, receiving around -500 to -600 damage without the suppression of Zero Wing's attributes. The battle immediately turned to Zero Wing's favor, whereas the Flower of Seven Sins were at a complete disadvantage after killing Sky. Shifeng did not stop to pick up the loot the Berserker had dropped. Instead, he turned around and dashed for the Seven Sins party leader that posed the greatest threat to Zero Wing. These party leaders were all experts in the flowing water realm. Even if Zero Wing's main force members recovered their attributes, the party leaders were still a major threat. After Shifeng's attributes recovered, due to Thunder God's descent still being active, he became much faster. Although he was not as fast as when he had killed Sky, his speed was more than enough to deal with the Seven Sins party leaders. After appearing behind one of the party leaders, Shifeng executed Chop with his killing Rai. A streak of blue light flashed. 15 for 85. A bloody mark appeared on the Shield Warrior party leader. Only at this moment did the Shield Warrior's shield appear in Shifeng's trajectory. The Shield Warrior was slower than Shifeng's by a massive margin. Suddenly, the party leader, who had roughly 11,000 HP remaining, fell to the ground. Observers were, once again, rendered speechless. Shifeng's attack was simply too fast. Watching from afar, they had only seen a flash of blue light. They had not even seen his sword's afterimage before it struck his opponent. Just how was someone supposed to defend against such an attack? After just a short moment, 4 of the 7 Flower of Seven Sins party leaders had died at Shifeng's hands. Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose took care of the last 3 in the end. Zero Wing had annihilated the assassins from the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 744, Star Alliance's Defeat. As the Flower of Seven Sins came to an end, everyone watching from afar was dumbfounded. It was especially true for the Star Alliance's upper echelons. People in their position were very aware of how terrifying the Flower of Seven Sins was. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that had killed the upper echelons of super guilds countless times, invoking the super guild's wrath. However, none of those guilds could do anything to the assassin organization until this day. The Flower of Seven Sins had never failed a job. Yet, now, this legend shattered. The most incredulous aspect was that it had been an upstart guild that broke the legend. How can this be? Red Feather's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists as he stared at the corpses of the Seven Sins scattered across the ground. The Flower of Seven Sins had been their final trump card against Zero Wing. Now that the assassins had been wiped out, how were they supposed to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons? Any expert could take advantage of the narrow terrain to exert their strength, not to mention Black Flame, who could instant kill the Flower of Seven Sins team leader. With Black Flame's strength, he could slaughter elite players without wasting much stamina. He only needed 1 hit for each kill. If they relied on Zerg tactics to kill Black Flame, just how many elite players would they need to sacrifice? Not to mention, the Tier 3 demon was still alive and kicking. It was practically impossible to annihilate Zero Wing's main force here with just 20,000 elite players. Guild leader, the Flower of Seven Sins members have been wiped out. What should we do now? Unsure himself, Red Feather quickly decided to report to Galaxy Past. What? Galaxy Past was momentarily stunned when he received the news. For a second, he even thought Red Feather was joking. However, Red Feather would never joke so distastefully in such a dire situation like this. His expression turning serious, Galaxy Past asked, "How many people does Zero Wing have left? Is Black Flame dead?" The Flower of Seven Sins' strength was absolute. Even if Zero Wing's main force were impressive, they would not walk away unharmed. If Zero Wing's main force had suffered severe casualties, then they could rely on their elite army to swarm their remaining enemies without any commanders. Zero Wing's army would into disarray and morale would drop sharply. It would be significantly easier to take out Zero Wing's elite army without its leaders. They have 76 people remaining. Black Flame is still alive, Red Feather hurriedly reported after glancing at Zero Wing's members, who were still within the magic array. Galaxy Past surprise escalated. Are you sure? Galaxy Past asked once more. The Flower of Seven Sins had dispatched 50 of its top-tier assassins. Every one of these assassins was an expert that struck fear into one's heart. Even Galaxy Past himself was not sure that he could escape should any one of these experts come for his life. How was it possible that this team of assassins had only claimed slightly over 20 Zero-Wing lives? Galaxy Past had a very clear understanding of the strength of Zero-Wing's main force. Aside from the few, very strong upper echelons, most of them were subpar. Galaxy Past was even confident he could face several of them at once. Guild leader, how could I mistake something like this? For a time, even Red Feather was at a loss. Hurriedly, he said, all of Zero-Wing's upper echelons are still alive. Only a few core members died. That Tier 3 demon has also broken out of its magical imprisonment and has begun to attack our people. When Galaxy Past heard this, his brain stopped functioning. Since when was Zero-Wing so powerful? Against the Flower of Seven Sins' 50-man assassin team, Zero-Wing had actually emerged victorious, losing only a few unimportant members. Guild leader, what should we do now? Do we fight or retreat? Red Feather asked anxiously as he watched the Tier 3 demon slaughter his elite members. Black Flame. We will retreat. Only after a long moment did Galaxy Past finally decide. When he uttered the word retreat, he sounded as if he had been sapped of all of his energy. How many years had it been? Galaxy Past had long since forgotten the feeling of defeat. However, today, he had been reminded of the taste. This taste made him very uncomfortable. Ever since the Star Alliance had fallen into his control, the guild had only lost to super guilds and super first-rate guilds. The Star Alliance had never lost to anything less yet. Now, the Star Alliance he commanded had been beaten into submission by an upstart guild. This blow was many times more humiliating than suffering defeat at the hands of those super guilds. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a great lord. Galaxy Past knew the strength of a great lord quite well. Otherwise, he would not have paid such a large price to purchase a Tier 3 summoning scroll from a super guild. At this stage of a game, having a great lord on one side could reduce one's losses significantly while dealing a devastating blow to the enemy with 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls. They thought they had this war in the bag. However, Galaxy Past had never imagined that an energy pulse attack would eliminate both of their great lords. They had no way to deal with a Tier 3 demon. If they did not retreat, they would only suffer more casualties. After Red Feather heard Galaxy Past's command, his downcast expression became even more gloomy. However, he still gave the order to retreat. Meanwhile, standing on a nearby mountaintop, the secret pavilion members were engaged in a heated discussion over this war between the Star Alliance and Zero-Wing Guild leader. Black Flame is too powerful. The way he killed that team leader from the Flower of Seven Sins was just too cool. I wonder what sort of training Black Flame used to get to his level. Even after watching the battles so many times, I only caught a glimpse of Black Flame's figure. I couldn't even see the afterimage of his attack. Uncle Yuan would most likely last only a few moves against Black Flame. What do you even know? Uncle Yuan is powerful. Of course, he could block Black Flame's attack. But Black Flame's attack speed is so high. Who could possibly defend against his attack? Among the secret pavilion's trainees, many had renewed their impressions of Zero-Wing. They were no longer arrogant when talking about Zero-Wing. Unconsciously, they had gone from calling the swordsman Black Flame to calling him Guild Leader Black Flame. However, a few youths among them were still unsatisfied. There is no need to argue. I am not a match for Black Flame. Or to put it in another way, only those few, monstrous players can contend with Black Flame now, Yuan Tixin said suddenly. He could not help but laugh at everyone's conversation. Autumn, what did you think of this fight? Yuan Tixin asked the silent Cold Autumn. Cold Autumn was the top genius among the secret pavilion's new generation. The youth had joined the secret pavilion's secret training program a year ago. He was only 17 years old, yet he had already become the pavilion's star pupil. He had already reached the half-step refinement realm and was only a thread away from truly entering the refinement realm. He could break through at any time. Initially, Yuan Tixin had brought Cold Autumn and the other trainees here to teach them not to be too arrogant, showing them that there were many experts in the virtual gaming world. He had also wanted to show them a true monster. Unfortunately, Silver had not made an appearance this time. However, Their gains from watching the battle between Sky and Black Flame should be sufficient. Yuan Tixin had even hoped to see a confrontation between Black Flame and Silver. Just what kind of outcome would such a battle yield? Black Flame is very strong. With my current strength, I am no match for him, the prideful Cold Autumn admitted softly. However, I will continue to work hard. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Ha ha ha. That's right. This is the sort of mindset you must possess. It seems that this trip here has not been a waste at all. Yuan Tixin nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he heard the ring of his communicator, surprising him after all. This was a call from none other than the Secret Pavilion's guild leader. Chapter 745, Eternally Remembered Strike. After Red Feather gave the order, the elite army the Star Alliance had sent to deal with Zero Wing's main force retreated, leaving behind only a small squadron to deal with the battle demon. The elite legions of the Star Alliance and the various large guilds, which fought elsewhere on the battlefield, also began to retreat, preparing to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. It's too late to retreat now. Shifeng sneered as he swept his gaze across the fleeing Star Alliance army. Immediately, he sent a command through the guild chat, saying, "All elite legions, activate the 9-star polar domain magic array." There was why Shifeng had previously split Zero Wing's army into 10 separate elite legions. The Stoneclaw Mountains' outer region was vast. However, there were only 10 paths that led to the dungeon's teleportation array. As soon as the war began, Shifeng had used the guild war order to seal off the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any player within could not escape with a return scroll. The only way to leave the dungeon was by using the teleportation array. There were two methods of using magic arrays in God's domain. The first method used a magic array aggressively to suppress the enemy. The second use was defensive due to the unique characteristics of barrier magic arrays. Once these magic arrays were activated, enemies trapped inside the barrier could not leave. Similarly, nobody would be able to enter the barrier unless they destroyed the magic array itself. However, it was not easy to destroy a magic array. A lot of time was required to do so. Attacks from outside the array would be weakened. Normally, it was much easier to destroy a magic array from inside. The 9-star polar domain was no exception. Hence, Shifeng had sent Zero Wing's 10 elite legions to guard the 10 paths. When the elite legions activated their 9-star polar domain magic array, they would prevent the Star Alliance and other large guilds from leaving the Stoneclaw Mountains. They could then take the opportunity to gain more from this war. With Shifeng's command, the barrier parties mobilized, every one of them revealing the 9-star polar domain magic scroll they had held on to. All this to me as the 90 players unfurled the magic scrolls in their hands. 10 massive magic arrays suddenly appeared above the battlefield, enveloping a large portion of the battlefield and sealing all exits out of the Stoneclaw Mountains. What's going on? Why have my attributes decreased? Damn it. I don't even have 6,000 HP right now. The various guilds' elite members, who had forced Zero Wing's elite legions into a constant retreat, suddenly discovered something amiss. Their attributes had decreased by 40%. Their attacks could not cause any significant damage to Zero Wing's elite members at all. In contrast, Zero Wing's elite members, whose attributes remained unchanged, could finish them off with just a few hits. Suddenly, Zero Wing's enemies began to panic. Although the players caught outside the magic array tried to help and constantly attacked the barrier with spells, the effect of their attacks were minimal. The magical class players maintaining the 9-star polar domain did not lose much mana from their attacks. It's our turn now. Seeing the various guilds panicking elites, Zero Wing's elite members rushed forward to resolve the battle. Originally, they had needed roughly 4 or 5 attacks to defeat their enemies. Now, they only needed 2 or 3 hits to do so. On the other hand, their enemies now required roughly 8 or 9 hits to kill them. The battle was one-sided. Moreover, the 9-star polar domain magic array was like a knife at their throats. The magic arrays had cut off their retreat. Aqua used the mana pulse cannon to support the legions. Everyone else, guard the cannon and clean up the battlefield. After Shifeng issued his commands, he activated Wind Rider and flew down the mountain. The 9-star polar domain would not hold the Star Alliance and its allies for long. The various large guilds would escape by the time the battle demon reached them. However, if he killed his enemy's commanders, the remaining elite players would run like a headless chicken. He would significantly reduce the elite army's momentum, earning more time for his army. Someone's flying towards us. The retreating Star Alliance members suddenly shouted as they glanced towards the sky. Everyone turned to see the flying figure Black Flame. It's Black Flame. As the figure approached, the elites recognized Zero Wings Guild leader charging at us alone. Do you really think the Star Alliance is that easy to bully? Red Feather also noticed Shifeng rapidly approach their army. He bellowed, ranged players, shoot him down. Anyone who kills Black Flame will be rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment, 500 gold, and a promotion to core member. A first-rate guild had many members. However, only a few could become core members. Without extremely powerful combat skills, becoming one of the guild's elites was generally their limit. Meanwhile, there was a qualitative difference between the treatment an elite member received and what the core members enjoyed. Not only did core members have priority on good equipment, but they also received a bountiful salary each month. One could earn far more credits as a core member than they could as at an office job in a large corporation. One could say that core members were considered formal internal staff in a first-rate guild while an elite was merely external staff. The benefits were on a completely different level. Black Flame, die. The Star Alliance's elites shouted excitedly. Thousands of ranged players began casting their spells and knocking their arrows as they awaited Shifeng's arrival. As Shifeng grew closer to the elite army, spells and arrows began to fly towards him. However, with Wind Rider's speed increase, Shifeng had little trouble evading the spells and arrows. Moreover, as these elite players launched their attacks based on their predictions of Shifeng's movement, he only needed to fly out of range to avoid the attacks. Like this, Shifeng advanced effortlessly, weaving his way through the rain of spells and arrows from afar. It seemed as if Shifeng danced amidst the countless spells and arrows. As a result of his frightening speed, Shifeng left behind one afterimage after another, confusing the Star Alliance's elites. None of them could follow Shifeng's movement. Seeing Shifeng approach, instead of being affected by Shifeng's frightening momentum, Red Feather sneered as he took out a crimson tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Black Flame. You're the one who will die today. Red Feather acknowledged that none of his own spells would land on the fast-moving Shifeng. However, the Tier 2 magic scroll he held was a different story. Tier 2 spell, Holy Spears of Flame. Suddenly, 36 flame spears appeared around Red Feather, the scorching fire increasing the surrounding temperature. Black Flame turned to ash. Red Feather waved his staff when he saw that there were only 30 yards left between him and Shifeng. The 36 flame spears transformed into streams of light as they shot toward Shifeng. The flame spears were much faster than Shifeng, taking only an instant to cross the 30 yards. The flame spears blocked any path of escape, giving Shifeng no room to dodge. Meanwhile, the Holy Spears of Flame was an unblockable sacred spell. Every spear rivaled a Lord-ranked monster's power. It was an extremely powerful spell. Just as the spears were about to strike Shifeng, he suddenly disappeared. None of the flame spears hit their mark. Before Red Feather could react, he discovered Shifeng in front of him. Blue arcs of electricity circled Shifeng's body, crackling as they sparked Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Shifeng's figure dashed past Red Feather, leaving behind a blue afterimage that remained for a relatively long time. Red Feather fell to the ground, his body lying motionless. His HP, which had been over 8,000, dropped to nothing. Meanwhile, Shifeng's figure had long since departed, leaving the Star Alliance elites in a daze. They would carry this scene forever in their minds while thousands of players bombarded him with attacks. Shifeng had managed to kill Red Feather with one hit. All they could do was stare at Shifeng's back as he departed. Chapter 746, Breaking Through Flowing Water. The retreating elite members weren't the only ones who saw Shifeng kill Red Feather. The secret pavilion members, who had been preparing to depart from the battlefield, also saw the attack with a flash of blue light. The battle had been over. No one from the secret pavilion understood what had just happened. Despite the thousands of elite players and Red Feather's Tier 2 magic scroll, Shifeng had killed Red Feather instantly and left without so much as a scratch. It was simply inconceivable. Shifeng's attack was even faster than the one he had used to kill Sky. Who could possibly contend with that kind of speed? Black Flame was still hiding his strength when he faced Sky. Yuan Tianxin was shocked. As for the secret pavilion's trainees, everyone was speechless, chills crawling down their spines. Ordinary elite members might not have caught the crucial moment of the fight, but they had seen it. Rather than his dodging capabilities, the speed of Black Flame's attack had been truly frightening. They had only seen Black Flame brush past Red Feather. None of them had seen Black Flame's sword leave its sheath. They stood too far away, so they had not been able to see the attack too clearly. However, Red Feather had taken the hit personally. He should have seen Black Flame's technique clearly. Moreover, due to God's domain, both ordinary players and experts' sharp intuition had improved significantly in the moment of death. This wildlike intuition could allow them to evade attacks. Expert players, in particular, had an easier time and a higher chance to evade. Red Feather was an expert ranked on the God's Domain experts list, which the Secret Pavilion published. His strength was extraordinary. Although he had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm, he possessed bountiful combat experience with very high basic attributes to back it up. His ability to respond to danger was first class among experts. Even Cold Autumn, a genius proclaimed by the Secret Pavilion, might not be as good as Red Feather in this aspect yet. An expert with such fast reactions had not reacted in the least when Black Flame had attacked him. It was as if Red Feather's intuition had vanished during that moment. Only when he had died did he realize that he had been struck. This was the cause behind the Secret Pavilion members' shudders. Although the attack speed Black Flame displayed when he faced Sky had been astounding, their eyes had only failed to keep up with Black Flame's sword. Now, however, they had not even realized when Black Flame had attacked. They had only seen the streak of rapidly dissipating blue light. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who had already pulled away from the elite army, was not particularly satisfied with his performance. Sure enough, it won't be easy to replicate that sensation again. After killing Red Feather, Shifeng recalled the move he used to kill Sky. The principle behind one spear, 6 transformations was similar to his void steps. One spear, 6 transformations was a technique that used special attack methods to overload the opponent's brain with complex information, causing their brain to ignore this information, not allowing them to perceive the attack. Only when the spear truly threatened their life would their brain dispel this ignorance. However, at that point, the spears were already under their noses, and it was too late to react. Even with his advantage of attributes, Shifeng could barely block 2 or 3 spear images. It was practically impossible to block all 6. Shifeng was only able to employ such a technique with his body. However, Sky could employ the technique on his attacks. It was astounding. The body's movement speed was far inferior to its attack speed. Hence, it was exponentially more difficult to employ such a technique with one's attacks. Moreover, for this kind of technique, the faster it was, the more difficult the technique was to use. One was required to carry out a series of complex motions within an extremely short period to execute the technique. Only with overly complex information would the brain refuse to accept the image, choosing to ignore it. As someone who had a profound understanding of this technique, Shifeng had no choice but to close his eyes and shut out all visual information. Instead, he chose to rely on his other sensory organs, his wealth of combat experience, and his sharp intuition to dodge Sky's one spear, 6 transformations with his absolute advantage regarding attributes. It was possible if he maintained a distance of roughly 1 yard away from Sky's attack range and evaded the instant he sensed the Berserker's spear displace the air around him. He would have sufficient time to dodge the incoming attacks. This was precisely the reason that Shifeng had avoided Sky's aggressive attacks while launching his own counterattack in a battle between experts. It was extremely dangerous to shut out one's visual sense because, among a person's 5 senses, one's sight absorbed the most information. Ordinary players relied on sight the most. If a player lost their sight, they would be crippled, wounding their combat power. However, while Shifeng had closed his eyes and evaded Sky's one spear, 6 transformations, he discovered that his perception of the world had changed without his sight. His concentration had focused on his surroundings. He no longer focused on his enemy. When he faced the threat of death, he discovered that his perception had become much clearer than before. Although he had not been able to see Sky's movements, he had sensed the spear's position, which allowed him to have an increasingly easy time to dodge the Berserker's attacks. Finally, when Sky executed one spear, 9 kills, Shifeng realized what the Void Realm actually was at that moment. It was as if his environment were a part of his body. It felt like the martial arts concept of harmony between man and nature. At that moment, Sky's spear ceased to confuse him. In the end, Shifeng had opened the last door of the realms of refinement. Void Realm. After reaching the Void Realm, Shifeng could see the general attack range of one spear, 9 kills with a single glance. Hence, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray to block every single strike. If comparing attack speed, Shifeng, who had activated Thunder God's Descent, could not lose. However, when Shifeng landed the final strike against Sky, he noticed a crack in space. He unconsciously swung Killing Ray along that space. By the time he was aware of what was happening, Sky was already on the ground when he had killed Red Feather. However, he had not been able to relive that sensation. Only, the bonus speed that Instant Strike provided was simply astonishing, so much so that Red Feather could not react to his attack. Hence, Shifeng was somewhat dissatisfied with this result. After Shifeng killed Red Feather, Red Feather's elite army fell into a turmoil. None of the elites knew what to do. Moreover, after watching Shifeng's performance, many of them were scared witless as they scattered. If killing Red Feather generated such a result, Shifeng could not let the other Legion commanders off the hook. On top of his own battles, Shifeng directed the Battle Demon to kill the Star Alliance and their allies' commanders. Very quickly, chaos broke out on the battlefield. Damn that black flame! He is trying to wipe us out. After receiving the reports from the Star Alliance's various elite legions, even if Galaxy Past were a fool, he understood Shifeng's goal. He then looked at the map of the Stoneclaw Mountains and said through the guild chat, "Everyone, gather at the northwest mountain path. We'll break through as one." With mayhem overwhelming the battlefield, breaking through multiple exits would be too time-consuming. They would only play into Shifeng's hands if they did so. Hence, Galaxy Past chose to gather the Star Alliance's army at the nearest exit path, focusing their power into a single point. With this, they could smash through Zero Wing's defense. A moment later, under Galaxy Past's command, the Star Alliance's elite army gathered at the northwest mountain path and began to attack the 9-star polar domain madly. Despite Zero Wing's elite members retaliating, the effect was minimal. The 9 players maintaining the magic array lost their mana rapidly. After a few minutes, the 9-star polar domain shattered. The Star Alliance members rejoiced. Huh? Isn't that black flame? It's not just black flame. Isn't that fire dance? And Aqua rose beside him. When the magic array shattered, the players from the Star Alliance with sharp eyesight discovered Black Flame and Zero Wing's main force members in the middle of the mountain path. Their expressions sank instantly. Chapter 747, Harvest of the War. Everyone had seen for themselves what kind of powerhouse Shifeng was. Despite watching from afar, they could not stop their shudder. The fact that Shifeng was able to kill Red Feather, while surrounded by thousands of elite players, and leave unharmed showed them that their lives were in Shifeng's hands. If Shifeng wanted to take any life here, nobody could stop him. It was precisely this reason that kept the various players from the Star Alliance from rejoicing when they shattered the 9-star polar domain. Right now, they only felt fear. Every one of them froze. None of dared to move forward by a single step. One man had deterred an elite army of tens of thousands. Moreover, this was no ordinary elite army. It was the elite army from the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild. Every elite member was level 32 or above. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were all experts. Yet, against Shifeng's might, these experts lost the will to fight. Furthermore, Shifeng had many famous experts standing with him, whether it was Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other upper echelons of Zero Wing. Each one of them was even more famous than their guild leader, Galaxy Past. Moreover, they all possessed dazzling battle records. Chances were that Zero Wing's upper echelons were stronger than their guild leader. How were they supposed to face these monsters? Zero Wing loomed in front of them. Behind them, Ouroboros waited. The Star Alliance army was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Zero Wing only has several hundred people guarding the exit. So what if Zero Wing's main force has joined the fray? Do they really think they can stop our 50,000-strong elite army? Galaxy Past suddenly shouted. All of you, charge. Wipe them out. Galaxy Past's words jerked everyone out of their daze. Although Zero Wing had a tier 3 demon, they had barrier scrolls, which could to suppress it. Dealing with Zero Wing's several hundred members would be a piece of cake. Even if Shifeng were more powerful and could kill a player with every attack, even if everyone let him, it would take a very long time to kill 10,000 players, not to mention 50,000. Suddenly, the Star Alliance members swarmed towards Shifeng. The players from Zero Wing felt their hearts race as they watched the tide of players surging towards them. They only had several hundred players on their side. Although their guild's main force had arrived to assist them, it was impossible to hold off 50,000 players. Even lasting for a short time would be impressive. After all, battles between players demanded an extremely heavy burden of one's stamina. Without stamina, even the strongest expert would fall under an ordinary player's blade. However, as soon as the Star Alliance's elites closed in, dozens of intermediate frost grenades exploded among the crowd, freezing the mountain path and decorating it with hundreds of ice sculptures. As soon as they appeared, these ice sculptures shattered and disappeared naturally. Shifeng knew that it was impossible for several hundred players to hold off an army of 50,000. However, the frost grenades could delay the elite army for long enough for Ouroboros's army to arrive. Each main force member carried 100 intermediate frost grenades and 10 advanced frost grenades, which were significantly more powerful than intermediate frost grenades. With the main force's strength and the large stock of frost grenades, it was child's play to hold back the Star Alliance's army until Ouroboros arrived. Black Flame. Galaxy Pass gnashed his teeth as the frost grenades appeared once more. At this point, the fearsome might of the frost grenades had embedded itself into everyone's minds. Previously, Zero Wing's elite legions had damaged the various large guilds significantly with these frost grenades. To deplete Zero Wing's supply, the various guilds had sacrificed a large chunk of their armies. If the Star Alliance showed its fear and halted its rampant assault, Zero Wing wouldn't need to waste their grenades to buy time. However, if the guild proceeded, it would pay a horrific price. Guild leader, are we continuing the charge or not? One of the Star Alliance's commanders asked. Charge. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing has that many tools. Galaxy Past shouted, a chill running through his troops. Neither advancing nor retreating was a good option. Hence, even if he knew that they would slam into a brick wall, they needed to charge past Zero Wing's blockade. If they waited until Ouroboros's army arrived, none of them would leave this place alive. Suddenly, the Star Alliance launched a full charge. Zero Wing's main force, who were throwing frost grenades, had nearly buckled under the flood. The Star Alliance's assault was fierce. These players showed zero regard for their lives as they pushed forward. Many MTs activated all of their life-saving skills, significantly increasing their maximum HP and reducing the damage they took. The intermediate frost grenades were already half as effective against players. Now, its damage reduced by another half. At this moment, each intermediate frost grenade only dealt around -200 damage to the Alliance's MTs. With over 14,000 HP, not even 60 or 70 intermediate frost grenades would be enough to kill Theme. As a result, Zero Wing's 70-plus main force members threw their grenades as fast as they could, barely holding off the assault. As Shifeng charged towards the Star Alliance's army, he upgraded the 7 Luminaries' Ring's aura of fire to level 9. As a result, Shifeng's level fell from 38 to 37. However, the Aura of Flame's activatable skill, Firestorm, instantly improved. Previously, the skill only inflicted 1000% damage within a range of 30 by 30 yards for 6 seconds and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. After its upgrade, it inflicted 1200% damage within a range of 45 by 45 yards for 6 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Although upgrading the skill by 2 levels did not increase its damage by much, the skill's range had increased by 1.5 times. The skill could now cover over half of the mountain path. Suddenly, an inferno roared in the middle of the mountain path, transforming the frozen land into a scorching hell. Even an MT who had activated all of their life-saving skills only lasted 2 seconds inside this inferno. 6 seconds later, the smoke cleared to reveal a large area empty of players but littered with weapons and equipment. The dropped items nearly formed a small mountain. The least valuable items were level 25 mysterious iron equipment. It was mainstream equipment for God's domain players right now, and each piece could sell for at least 40 or 50 silver. Meanwhile, nearly 5,000 pieces of equipment decorated the ground. Most of it had dropped from players who died under the frost grenade assault. Converted to coins, the equipment was worth at least 2,500 gold. Meanwhile, this harvest had only required a brief moment of effort. Shifeng also collected plenty of immortal souls. Despite a limit of 10 yards, Shifeng still managed to collect several hundred immortal souls. If he collected 10,000 souls, he would qualify to establish his own city. A city was different from a town. A town's location was predetermined by the system. On the other hand, players could choose where they wished to build their city. Moreover, after capturing a town, one had to reconstruct the town from scratch, developing it into a city slowly. The time involved was long. On the other hand, the Sherlan's quest would reward Shifeng with the qualifications to construct a city. Before him was the perfect chance to complete this quest. There were two conditions to collect immortal souls. The first condition was the limit of 10 yards. The second was the level limit. There could not be more than 5 levels between Shifeng and his prey. Currently, the Star Alliance's elites were at least level 32. Meanwhile, Shifeng was now level 37. It just so happened that he could absorb all of their immortal souls. If he missed this opportunity, he would not find one like it again. There weren't enough people before. Now that so many are here, I should get enough immortal souls. Shifeng could not help his smile as he looked towards the distant galaxy past. Retrieving a blue magic scroll from his bag, he activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the guild leader. Chapter 748, One Man's Strength. When the firestorm swept through the land, it turned the mountain path into a river of fire. Watching the players inside the fire turn to ash horrified everyone. This spell sure is scary. Luckily, I wasn't with the front line. A level 32 shield warrior in silver heavy armor gulped as he watched the flames in front of him. He had only been a thread away from losing his life. Had he taken another step forward, he would have died like the Guardian Knight who had been in front of him a second ago. The Guardian Knight had over 12,000 HP and had Protection Blessing and Magic Resistance aura activated. The Guardian Knight had even received a Truth Shield from a Cleric and a Defense Blessing from an Oracle. Yet, said Guardian Knight still evaporated in a matter of seconds. Someone's heading this way. The heavy armored shield warrior suddenly discovered a figure charging straight for him. Someone actually dares to face us alone? Brothers, let's *CK him up. A level 32 berserker snarled as he raised his heavy sword. The berserker immediately received an enthusiastic response from his companions. They all took up a stance to welcome the approaching enemy. After the enemy toyed with them using the frost grenades, resentment filled these players' hearts. Now that a fool charged at them blindly, this was the perfect chance to let off some steam. The heavy armored shield warrior squinted, trying to see the figure hidden in the smoke. When he glimpsed Shifeng's general appearance, he shouted, terrified, "Wait! I think that's Black Flame." The dozen or so berserkers and shield warriors, who had activated charge, could not help their shock. However, as they had already activated their skills and were only a dozen or so yards away from Shifeng, retreat was no longer an option. Every one of them hardened their resolve as they aimed their most powerful skills at Shifeng. However, these berserkers and shield warriors' attack speeds were simply too low. Moreover, these dozen or so players had already entered Shifeng's range. Now that Shifeng was in the Void Realm, his perception allowed him to see the attack trajectories of these dozen or so players with a single glance. Suddenly, Shifeng's footwork changed. Like a cool breeze, he swept through the pincer attack. As he passed these players, the killing ray in his hand left behind several streaks of dazzling blue light on their bodies. On the other hand, none of the enemy's swords and sabers even touched Shifeng. In seconds, over a dozen plate armor classes died, each dropping a weapon or piece of equipment as they fell to the ground. Over a dozen immortal souls flowed into the marking on Shifeng's hand. If these people had known that the players who Shifeng killed would lose their immortal souls, not being able to log into the game for a few days, in addition to the usual level and skill proficiency loss, they probably would have sacrificed themselves to the river of fire before letting Shifeng get near them. How is this even possible? Everyone from the Star Alliance, who watched from a short distance away, were dumbfounded as Shifeng finished off over a dozen players in a matter of seconds. They felt a weight that they had never experienced pressing down on them, their breathing growing haggard as a result. Previously, they merely thought that Shifeng was amazing and powerful. However, this kind of power was somewhat illusory for them. They did not fully understand it. However, only after facing this power themselves did they realize how massive a gap there was between them and Shifeng. Now that they realized Shifeng's true power, they nearly lost their grip on their weapons from fear. And although they tried to move, neither their hands nor their feet responded. Suddenly, everyone thought that their previous idea of overwhelming Shifeng with numbers was childish. By the time they returned to their senses, Shifeng had appeared right before them. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on their bodies. There sure are a lot of people. As Shifeng glanced at the crowd of Star Alliance members blocking his way, He lifted Killing Ray and slashed downwards Thundering Flash. Suddenly, several lightning strikes slithered towards the Star Alliance players, leaving behind dazzling electric arcs in the air. With a single move, Shifeng gained dozens of immortal souls and cleared a path for himself. By the time the Star Alliance members reacted and tried to surround and contain Shifeng, he had already dashed into the crowd and began a slaughter chop. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. Skywheel Sword. Shifeng leisurely harvested the Star Alliance's lives, one after another. Despite the elite members throwing all sorts of control skills at Shifeng, who had activated the aura of space, none of these control skills had taken effect. As for the various attacks sent at him, with his movement speed, none of them even came close to hitting him frequently. Onlookers watched bodies soar into the air, hitting the ground with a thud far from the Star Alliance's elite army. Those who watched were stupefied. Not only had Shifeng's onslaught slowed the Star Alliance's offensive, but he had also killed a large fraction of the Star Alliance's elites. Shifeng was unstoppable as he rushed through the Star Alliance's army. As Zero Wings members watched the slaughter, their fighting spirits burned within them as they joined the offensive. He's so strong. Black Flame can actually hold off the Star Alliance's assault by himself? Is he even a player? The players from the secret pavilion watching from afar were stunned. Shifeng's astonishing performance even aroused many of the pavilion's female players. Despite being surrounded by enemies, not only did Shifeng's rampage continue without pause, but he was also able to evade everyone's attacks in the limited space. This feat was immensely difficult. The secret pavilion's experts were quite confident that they could handle 100 elite players by themselves during the battle. They would try to choose the most favorable terrain for their fights, using it to funnel their opponents, limiting the number they had to face at a single time. This way, they would have a much easier time defending against and dodging attacks. However, when the enemy surrounded them, the difficulty of defending and dodging increased exponentially. They would most likely last only a moment before they died. Even Cold Autumn, who was known as a genius of the new generation, would be lucky if he lasted even 20 seconds. However, Shifeng had already lasted over a minute. Moreover, he had yet to receive any damage. Black Flame. Complex emotions filled Galaxy Past's heart as he watched Shifeng. The Star Alliance's overall strength had clearly surpassed Zero Wings by a large margin. The Alliance had even received assistance from various guilds. They had amassed a force that not even Zero Wing and Ouroboros combined could defeat. Yet, at the end of the day, he never would have imagined that. In this war, involving hundreds of thousands of elite players, Zero Wing grasped the outcome, dominating simply because they had Shifeng on their side. It should have been impossible for a single player to change the outcome of a major guild war, yet at this moment, that is exactly what had happened. Moreover, this domination occurred right before his very eyes. This will end now. Killing intent flashed in Galaxy Past's eyes as he lifted his greatsword and charged at Shifeng, shouting, "Everyone, attack him as one." Even Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo, took action. Over 100 experts also circled to Shifeng's back stealthily. Chapter 749, Wargod Possession. Galaxy Past finally can't endure it. Xianxia could not help but smile as he watched Galaxy Past, who rushed at Shifeng. Although it was impossible for Shifeng to wipe out the Star Alliance's army, even if Galaxy Past let the swordsman be, doing so would wound the Alliance's morale severely. If Galaxy Past did not stop Shifeng's unrestrained slaughter, the elite members' opinions of their guild might hit rock bottom when Ouroboros' army arrived. The Star Alliance would truly be finished. However, with this opportunity, Xianxia would finally see Shifeng's limits. During the battles against Sky and Red Feather, Shifeng had shown rapid improvements to his combat power initially. Xianxia merely thought that Shifeng's stunning performances against Sky and Red Feather were a result of his overwhelming attributes. However, after seeing Shifeng last so long while surrounded by elites, yet not receiving any damage, this was no longer a matter of superior attributes. Without stepping into the Void Realm, which allowed one to perceive one's environment as if it were a part of their own body, it was impossible to dodge so many spell and arrow attacks coming from behind accurately. Xianxia suddenly realized something that made his skin crawl. The secret pavilion had collected plenty of information regarding Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Xianxia himself had read the reports on Black Flame multiple times. In the beginning, Black Flame had gained his fame in Starmoon Kingdom through his identity as a forger, earning himself the title of Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger. However, as Black Flame began to appear in battle, everything had changed. Black Flame had relied on absolute strength to defeat his enemies. Through his achievement of killing his enemies with a single hit, he had gained the title of one-hit Asura. However, Black Flame's performance had been a result of his excellent equipment and very high basic attributes. As for his combat standards, he was merely a top-tier expert in the eyes of the general public. He had not even been a match for Cold Autumn when it came to combat standards. He was only someone with a wealth of combat experience. He could not hold the attention of the major powers in God's domain yet. As he participated in more battles, Black Flame's combat standard surprised the public again and again. He had gone from half-step refinement realm to reaching the refinement realm fully, then entering the flowing water realm as well. As his battle count increased, Black Flame's abilities increased. Now, he had reached the void realm. Xianxia refused to believe that Black Flame's battles had just been acts. Moreover, experts who had set foot into the realms of refinement had their own pride. They would not suppress their strength to deal with a weakling. There was no point to that since it wasn't an act. Xianxia could only think of one possibility. Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame, had improved with an intensely terrifying speed. Compared to the horror of Black Flame's basic attributes, his growth was what truly frightened people. The secret pavilion considered Cold Autumn a genius because he was young. In addition, despite training with the pavilion for less than a year, he had already reached the half-step refinement realm and could break through to the refinement realm at any moment. Cold Autumn's growth was even faster than Xianxia's when he had been young. But what about Black Flame? How long had it been since God's domain launched? In less than 2 months, Black Flame had gone from someone who was not even a half-step refinement realm expert to a true void realm expert. Was he even still human? Even Martial Dragon, someone whom the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had considered a genius that only appeared once every 10 years, would not be a match for Black Flame in the future. Black Flame might very well become one of the virtual gaming world's monsters. With that in mind, Xianxia decided that, even if Zero Wing suffered defeat in this war, he would offer to aid Zero Wing in securing Stone Forest Town, taking the opportunity to get associated with the Guild God's domain, as a virtual reality game, was massive. It was different from the virtual reality games they had seen in the past. Even a super guild should not consider the idea of monopolizing the game. Moreover, the waters of the virtual gaming world were relatively deep. Now that various major international corporations had put a foot in as well, the virtual gaming world had become far more complicated. If the secret pavilion could gain a powerful ally like Zero Wing, it would benefit the pavilion's development in the future. The pavilion could seize more opportunities and gain a stronger influence. Just as Xianxia plotted to strengthen the relationship between the secret pavilion and Zero Wing, over 100 figures approached Shifeng with astonishing speed. I'll hold his attention. Find an opportunity to attack. Galaxy Pass commanded through the team chat as he approached Shifeng. He then retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag. Shifeng might be able to fight with relative ease while surrounded by elite players, but it would be a different story if he were surrounded by expert players. It was extremely difficult for elite players to push their virtual bodies to their limits. However, this was not an issue for experts. They could do so easily naturally. Shifeng had no trouble with elite players if he fought with everything he had. However, it was a vastly different story against experts who also pushed themselves to their limits. Black Flame, I'll teach you that a first-rate guild is not easy to deal with. Galaxy Past shouted. He then dumped the deep blue potion down his throat. At the same time, he activated his Berserk skill, Wargod Possession. Suddenly, not only did his body grow a size larger, but it also released a brilliant golden glow. His aura was even stronger than a Lord-ranked monster, and this sudden change sent a ripple of shock through the Star Alliance's army. Since the various guilds had learned of Zero Wing's Berserk skills, they had spared no effort to collect their own. Galaxy Past had even mobilized the entire guild's strength and lost several thousand elite players to obtain Wargod Possession. The Berserk skill that all Berserkers dreamed of having. Wargod Possession was a Tier 1 taboo skill. Its effects could even rival an ordinary Tier 2 Berserk skill. Moreover, the skill was very well suited for the Berserker class. Upon activation, it instantly increased the user's strength by 150%, all other attributes by 80%, and defense by 200%. Moreover, the less HP the user had, the higher the strength bonus the user received. The only shortcoming the skill had was its short duration of 20 seconds. Once those 20 seconds passed, the user would enter a weakened state for 1 hour. The skill also had a 24-hour cooldown. It was a forbidden skill that should only be used during the most crucial moments. However, to deal with Shifeng, who possessed frightening attributes, Galaxy Past had no choice but to activate this Berserk skill as insurance. Galaxy Past drank an extreme speed potion, a rare, high-level potion that he had obtained from a quest. The potion increased movement speed by 100% and attack speed by 150% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. With the effects of Wargod possession and the extreme speed potion, it was not entirely impossible to kill Shifeng. Moreover, not long ago, Shifeng had used his own Berserk skill. Berserk skills generally had very long cooldowns. Only a short time had elapsed since Shifeng had last used his. It was impossible for his Berserk skill to have cooled down already without a Berserk skill. Even if Shifeng's attributes were more powerful, he was not a match for Galaxy Past, who had activated a Tier 1 taboo skill Black Flame. It's time you know what it feels like to have your attributes overwhelmed. Galaxy Past activated Charge and appeared before Shifeng like a ghost. With a malevolent smile, he swung down his dark gold-ranked greatsword, Weeping Silver, violently boom. When Weeping Silver descended, an explosion shook the area. The ground beneath Shifeng's feet shattered, revealing long sword marks. A level 32 shield warrior, who had accidentally collided with the sword aura, lost his life instantly. Galaxy Past's horrific power caused everyone to shudder. Chapter 750, Berserk. Galaxy Past's performance shocked every player who saw it. Nobody had ever imagined that Galaxy Past was so powerful. Not only was his strength unmatched, but he was also so fast that people only caught a glimpse of him as he moved. Despite using Violent Strike, one of the most common Berserker skills, he displayed more power than an AoE attack skill. Even a lord of the same level would pale in the face of such destructive power. Black Flame is done for sure this time. This scene cleared away the Star Alliance's defeated mood as expected of the Star Alliance's guild leader. He actually hid such a card so well. Glorious Echo was also impressed. Although he had his own trump card, it was slightly inferior to Galaxy Past's with such strength and speed. Even if Black Flame had not died from the sudden blow, he would be heavily injured. The 100 or so expert players stilled their footsteps, thinking that the battle had ended, that their help was no longer needed. When the dust settled, however, a man, wearing a black cloak and wielding an emerald longsword, stood before Galaxy Past. Unharmed, he blocked it? How? Everyone's jaws nearly fell to the ground. Shifeng had actually blocked Galaxy Past's attack, which had been stronger than a lord's. Everyone had thought that Shifeng might evade the attack, but never had they thought Shifeng would block it with his sword. Moreover, Shifeng was still unscathed. Only the ground beneath his feet had fragmented, the cracks spreading out across 5 yards in every direction. From the state of the ground, they knew how heavy Galaxy Past's Violent Strike had been. Such immense strength. Shifeng felt his hand, which held on to Killing Ray, go numb. Although he had sensed Galaxy Past charge at him, he had not expected the Berserker's strength and speed to increase by so much. With that kind of speed, it had been too late to dodge. If not for his perception of his environment having sharpened, he would not have executed parry in time to block Galaxy Past's attack. Parry was considered one of a swordsman's life-saving skills. It could neutralize one instance of damage coming from ahead of the user. However, the user would not be exempt from the impact. If Galaxy Past's attack had struck Shifeng's body, even with his high defense and his HP being over 14,500, he would not have died, but he wouldn't have had much HP left either. I want to see just how many life-saving skills you possess. Seeing that his surprise attack had failed, Galaxy Past swung Weeping Silver and executed Horizontal Slash. Not only did Horizontal Slash have a larger attack range than Violent Strike, but it was also significantly faster. With the boost from the extreme speed potion, Weeping Silver transformed into a streak of silver light as it shot towards Shifeng. Galaxy Past completely disregarded his own safety, revealing all sorts of weak points as he attacked. He was fully intent on trading Shifeng a hit for a hit. In response, Shifeng used silent steps and avoided the devouring white light. Reappearing behind Galaxy Past, he swung Killing Ray down on the Berserker while using a skill. Players were highly susceptible to revealing weak points if they were not adept with a skill's movements. Galaxy Past experienced this for himself, transforming into a streak of electric blue light. Killing Ray descended with frightening speed. Even if Galaxy Past had wanted to block the attack, It was too late however. As if he had expected this, Galaxy Past immediately executed Whirlwind Slash, spinning with his great sword. He ignored the blue light descending towards him, fully intent on trading damage for damage in terms of strength. Galaxy Past had an absolute advantage. Hence, if they traded blows, Galaxy Past would come out victorious. Feng had no intentions of granting Galaxy Past's wish. With a thought, he activated Defensive Blade Boom. The blue light slammed into Galaxy Past's body, stealing over 2,300 of the Berserker's HP. Meanwhile, although Weeping Silver found its mark, Feng's defensive blade blocked the damage. Such high defense. Feng clicked his tongue. He wielded the epic weapon, Killing Ray. His one-handed sword mastery had even reached the basic Sword King standard, which increased his damage with the one-handed sword by 80%. He could easily finish off a cloth armor class of the same level with a single hit. Yet, his attack had only inflicted around -2,300 damage. Galaxy Past currently had 21,000 HP, Feng's single attack had merely devoured slightly over 1/10 of his HP. Just as Feng intended to get a few more hits in, he noticed a Guardian Knight's protection blessing suddenly enveloping Galaxy Past. A Cleric's Truth Shield and an Oracle's Defense Blessing also fell over the Berserker. A healing light touched Galaxy Past's head, instantly recovering his HP to full quickly. Feng brandished Killing Ray and launched a barrage of attacks. However, all he managed to do was shatter the Truth Shield. He was still short of shattering the Defense Blessing. An Oracle's Defense Blessing and a Cleric's Truth Shield were different. The Truth Shield could protect the target's entire body, and the caster's mana determined how much damage it could absorb. Defense Blessing, on the other hand, could only block attacks coming from one direction. However, the target's maximum HP determined how much damage it could absorb. A Tier 1 Defense Blessing could absorb damage equal to 30% of the target's maximum HP. Since Galaxy Past had 21,000 HP, a Defense Blessing cast on him could absorb over 6,000 damage. Feng frowned slightly. They were currently surrounded by members of the Star Alliance. If Feng were facing an elite MT, even if said MT activated Shield Wall, he was confident that he could finish off the MT quickly without giving the healers a chance to heal him. Now, however, Galaxy Past's defense was simply too high. The Berserker's HP had also increased to 21,000, and he had the damage reduction from Protection Blessing. It was practically impossible to kill Galaxy Past before the healers recovered his HP. Although the predicament troubled Feng, Galaxy Past was shocked. He finally realized just how massive the gap was between him and Feng. Feng's attack power was insanely high. Wargod possession had increased Galaxy Past's defense by 200%. It would be impressive if expert berserkers could even deal around -900 damage to him, yet Feng had dealt over -2,300 damage with a single attack, nearly 3 times higher than those expert berserkers. If not for the aid from the surrounding experts, he might have lost close to half of his HP from that exchange. Galaxy, I'll help you. Glorious Echo had also noticed how massive the gap was between Galaxy Past and Feng in terms of combat standards. Even with the surrounding experts' help, it would not be easy to take down Feng. Hence, as an additional precaution, Glorious Echo activated his Berserk skill as well, his attributes soaring instantly. Although his Berserk skill, Evil God's Power, could not compare to Galaxy Past's Wargod possession, it was still a very rare Berserk skill. Moreover, Glorious Echo was a shield warrior. His normal HP was already close to 13,000. After activating the Berserk skill, his HP rose to over 26,000. He also radiated a bloody miasma, which formed a faint layer of blood armor around his body, increasing his defense significantly. Glorious Echo then revealed a Tier 2 blue magic scroll and used it. Lightning Speed, Tier 2 magic scroll. Increases the target's movement speed by 80%. Attack speed by 120%, and damage by 20% for 30 seconds, cannot be stacked. Cooldown, 1 hour. When the Star Alliance members saw the 2 guild leaders activate their own Berserk skills, their confidence rose. The expert players a short distance away began to support the 2 guild leaders, casting buffs and heals. At this moment it was practically impossible to kill Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo. Black Flame, today will be the day you die. Glorious Echo used Charge, following up with a Justice Roar and releasing a dazzling glow as he forced Feng to focus on him. If he didn't, Glorious Echo's strength and speed would increase significantly, and killing Shifeng would become much easier yet. As soon as Glorious Echo arrived before Shifeng, he discovered that Shifeng was smiling. That smile told him two things: everything was under Shifeng's control, and they had foolishly jumped into Shifeng's trap. Heavenly Dragon's power. Suddenly, numerous golden dragon scales covered Shifeng's body, the strength of his aura rising exponentially. It felt like they had woken an ancient beast, and one could not help but shiver when this aura swept over them. Chapter 751, Ancient, Broken Sword. Crap. He still has a Berserk skill. Galaxy Past was shocked. Hurriedly, he lifted his greatsword and swung it toward Shifeng, taking the opportunity to assist Glorious Echo. Just as frightened by this sudden development, Glorious Echo instinctively lifted his massive, golden shield. A blue streak of light flashed across them. Boom. Glorious Echo was forced back by 6 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. 527. Although the damage was small, practically negligible compared to Glorious Echo's 26,000 HP, Glorious Echo's shield hand was numb and trembling. A grave expression crossed over the shield warrior's face. After activating Evil God's power, his defense had received a massive boost. In addition, as a shield warrior, he possessed skills and equipment that reduced the damage he took. After activating Shield Wall, the damage was reduced by another 60%. He had even blocked Shifeng's attack with his shield. And Shifeng still dealt over -500 damage to him. In terms of strength, Shifeng was practically a humanoid boss. If Glorious Echo had not blocked Shifeng's attack, his HP might have dropped by a frightening amount. Suddenly, Galaxy Past's Weeping Silver slashed at Shifeng just before the streak of silver light bit into its target. Weeping Silver suddenly stopped before Shifeng, the weapon unable to proceed by even an inch. Unfortunately for Galaxy Past, Defensive Blade had intercepted the attack. That damned life-saving skill. Galaxy Past's previous excited expression vanished. He had forgotten that Shifeng's Defensive Blade was still in effect. This time, a streak of blue light bloomed on Galaxy Past. A damage of -2054 points appeared above Galaxy Past's head, shocking the Berserker. Hurriedly, Galaxy Past brandished his sword in an attempt to block Shifeng's follow-up attacks. When Shifeng brandished Killing Ray, none of them could even see the sword's afterimage. They could only see the faint blue arcs of lightning that trailed after the epic weapon. Numerous blue lights streaked across Galaxy Past's body. Although Galaxy Past was very fast thanks to the extreme speed potion, he was a berserker. Even after drinking the potion, he was only slightly faster than Shifeng. When Killing Ray's lightning effect triggered, Galaxy Past could not see the weapon's attack trajectory at all. Despite his desperate attempts to defend himself, Galaxy Past only avoided a few of Shifeng's attacks. For 719-1, 984-2, 018. Galaxy Past's HP fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had lost over half of his total HP. In the next moment, however, several heals soothed his pain, each recovering over 3,000 HP. In an instant, Galaxy Past recovered to full HP. Ha. Black Flame, stop wasting your time. You can't kill me. At first, Galaxy Past had thought he was dead for sure. For a moment there, he had completely forgotten about the numerous expert players supporting him from the sidelines. As long as Shifeng couldn't instant kill him, these expert healers would recover his HP immediately. Knowing this, Galaxy Past's confidence grew. Growing bolder, he took the initiative to attack Shifeng, disregarding the swordsman's attacks. Watching, the frightened Glorious Echo also calmed down and continued charging at Shifeng. Although neither of them was a match for Shifeng, as long as they could land one hit out of the dozens of attacks they sent, they would obtain their victory. With both of them having such high defense and protection blessings, I won't be able to kill them within a short time. Sure enough, Heavenly Dragon's power alone won't be enough. Shifeng sighed. Suddenly, he leaped and broke away from the 2 guild leaders trying to escape. Stop him! Galaxy Past shouted as Shifeng fled. His Wargod possession had a very short duration. If he could not defeat Shifeng within that duration, they would definitely lose this fight. Hearing Galaxy Past's command, the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills and rushed at Shifeng. Scram! Shifeng shouted. Turning, he swung Killing Ray violently. Hurricane! Hurricane! Deals 200% plus, 30% asterisk hurricane energy stacks, weapon damage in a 20-yard cone and lifts all targets struck into the air, preventing movement for 5 seconds cooldown. 10 minutes. This was one of the Tier 1 swordsman set equipment's additional skills. Hurricane as Shifeng had long since built up 10 stacks of hurricane energy during his previous attacks. He used hurricane at its maximum power instantly. The dozens of shield warriors and guardian knights were blown into the air despite these players having activated shield wall and protection blessing. They still received over minus 15,000 points of damage. Some had even received a critical hit of more than minus 30,000 points. Instantly, every one of these MTs died before they hit the ground. However, Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo had used this brief opportunity to catch up with Shifeng. I finally have some space. Shifeng glanced at the approaching Berserker and Shield Warrior. He then retrieved the Dragon Slayer potion, which he had obtained from the Disaster Treasure Chest, and drank it. Dragon Slayer potion, consumable. Increases all attributes by 100% and all resistances by 100 points for 1 minute cooldown, 3 hours. In reality, Shifeng didn't need to use the Dragon Slayer potion to deal with Galaxy Past and Glorious Echo. He could simply activate Blade Liberation. However, the 20-second weakening effect after the skill's duration was a risk that Shifeng could not afford. Hence, he toughened his resolve and chose to drink the Dragon Slayer potion instead. That way, he would not receive any negative side effects that would hamper his combat power later on. After drinking the potion, Shifeng felt his entire body brim with energy. It felt as if his every attack contained enough power to decimate heaven and earth. Black flame, you won't escape. After activating charge and arriving before Shifeng, Galaxy Past executed the Berserker's strongest Tier 1 skill, Lethal Blow. However, Shifeng suddenly stopped running. With double the attributes now, Shifeng turned around and evaded Galaxy Past's lethal blow easily. The killing ray then transformed into numerous blue lights that snaked towards the Berserker. Before Galaxy Past realized what had happened, killing ray had struck numerous times, 418-9, 578-9, 495. In the blink of an eye, Galaxy Past's HP hit rock bottom, his body falling to the ground. The healer standing at the rear had not even had the time to heal him. When Galaxy Past died, he dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient, broken sword with a golden hilt. Suddenly, the entire battlefield fell silent. The Star Alliance members who had tried to block Shifeng's path revealed expressions of disbelief. The guild leader they revered had been killed. When Glorious Echo saw his companion hit the dirt, he froze in his tracks, his will to fight vanishing. Shifeng's terrifying power left him thoroughly shaken. Shifeng noticed that Galaxy Past had dropped something extraordinary, so he took the opportunity to pick up the Berserker's loot while everyone was still caught in their stupor. They all watched in a daze as Shifeng collected the drops. Nobody dared try to stop him, seeing as nobody wanted to approach him. Shifeng smiled faintly as he took a blue magic scroll out of his bag. Shifeng had also obtained this from the Disaster Treasure Chest. Thunder's Wrath, Tier 3 magic scroll. Deals devastating damage within a radius of 100 yards for 5 seconds. Although this magic scroll was powerful, it had a channeling time of nearly 1 second. During this time, he could not afford any interruptions. This moment, however, was the perfect opportunity to use it. While everyone struggled with their shock, Shifeng unfurled the magic scroll and channeled the spell. With himself as the center, he activated Thunder's Wrath. Crap. Run, quickly. Glorious Echo shouted in a panic after realizing what was about to happen. Unfortunately, it was too late to finish Shifeng off. The Star Alliance had gathered most of its experts around him. If Shifeng attempted to hunt down these experts one by one, they would have fled if he used Thunder's Wrath. However, none of them would get away. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts began to descend. However, area-wide attacks like these usually required around 2 or 3 seconds to reach their full potential. During this period, the lightning strikes that snaked down from the sky would gradually increase. Hence, not all players within the affected area would take damage the instant the magic scroll activated. Upon activating Thunder's Wrath, Shifeng switched the aura of space to the aura of earth and activated absolute defense. The skill's duration was just enough to last through the duration of Thunder's Wrath. Shifeng then dashed towards the Star Alliance's expert players. Lightning bolts descended, one after another. Even Glorious Echo, who had the highest HP and defense among every player present, was vaporized when one of these bolts struck him. Feng weaved his way through the lightning storm as he collected the expert's immortal souls. This fed his current collection rapidly. By the time Thunder's wrath ended, the Star Alliance's expert players had been wiped out. Chapter 752, Star Moons Number 1. Black Flame really is vicious. Yuan Tianxin could not help his sigh as he looked at the charred corpses in the distance. The Star Alliance is done for this time. Thousands of Star Alliance elite members had died in an instant. Who knew how much equipment was scattered across the ground? If converted to coins, just how much one would have to spend to purchase all of that equipment? To the Star Alliance, however, the lost items were only secondary. To deal with Black Flame, the Star Alliance had gone all out and sent most of its experts to surround Feng. Yet, with just one blow, Feng had annihilated all of them. This was an irrecoverable blow to the Star Alliance. Without these upper echelons commanding the war, the Star Alliance's army would definitely fall into chaos. Zero Wing and Ouroboros's armies would slaughter the survivors after players died in God's domain. They could not contact those still alive in the game. They could only do so after they revived. However, unlike in dungeons, players would not revive immediately upon death. They needed to wait for half an hour before they could return to the world of the living. By the time half an hour had passed, the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains would, most likely, be over. At that time, there would be no point in returning. Even Yuan Tianxin could not begin to estimate how many elite members the Star Alliance would lose in this war. However, what Yuan Tianxin did not know was that Feng had not only killed the Star Alliance's experts, but he had also absorbed many of their immortal souls. As a result, these upper echelons would not be able to log into God's domain for some time after losing a war. A guild did not need to focus on its losses, but whether or not it could stabilize itself. If a guild's upper echelons could not log into God's domain for 2 or 3 days, even Feng could not imagine the chaos that would befall the guild. Not only had the Star Alliance lost the war, but its upper echelons had also gone missing. Who would want to remain in such a guild? This was also why plundering immortal souls had become a taboo among players in God's domain in the past. Meanwhile, the reports of Feng wiping out the Star Alliance's upper echelons with Thunder's wrath had begun to spread throughout the official forums instantly. The Star Moon Kingdom forums gone into an uproar. Black Flame is too godly. Damn! Black Flame can win, even surrounded by enemies? Is he even human? If Zero Wing has such an expert, it won't have any problems growing stronger. Please, carry me. Please accept me as your disciple, God Black Flame. Although I've just joined God's domain, I am going to join Zero Wing no matter what. Only minutes after Black Flame's battle video posted, it had been upvoted to the #1 spot on Star Moon Kingdom's forums. Meanwhile, the majority of the kingdom's players desperately wanted to join Zero Wing. Aside from focusing on Black Flame, players had also grown curious about Zero Wing's other experts and had begun to investigate the guild the moment they checked. However, they were frightened. Zero Wing had 3 people who had reached the 8th floor of the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. If one were a veteran player in God's domain, they would be very enthusiastic about the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. The trial tower had become an important indicator for players' comparisons against each other. For players new to God's domain, it was practically a dream to clear even the 1st floor. As for veterans, reaching the 3rd floor was their limit, whereas elite players could roughly reach the 4th floor. Meanwhile, ordinary players already considered elite players experts. When forming a party to raid a dungeon, any party that had an elite player would be the envy of others. An elite player could increase the party's overall strength, making it a piece of cake to clear a hard mode party dungeon. As for the experts who had reached the 5th floor, ordinary players looked up at them as if they were stars. A city would only have several hundred experts, some even had less than 100. NPC cities' player population could range anywhere from 70,000 to over 1 million. One could imagine just how rare such experts were. In other words, these experts were the top players in an NPC city currently. In most of the cities in Star Moon Kingdom, the highest floor any player had reached was the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Only the major NPC cities with a player population of over 1 million would have 7th floor experts yet. Zero Wing actually had 3 people who had managed to reach the Trial Tower's 8th floor. The players of Star Moon Kingdom struggled to accept this fact. It was impossible for ordinary players to encounter true experts. Hence, They usually used the trial tower as a method of judging experts because the Divine Colosseum's tower did not test a player's attributes or equipment, rather, it tested a player's true power. The difference between players was made clear. Each of the trial tower's floors was more difficult than the last. Veteran players could only reach the third floor after fighting through hell and high water. Hence, elite players who reached the fourth floor were treated like experts. However, what about those who managed to reach the eighth floor? No one could even imagine how much power these players had. The assassin Fire Dance, the cleric Violet Cloud, and the Cursemancer Aqua Rose. Beneath them were quite a few seventh-floor experts such as the Berserker Rampant Blade, the Berserker Shadow Sword, the Guardian Knight Kola, the Shield Warrior Yi Wumian, the Ranger Minor Wind, the Assassin Flying Shadow, the Elementalist Su Qianlu, and the Cursemancer Blackie. Zero Wing also had many sixth-floor experts. Only after a detailed investigation did anyone discover that Zero Wing housed so many top-tier experts. Zero Wing is simply spectacular. There are actually so many experts in a single guild. For a time, the many players in Star Moon Kingdom began thinking that, if they wanted to become an expert, they would only have a chance at fulfilling that dream by joining Zero Wing. After all, wasn't Zero Wing's guild leader Star Moon Kingdom's top expert? Aside from Aqua Rose, who used to be in Twilight Echo, nobody had ever heard of Zero Wing's experts before the guild established. After some research, they discovered that these players had undergone a heaven-defying change after they had joined Zero Wing. This discovery made many players who had withdrawn from Zero Wing to join other guilds regret their actions dearly. They had begun from the same starting point, yet because of their unfortunate decision, their past companions had become the experts that they revered. Inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. After Thunder's wrath dissipated and the Star Alliance's upper echelons were dead, chaos descended on the Alliance's elite army. The guild's elite players scattered, fleeing in all directions and discarding their attempt to charge towards Zero Wing's blockade. Moreover, Ouroboros's army had finally caught up and had begun to trap the Alliance's elite army. As Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power and had drunk the Dragon Slayer potion, he could not idle and let the effects go to waste. He charged into the Star Alliance's elite army and began slaughtering players like a ferocious beast. On the other hand, none of the Alliance's elite members showed any will to defend themselves. They only wanted to escape the Stoneclaw Mountains. As Shifeng massacred the Alliance's elite members, the system notification he had long awaited for finally arrived. System, congratulations. You have collected 10,000 immortal souls. Rewarding basic tyrant title. Chapter 753, Title, Sword King. I've finally finished this quest. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the system notification before him. Although it was not difficult to kill 10,000 players in the timeframes Charlene had set, it would be very time-consuming if he had gone out of his way to do so. Where would Shifeng, who already had his hands full with his own tasks, find the time to hunt random players? Now that he had completed the epic quest, Immortal Crown, the weight bearing down on Shifeng's heart lifted significantly. After all, he still had an extremely deadly legendary quest waiting for him, Lord of Balrog's Fall. If he did not gain the promotion to Tier 2 quickly, only death awaited him. Failing an epic quest would partially cripple a player. However, there was still a chance to recover from the blow. A legendary quest, on the other hand, was different. If failed, the penalty would render the player's account useless. In the past, even though many players had encountered the opportunity to undertake a legendary quest, they had hesitated for a very long time before making a decision. There were multiple known instances where players, who had not been strong enough, had accepted a legendary quest. In the end, they had to delete their accounts and start all over again. Hence, in the past, many players had chosen to pass on the opportunity to challenge a legendary quest, either challenging it later or selling the quest's information to stronger, bolder players. A legendary quest's rewards were incredibly bountiful. Normally, they would reward either a fragmented legendary or legendary item. These were invaluable to a player, and they could push a player's combat power to the next level. Hence, one could gain quite a profit by selling information about such quests. In the past, many players who had known that they were too weak would sell these legendary quests to large guilds, earning coins or items to strengthen themselves. Instead, others had scolded these players for being foolish. After all, just how much of a boost would a legendary item offer a player? Even so, many people had still envied such players. After all, it was extraordinarily difficult to complete a legendary quest as an individual. Obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of epic equipment without bearing any of the risks that came with a legendary quest definitely made it a worthwhile trade. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. A small advantage was more beneficial than a massive risk. Improving one's strength was the priority, however. A legendary quest was not as easy as an epic quest. Epic quests were similar to epic items in God's domain, while legendary quests were similar to legendary items. Although epic items were very high-end, they would gradually become commonplace among the general populace. A legendary item, on the other hand, would remain a rarity. Not many players would ever encounter one without heaven-defying luck. Moreover, the players' decisions to sell the legendary quests had been proven a wise one because, among the large guilds that had purchased these quests, 90% of them had failed to complete their legendary quests even after suffering tremendous losses. Many of those guilds' experts had been forced to start all over again. Feng knew of a few legendary quests he could pick up. However, he wasn't quite strong enough right now, so he would not try to take these quests on just yet. Yet, Feng never imagined that the legendary quest that he tried so hard to avoid would come looking for him instead. Basic Tyrant title? Feng was reminded of the Tyrant Bear Kola when he saw this new title in the past. Kola had ranked at the top among the MTs in Starmoon Kingdom. However, this achievement had not been due to his excellent combat techniques, rather, it had been his title. That title was Tyrant. However, Tyrant Bear Kola had never revealed his title's origin in the past. Now, Feng finally understood how he obtained it. Basic Tyrant title. When title is in use, Fortitude plus 30, maximum stamina increased by 20%, and all attributes increased by 5%, requires 100,000 immortal souls to upgrade by 1 level. What a powerful title! Feng was stunned. This was only the basic rank Tyrant title, yet, not only did it already increase a player's fortitude by 30 points, but it also increased their maximum stamina by 20%. Just how powerful were the intermediate and advanced Tyrant titles? Both fortitude and stamina were hidden attributes in the past. Many people had paid massive prices to add just 1 point to their hidden attributes. Yet, one could obtain both stamina and fortitude from just a single title. Not to mention, the Tyrant title also increased a player's basic attributes in God's domain. Although basic attributes were important, hidden attributes were far more powerful. It was especially true for expert players. Fortitude could reduce the consumption of a player's stamina and concentration, whereas stamina could extend the time a player could spend in battle. Fights between experts of similar strength almost never ended in a short amount of time. Eventually, it would become a competition of stamina and concentration. Whoever could outlast the other would be the winner of the fight. Feng had only managed to obtain 10 fortitude points after taking the risk to open the disaster treasure chest. Even so, this meager amount had thrilled Feng. Now, if he used the basic Tyrant title, he could obtain 30 fortitude points and increase his maximum stamina by 20%. If he encountered an opponent of roughly equal or greater strength in battle, he could definitely fight a battle of attrition and slowly wear down his opponent. This was why, despite Kola being the MT of only a second-rate guild, he had been able to push his way through the many obstacles in his path and become one of Starmoon Kingdom's top MTs. In fact, as one progressed in the game, fortitude and stamina were also extremely important when raiding a large-scale team dungeon because the bosses inside these dungeons demanded much of one's stamina. More often than not, raids would fail not because the bosses inside large-scale team dungeons were overwhelmingly powerful, but because the players raiding these bosses would collapse from exhausting their stamina. Guild leader, we've cleared out most of the elites from the Star Alliance and the various large guilds. Those still alive have already escaped the Stoneclaw Mountains. Should we hunt them down? Aqua Rose reported excitedly. This war had truly been a pleasurable one. They had even beaten a massive threat like the Star Alliance to a pulp. Even if the Star Alliance tried to rope the other large guilds to join hands and capture Stone Forest Town in the future, no one would work with them. No need for that. Everyone's tired from the war. Let's tidy up the battlefield and tally our gains and losses, Feng said, shaking his head. When players left the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could use a return scroll to teleport to their respective cities. It would be impossible to pursue these players even if they wanted to. Moreover, they had already achieved their main goal in this war. In the future, any guild would have to consider their decisions carefully before trying to lay a hand on Zero Wing. Feng left the post-war report to Aqua Rose and the others to manage. After all, he had something more important to deal with right now. He needed to look for Charlene and turn in his quest. Feng was already dying to receive the reward for the immortal crown. As Feng took off to turn in his quest, a huge incident rocked Star Moon Kingdom. The secret pavilion had updated its God's Domain experts list this time. The update had rendered many experts throughout God's Domain speechless, none of them daring to believe the truth of what they saw. The God's Domain experts list was a very credible ranking list in God's Domain. Experts who ranked on it were all considered extraordinary players. Particularly, the top 500 rankings very rarely saw any fluctuations. It was very difficult to climb the ranks once a player entered the top 500. Meanwhile, since the first publication of the God's Domain experts list, the top 100 had never changed. This time, however, someone had finally broken that record. Moreover, not only had someone climbed the ranks, but their title had also changed. God's Domain experts list rank 51, Black Flame. Class, Swordsman. Title, Sword King. Chapter 754, Famous throughout God's Domain. Every one of the experts within the God's Domain experts list's top 100 had been a famous expert in the virtual gaming world for many years. These experts had become overlords in not just one, but several virtual reality games. Each was a master-level character with countless, brilliant battle records. Upstart experts could never hope to compare with these masters. It was already extremely difficult for upstart experts to join the top 1000. For an upstart expert, joining the top 100 was practically a miracle. Yet, not only had Black Flame achieved a miracle, but he had also jumped to the 51st rank. Excitement over the new development swept through Star Moon Kingdom. The majority of those top 100 experts resided in God's Domain's various empires. Empire players had always been dismissive of Kingdom players subconsciously. No one truly believed that Kingdom players were a match for those from the empires. Yet, Black Flame, who came from Star Moon Kingdom, had managed to rank 51st on the experts list. Star Moon Kingdom's players were bursting with pride. The secret pavilion is certainly trying hard to flatter this upstart expert, raising his rank to 51 just after a single guild war. Is he someone from the secret pavilion's son? That's right. Didn't he just lead an upstart guild to victory against a first-rate guild? That has happened many times before in other games, yet I've never seen the pavilion change the ranking list so drastically. The top 100 experts have experienced victory in dozens of great wars. The secret pavilion is just favoring Star Moon Kingdom's players. There is definitely something fishy about this. Black Flame's title just as absurd. He's actually calling himself a Sword King. Does he really think he is the king among sword users? Every other swordsman player in the top 100 could easily beat him to a pulp. As the God's Domain experts list updated, many players from other kingdoms and empires voiced their complaints about the latest change. They all felt that the secret pavilion over-exaggerated Black Flame's achievements. Many of these players were also miffed that an upstart player had surpassed the godlike experts they had looked up to so easily and were skeptical about the secret pavilion's judgment. However, the secret pavilion couldn't be bothered to explain itself. They didn't need to waste their time mincing words with fools. Feng's battle video was evidence enough. If these players still could not understand, then there was a problem with their intelligence. Trying to explain further was pointless. If Feng had not displayed the combat standards of a Void Realm expert, the secret pavilion would not have granted him the 51st rank. When the other top-tier experts saw this development, they realized that Black Flame was someone who demanded their attention. It was especially true for the top 100 experts. There were 3 thresholds for all ranking lists the secret pavilion published. Only the pavilion itself and very few experts knew exactly what these thresholds were. The first threshold was the top 400. If an expert had yet to set foot into the realms of refinement, then regardless of how brilliant they performed in a game, they would never reach the top 400. If an expert were ranked among the top 400, then it proved that this expert had already set foot into the realms of refinement. This was why Feng had only ranked 481st. Based on the secret pavilion's previous investigation, Feng had not yet entered the realms of refinement. He had only reached the half-step refinement realm. Otherwise, Feng would have had a higher ranking. The second threshold was the top 200 experts outside of the flowing water realm should not even dream of entering the top 200. Even with the most brilliant of performance, the best rank they could achieve was 201. The third threshold was the top 100. Only those in the Void Realm could earn one of the top 100 ranks. As Feng had shown that he had reached the Void Realm and had defeated the well-known Sky, his rank instantly jumped to 51. Otherwise, the best rank Shifeng could achieve was around the 80s or 90s. An expert's position on the God's Domain ranking list was not determined by just their strength. Instead, experts ranked based on their performance and battle records in a game. If experts ranked according to strength, then many of the experts on the ranking list would qualify for any positions. If an upstart expert managed to reach the 401st rank on the God's Domain experts list, God's Domain's top powers would, at most, spare that player a glance, making a note of their existence. They would not consider that person important in the least. Now that Shifeng had joined the top 100, however, this sudden development forced the major powers to acknowledge him 51st. Black Flame is truly interesting. Phoenix Rain's beautiful eyebrows lifted slightly as she read the God's Domain experts list. He certainly knows how to hide his strength. I had actually failed to notice his true combat standard. It seems that he had not defeated Martial Dragon by luck alone. Previously, Shifeng had merely been a minor character in Phoenix Rain's eyes. He had just luckily obtained some top-tier equipment. At most, he would only reign supreme for a short time. However, it was a different story if Shifeng had reached the Void Realm. Even Phoenix Rain would have no choice but to treat Shifeng as an equal. With the experts list's latest update, God's Domain's top-tier players understood one thing: another Apex expert had appeared in the virtual gaming world. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Shifeng returned to the city, he discovered that a constant stream of players arrived the White River City's teleportation hall. Moreover, these players' average level was quite high, with the lowest among them being around level 30. Although they were not at the standard of a guild elite player, they were considerably high-leveled among ordinary players. Meanwhile, as these players arrived, they immediately asked around for directions to Zero Wings Guild residence. Little brother, do you know where Zero Wings Guild residence is? A thin man approached Shifeng, asking politely. This man looked to be in his 40s and wore a blue mage's robe. Behind this middle-aged man were 5 other people. All 5 were level 30, and their equipment was level 25 mysterious iron rank at the very minimum. In a guild, these players could definitely join the elite members. Unfortunately, their levels were slightly off the mark. However, independent players did not have the same advantages as guild player. Independent players did not have access to the various benefits that a guild offered. They had no choice but to invest some of their time in other aspects. Hence, their leveling speed was slower than guild player. Shifeng currently hid under his black cloak and had reverted to his original appearance. Both his level and equipment were also hidden. Hence, no one recognized him. When Shifeng glanced at this group of players, his eyes instantly lit up with an excited light. The person speaking to him was actually Silent Years, who had been a top-tier expert in his previous life. This man had once ranked within the top 50 among the oracles of Star Moon Kingdom. He had even reached the top 10 during his peak. Big brother Silent, this person is wearing Zero Wing's emblem. He's from Zero Wing, the female elementalist beside Silent Years said awkwardly as she jabbed her finger at the oracle. Suddenly, Silent Years jerked, realizing this. As he had walked up to Shifeng from behind, he had not noticed the guild emblem on the swordsman's chest. To think that he had actually asked a member of Zero Wing whether or not they knew where the guild residence was. Zero Wing's residence is on the city's central street, Shifeng said casually, not minding the oracle's awkward question. You guys can just take a carriage there. After saying so, Shifeng turned and left the teleportation hall, riding a horse carriage towards the library. Sure enough, Zero Wing is really amazing. It's no wonder how it became an expert's playground. I felt so much pressure from a casual member. It seems that we have not wasted a trip. We must join Zero Wing, Silent Years stated as he watched Shifeng's departing figure, reverence on his face. His evaluation of Zero Wing increased substantially. Shifeng had not realized that his casual response had increased Silent Years' reverence of Zero Wing. Chapter 755, City Promoted. Horse carriages rattled up and down White River City streets. As Shifeng rode comfortably in one such carriage, he could feel the tremendous changes that had swept through the city. More horse carriages moved along the streets than before. Moreover, there were more varieties of carriages now. God's Domain evolved over time. Similarly, NPC cities also changed as time passed. Nothing would stay the same forever. Ordinary players might not think much of the number or variety of horse carriages, but to Shifeng, who had played God's domain for over a decade. These changes symbolized the city's prosperity. How could one determine how prosperous a city was? The most basic criterion was the city's horse carriages. It was similar to the cars in a city in reality. In small cities, not only were there fewer cars, but high-class cars were also very rare. In big cities, however, traffic jams were common. One would also see high-class luxury cars all over the city. God's domain cities were similar in this aspect. When an NPC city's player population increased, to satisfy the player's needs, the main God system automatically increased the number of horse carriages within the city, allowing more convenient travel. Meanwhile, as players consumed more in a city, the system would also release advanced horse carriages. These advanced horse carriages charged more but were much faster. This would allow players to save time when traveling. After all, an NPC city was very large. It was very normal to spend several hours walking from one place to another. Currently, advanced horse carriages had only appeared in 5 cities in Star Moon Kingdom. The city with the most carriages was none other than White River City. One could say that White River City had become Star Moon Kingdom's most prosperous city. Unlocking the advanced horse carriage feature was only one of a thriving city's basic settings. As time passed, various new facilities would open, such as flying tools and the flying transportation feature, which could allow players to reach destinations where teleportation arrays could not. As a result, these features would subtly improve a player's leveling speed. This was also one of the main reasons that Empire players were much higher leveled than Kingdom players. Now that White River City has unlocked the advanced horse carriages, with the number of carriages present, the city should not be that far from unlocking the luxury horse carriages. When the city unlocks the luxury horse carriages, players will be able to take the flying ship to the Eclipse Gate to level up. It seems I'll need to prepare for that. Shurfeng could not help but recall the Eclipse Gate, which had been the most famous leveling area that White River City had to offer in his previous life in the past. By the time White River City had activated the flying ship feature, the average player in God's domain had closed in on level 50. Many had even been promoted to their Tier 2 classes from that moment onwards. Players' levels in White River City had exploded. This was because White River City's flying ships could access the Eclipse Gate. Of course, White River City wasn't the only city whose flying ships passed through the Eclipse Gate. Every city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region had flying ships that could reach the Eclipse Gate. 4 countries would gather at the Eclipse Gate: the Star Moon Kingdom, the Rhine Kingdom, the Icefield Kingdom, and the East Spring Empire. It was considered a neutral zone, and the various countries had garrisoned their armies there to prevent the creatures within the Eclipse Gate from invading God's domain. Hence, there were plenty of high-level and army quests there. A player's leveling speed at the Eclipse Gate would be roughly double than in other leveling maps of the same level. Moreover, the Eclipse Gate was a colossal level 40 to level 70 map. One could also find plenty of rare herbs and ores in the area, which were all necessary resources to produce high-level potions and equipment. More importantly, the Eclipse Gate was a source for energy essence, a resource required to tame mounts. Taming a guild mount required resources. The higher the quality and quantity of resources one had, the quicker one could tame a mount. At the same time, one could use these resources to hasten a guild mount's growth. Energy essence was one of the advanced materials required to tame a mount. Precisely because of this, players coveted the Eclipse Gate. After reaching level 40, everybody dreamed of having a good mount. However, they were not that easy to obtain. One had to nurture their guild mount slowly, promoting it as quickly as possible before it could become a part of one's combat power. However, although one could level up quickly and obtain plenty of resources at the Eclipse Gate, there was a downside. The Eclipse Gate's environment was relatively severe. If one did not possess a certain amount of fire and ice resistance, even expert players would lose their lives. Hence, after the Eclipse Gate opened, whether it was in Star Moon Kingdom or the 3 surrounding countries, the demand for equipment with ice resistance and fire resistance attributes grew. Aside from ice and fire resistance equipment, tools that increased one's ice and fire resistance were also extraordinarily popular. Although there was still quite a long time before the flying ship feature would unlock, Shurfeng felt that he could already begin the necessary preparations. Although ice resistance and fire resistance equipment sold for a relatively high price right now, once everyone reached the Eclipse Gate, such equipment would double in price. Tools would also sell for far more, whether it was for improving the leveling speed of Zero Wings Guild members or making money by reselling items. Now was the perfect time to stockpile these items. I recall Campbell Volcano drops plenty of fire resistance equipment and tools. It might not be a bad idea to bring Aqua and the others there to grind. Shifeng could recall quite a few maps in Star Moon Kingdom that were a great source for fire and ice resistance equipment. Among them, Campbell Volcano had the highest drop rates for fire resistance equipment. Campbell Volcano was a level 40 to level 50 map. However, due to its extreme environment, very few players were willing to venture there. However, after the Eclipse Gate had appeared, Campbell Volcano became one of the most popular locations in Star Moon Kingdom. No one had visited that map yet. This was a good chance for him to lead the main force members there to develop the map, since none of the bosses had died yet. Bosses killed for the first time would have doubled their usual drop rates. Moreover, with the strength of Zero Wing's main force, they shouldn't have any issues dealing with a level 50 boss. As for the magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they could rely on the guild's elite members to continue that harvest. Before Shifeng realized it, the advanced horse carriage he rode in had already arrived at the library. The library's entrance was the same as usual, with a group of players bunching around the doors, hoping to gain the favor of an NPC noble and gain entry into the library under everyone's watchful eyes. Shifeng strode into the library unhampered. When the NPC guards stationed at the entrance saw Shifeng, they treated him with respect, shocking many of the loitering players. After entering the library, as always, Shifeng headed towards the Star Moon Hall on the building's top floor. When the two level 300 tier 3 red paladins, who guarded Star Moon Hall's doors, saw Shifeng approach, they stopped him. Since when did tier 3 NPCs guard this place? Shifeng was surprised. Tier 4 NPCs were already overlords in White River City. Some small cities only had tier 3 NPCs to safeguard them. Yet, now, two such NPCs guarded the Star Moon Hall. This was surprising. Normally, only the palace in Star Moon City warranted such treatment. Without permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter. The level 200 red paladins said as they blocked Shifeng's path with their spears. Suddenly, however, a clear, crisp voice floated out from the hall. Let him in. When the two level 200 red paladins heard this, they immediately retrieved their spears and opened the doors, allowing Shifeng entry. Chapter 756, Fief. Compared to Shifeng's previous visit, a new, large collection of ancient books filled the Star Moon Hall. Some of these books even radiated mana that could rival tier 4 magic scrolls. Tier 4 magic scrolls were almost as rare as legendary items in God's domain. Tier 4 magic scrolls had survived since the ancient era. Shifeng had yet to hear of anyone who could produce tier 4 magic scrolls. If a book could exude so much mana that it rivaled a tier 4 magic scroll, one could easily tell that these books were extraordinary. Meanwhile, Charlene, who sat high above the hall, had also changed significantly. Although her level, statistics, and clothing had not undergone any transformations, the pressure she gave off had changed tremendously. She did not have the usual, oppressive aura of a powerhouse. Instead, she felt like the all-encompassing sky. Her presence could be felt from anywhere within the room. Before Shifeng had approached Charlene, he felt his mind clear far more than ever before. He also noticed that the endless streams of mana in the room were actually moving towards Charlene. It was as if Charlene were God's domain's heart. How could this be possible? Shifeng was shocked when he arrived before Charlene. Shifeng had discovered something that shook him to the core. After reaching the Void Realm, he felt his environment as clearly as the palm of his hand. He could sense everything within a fixed radius of himself to an astonishingly accurate degree. Previously, as Charlene had still been outside his range, he had not thought much about not noticing Charlene's energy. Yet, despite standing so close to the woman, he couldn't feel her at all. Before, the two tier 3 paladins had clearly been able to feel her presence. Shifeng doubted that his sense had failed him. Has something happened that has led you to find me so urgently? Charlene, who had been reading a book, asked with great interest as her beautiful eyes turned toward Shifeng. Lady Charlene, I've collected the immortal souls you requested. Shifeng displayed the spirit seal imprinted on the back of his right hand. Immortal souls filled the seal to the brim. Good job. With this many immortal souls, I'll be able to repair the immortal crown quickly. Charlene nodded and tapped her finger in the air. Suddenly, golden divine runes began circling Shifeng's right hand. Countless golden threads flowed out of the spirit seal, gathering into a ball before flying into Charlene's hand. Since you have completed your quest, I will fulfill my promise as well. Here, this is for you. Charlene waved her hand. In the next moment, a leaf of lambskin parchment appeared in her hand. The parchment then flew towards Xianxia. The lambskin parchment looked quite ordinary. However, the words on the parchment could tempt any guild in God's domain Star Moon Kingdom's city building order. As long as it was within Star Moon Kingdom's jurisdiction, one could construct their own city with this city building order to a guild. Even a legendary item was not worth as much as this single piece of parchment. Cities were different from towns. In God's domain, cities could be built, whereas towns could not. Meanwhile, captured towns' locations were fixed, but built cities could be chosen casually. One could even build a city in the middle of monsters' territory. A town's maximum population usually ranged between 30,000 to 50,000. On the other hand, even the smallest city could hold 200,000 players. This was why, after obtaining their own towns, guilds would focus all of their efforts on developing the town in the hopes of promoting it into a city as soon as possible. Moreover, as a city demanded a sufficiently large plot of land, one could construct a mana tower in the city. With the mana tower, any player residing in the city would enjoy increased stamina and concentration recovery rates. They could even accumulate the double EXP buff. Although the accumulation rate was not as generous as a guild residence's, one could still accumulate 10% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours of rest. Once players reached higher levels, the needed EXP to level up increased tremendously. Currently, level 30 ordinary players required roughly 3 or 4 days to reach the next level. Hence, even a 10% double EXP buff would significantly reduce the time players needed to grind. Aside from improving one's stamina and concentration recovery rates, hotels would also offer the guild residence effect, allowing players to accumulate 20% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours of rest. Meanwhile, the guild that controlled the city would also see some benefits. When guild members rested in the guild residence, they would accumulate 30% worth of double EXP buff after 48 hours. In addition to receiving this double EXP perk, a player-established city would also receive a specialty product. Aside from being able to construct a mana tower, one could also construct a black market auction house in the city. This auction house would function like the auction house in Blackwing City. It would offer a large stock of products once every 3 days. Sometimes, even epic items were available for bidding. Because of these benefits, many guilds in God's domain desperately wanted to establish their own cities. Regardless of the price, a player-owned town could only make travel more convenient for players. A city, on the other hand, made it easier for players to level up. The size of a guild residence and the number of members it could house were limited. Not every guild member could enjoy the double EXP buff. However, it was a different story if a guild owned a city. With a city, every guild member could enjoy the double EXP buff. A city was also a great source of income for a guild, as a player's city had various benefits that an NPC city did not. Many players wanted access to a player city. Unless a guild offered private housing within the city, all players were required to pay an entry fee. The entry fee was an important source of income for a player's city. In comparison, a guild would only earn pennies from the opening a shop. A shop could never compete with a city regarding profits. When Xianxia gazed down at the city building order in his hands, he nearly drooled. Despite having been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in his previous life, the guild having owned 10 city-states, he struggled to maintain his calm now that he knew he would have his very own city. In the past, something like this could only happen in his dreams. Yet, now, he held this dream in his hands. While every other guild competed over the golden lands in NPC cities, nobody had any clue that Xianxia would no longer compete on the same stage. Because from now on, Xianxia would begin the competition for the kingdom's territories. Calm. I need to stay calm. This is only the beginning. Xianxia continuously advised himself. In God's domain, like NPC cities, golden lands and ordinary lands, there were poor territories and territories with excellent resources in every kingdom and empire. The sooner one constructed their own city, the sooner they could occupy these resource-rich territories. What counted as a resource-rich territory? First, it was in an easily accessible location. As players reached higher levels, they would have to venture further from NPC cities. If a city were close to these high-level maps, it would save players a lot of travel time. It was a similar concept to capturing certain towns. However, most towns were still quite far away from the truly excellent leveling areas. Meanwhile, a city that was close to multiple high-level maps would attract large amounts of players. Second, it was an area that was near consumable resources. This would provide convenience for players who needed to farm materials. After all, rare herbs and ores were necessary for players, regardless of level. Third, the territory needed to be close to high-level regional dungeons. Most regional dungeons were particularly far from NPC towns and cities. Furthermore, regional dungeons had their own specialty products such as the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals. Even after reaching level 200, magic crystals were still must-have items. Where should I construct the city? Xianxia grew troubled as he stared at the city building order. Chapter 757, Witch's Hill. Star Moon City, the Star Moon restaurant's top floor. Few players were usually willing to dine here. However, more than a dozen players currently occupied the large, luxurious hall. If Gentle Snow were there, she would have been shocked as every one of these players was an elder from the Star Alliance. Even Galaxy Past had to behave respectfully before these people currently. However, every elder had lowered their head as they watched the level 10 woman seated on a bench, fear and respect radiating off of them. What did you just say? Galaxy Past has not been able to log into the game? Exemplary Willow asked quietly, frowning. What the hell is going on? The Star Alliance's elder felt helpless against Exemplary Willow's questioning. After the guild war ended, the guild's upper echelons should have begun working to stabilize the guild. Yet, for some reason, the majority of the guild's upper echelons, who had participated in the war, could not log into God's domain based on the main God system's notification. These people were locked out of the game for around 2 or 3 days. Some were even barred from entering the game for up to 4 days time. That was enough time for the mainstream players in Star Moon Kingdom to grind at least one level. Although they, the guild's elders, had tried to stabilize the falling morale that shook the guild, with the disappearance of the majority of the guild's upper echelons, many members began to doubt the guild. Many had begun to wonder if the Alliance's experts had defected to some other guild. If the guild's experts had left, what was the point in remaining in the guild? Only a few hours after the guild war ended, over 10,000 members had withdrawn. If this persisted, no one knew if the Star Alliance would survive. However, this was not the most tragic issue. The Star Alliance's defeat had infuriated Exemplary Willow. A high and mighty first-rate guild like the Star Alliance had actually lost to an upstart guild, on their home ground no less. This caused Exemplary Willow to doubt the Star Alliance's strength. If Exemplary Willow suddenly decided to withdraw her funding, it would deal a fatal blow to the Star Alliance. If none of you knows why they can't log into the game, your guild may be truly finished, Exemplary Willow stated coldly as she sneered at the Alliance's elders before her. Sternly, she said, since your guild is nothing more than a failure, then you can forget about any follow-up investments. I have no intentions of spending money on a wastrel of a guild. Get lost. When the elders heard these words, their complexions paled to a sickly white, every one of them begging Exemplary Willow for mercy. Unfortunately, Exemplary Willow chased them all out of the room. Exemplary Willow refused to tolerate defeat. She had initially invested in the Star Alliance to deal with Zero Wing, teaching Xianxia the consequences of angering open source corporation. She would then plunder the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals for herself. Yet, in the end, not only had she failed to teach Xianxia anything, but his fame had also grown. The flower of 7 sins is also garbage. They had been so confident of themselves. In the end, didn't they lose as well? Fortunately, I only promised them 1/3 of the Stoneclaw Mountain's magic crystals and did not have to pay much, Exemplary Willow muttered as she glanced through Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Her mood soured as she saw the many discussion threads relating to Black Flame. In the end, it seems that I'll have to use my own power to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Star Alliance's upper echelons enclosed themselves in a secret meeting. Although they could not contact each other in God's domain, the Star Alliance was a major company in the real world. The company often held video conferences between its upper echelons. Even without God's domain, this latest loss would not affect the company. Only, it was a lot more difficult to direct the guild members in God's domain. Guild leader, we suffered tremendous losses. Based on the initial statistics, we lost over 50,000 items. We'll need quite some time before we recover. However, the most tragic loss is ours. None of us can log into God's domain for some time. It will be a challenge to catch up to Ouroboros, Red Feather reported sourly. He had never imagined that they would actually lose this war so tragically. Not only had the guild's experts been wiped out, but the guild's elite army had also almost been obliterated. Less than 10% of the elite army had managed to escape with their lives. The loss of EXP, equipment, and post-war compensation were huge problems that they needed to deal with. Most likely, by the time they saw to those issues, the Star Alliance will have been drained of resources. Purple, what's the situation with the guild elders? Galaxy Past similarly gnashed his teeth upon hearing Red Feather's report. The Star Alliance had never suffered such a tragic loss. However, they first needed to deal with their current predicament. Based on the latest report, it seems that Exemplary Willow chased the elders away. They are all in a foul mood. Exemplary Willow has probably withdrawn her funding, Purple, I said, shaking her head as expected of a businesswoman. She gave up on the guild as soon as she deemed it useless. Galaxy Past could not help but laugh, reacting as if he cared nothing for this result. Guild leader, what should we do now? Seeing Galaxy Past laugh even in this situation, Red Feather's frustration grew. Without Exemplary Willow's funding, the guild would have to spend significantly more time to recover. They might never truly recover from this blow, and the guild might fall from its status as a first-rate guild. What's done is done. These elders normally have little regard for me. They were also the ones who supported the decision to cooperate with Open Source Corporation. Now that OSC has withdrawn its funding, it is about time for these elders to leave the Star Alliance. Galaxy Past sneered when Exemplary Willow had first approached them. He had strongly opposed the idea of cooperating with Open Source Corporation. He had not believed that Black Flame was as much as a fool as the OSC thought. However, with the guild elders supporting the decision so strongly, his opposition had been futile. Now that the Alliance had lost the guild war, all of the blame could be pushed onto these elders. He could also utilize the board of directors to expel them from the Star Alliance. This way, he would become the guild's true ruler, not just in name. In the future, he would have a much easier time taking action. Meanwhile, in God's domain's White River City. After Shifeng bade Charlene farewell, he took a horse carriage to White River City Hall. Shifeng was all too familiar with Star Moon Kingdom. He knew of multiple locations which fulfilled 2 or even all 3 conditions for a resource-rich territory. However, players could not reach these locations yet. If he constructed a city in a very high-level location, the city would not be nearly as attractive to players. Although building a city in a level 100 map might be attractive towards players in the future, to current players, this city would be useless without a large player population. The city's development would be slow. The city's construction was not a small issue, either. The demand of manpower and resources could not compare to a town's. It would be a severe waste if he invested a large amount of resources in something that would not yield any immediate profits. Moreover, Shifeng's goal of constructing a city was to earn money. He could not waste large sums of money on a useless city. It seems that the Witch's Hill is my only choice. After considering his options, Shifeng decided that the Witch's Hill was the most profitable location right now. While Shifeng's mind wandered, the advanced horse carriage arrived before the city hall. Chapter 758, Building a City. The instant Shifeng stepped out of the advanced carriage, he attracted a lot of attention like someone driving a luxury car in the city. Wow. That guy's rich. He seems to be someone from Zero Wing. It's no wonder he's so rich. I know, right? Zero Wing receives so many advanced quests every day. Even the guild's normal members have the chance to snag one for themselves. On the other hand, our guild only receives a few advanced quests each day, and the guild's upper echelons have priority on them, leaving very few for anyone else. Even elite members have a hard time obtaining one. Although I'm an elite member, I have only accepted 2 advanced guild quests so far. Those were good times. I earned over 12 silvers a day during those days. Indeed. One of my friend's friend is an elite member in Zero Wing, and he says that Zero Wing's elite members can accept an advanced guild quest once every 2 or 3 days, while normal members can pick one up once every 5 or 6 days. Envy filled these players' voices as they spoke about Zero Wing. It cost 1 silver to ride an ordinary carriage and 3 silver to ride an advanced carriage. To them, even riding an ordinary carriage was a luxury. They would rather run to their destination than spend so much. Shifeng could not help but shake his head at this sight. He had never imagined that he would be envied for riding a carriage while the majority of the players in God's domain still strive to earn a single silver coin. Even a gold coin was of little use to Shifeng anymore. He was more concerned about time than he was about spending a few silvers at this point. The towering city hall bustled with noise regarding both reputation and coins. The various large guilds had accumulated a certain stock after playing God's domain for so long. Naturally, more people would be attempting to purchase the city's lands. However, most purchased ordinary lands, as the golden lands and lands in the central district were not easily affordable. Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today? A beautiful female employee approached Shifeng and asked. I wish to construct a city. Shifeng said, please, follow me. The NPC receptionist smiled as she led Shifeng to a VIP reception room. Whether it was establishing a town or a city, players needed to begin the relevant procedures in an NPC city. May I know if you have a city building order? The NPC receptionist asked politely. Shifeng retrieved the Star Moon Kingdom city building order Charlene had given him. The lambskin parchment was worth over 1,000,000 gold. Very good, sir. May I know where do you wish to establish your city so that I can quote you a price? The NPC receptionist said as she took out a magic scroll, unfurling it on the table. This magic scroll displayed a map of Star Moon Kingdom. Compared to the system map players had, this map was far more detailed. The Witch's Hill, Shifeng said as he tapped a spot in the southwestern corner. Immediately, the scroll displayed the Witch's Hill map. The Witch's Hill was a level 50 to level 70 map. Rumors had it that a great witch lived there, hence, the hill had been called the Witch's Hill. The hill's name had remained unchanged even after hundreds of years and the Star Moon Kingdom's ownership. The Witch's Hill could be considered an ordinary leveling map. It was not particularly rich in resources yet. Various guilds in Shifeng's previous life had frantically sought after the Witch's Hill. They had done so for two reasons. The first was the location's accessibility. The Witch's Hill bumped up against two resource-rich maps, Shadow Forest, a level 80 to 100 map, and Ruins of Agon, a level 60 to 75 map. Of these two locations, one produced rare herbs, while the other housed a Hell Mode regional dungeon. The Witch's Hill's secret was the second reason. This secret of the Witch's Hill had only been discovered after the mainstream players had reached level 100. At that time, the various guilds had suddenly rushed to construct their cities in this map. Dozens of guilds had fought over the Witch's Hill. Naturally, that included Shadow, the guild Shifeng had led. In the end, the powerful Star Alliance and Ouroboros had captured the Witch's Hill. The other guilds had stood no chance against them. Rumors had it that the Witch's Hill was home to a great witch, and they had been around for hundreds of years. In fact, this rumor was absolutely true, as even now, that witch still lived in the Witch's Hill. That witch was also one of God's domain's legendary characters, the Jealous Witch. In the past, Shifeng's sight had been limited. He had thought that the Jealous Witch was only a Tier 5 powerhouse. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was sure that the Jealous Witch was not a Tier 5 powerhouse, but a demigod. Otherwise, how could she have lived for so long? The Jealous Witch, none other than the guardian of the Otherworld Gate. The Otherworld Gate led to another continent outside of God's domain. The Otherworld was similar to the top of the world that Shifeng recently visited. There, not only could players level up much faster, but they could also obtain equipment far more easily. There was only one condition to cross the Otherworld Gate: players must have reached Tier 2 inches God's domain. It was very difficult for players to find equipment of good quality above level 50. However, it was much easier to grind for such equipment in the Otherworld. Hence, back when the Otherworld Gate had been discovered, the various large guilds had fought frantically to occupy the Witch's Hill. After all, in order to obtain good equipment, countless players would grind and level up in the Otherworld. Hence, Witch's Hill bustled with player activity even after a decade had passed. A storm of players still gathered in the Witch's Hill currently. However, no one had discovered this secret yet. Hence, Shifeng had to strike while the iron was hot. Furthermore, Zero Wings members were nearing level 50. The Witch's Hill's proximity to a Hell Mode regional dungeon was also a good enough reason to establish a city there. Hello, sir. We have calculated the quote for the region you've selected. At this time, a beautiful female NPC walked over and handed Shifeng a list. Based on our preliminary assessment, the city's construction will cost 90,000 gold. If the city comes under attack, we will charge you an additional fee based on the number and rank of monsters killed. In addition, there is also a 30,000 gold registration fee. Based on the city's current level, you will also have to pay a 30,000 gold management fee each month. May I know how many guards you wish to be stationed there? Although Shi Feng had prepared himself and had only come here to ask about the price, his heart skipped a beat when he heard the price of establishing a city was more than 10 times higher than establishing a town. Moreover, after establishing the city, he also had to pay a monthly management fee of 30,000 gold. That was the equivalent of paying 1,000 gold every day. Just how many guilds in God's domain could earn 1,000 gold every day? Even if Shi Feng had not spent most of his funds on frost grenades and the mana pulse cannon, he couldn't afford even a fraction of that price. Sir, do you wish to build the city now? The NPC receptionist asked with a smile. No, I have to consider this. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at this NPC receptionist. The initial payment alone was 120,000 gold. There were also additional fees if the city were attacked during construction. Shi Feng had experience in constructing a city. Even if he dispatched the entire guild to repel the monster attacks, defending the city would cost tens of thousands of gold. Alright. However, I must remind you that you only have 1 month to use this city building order. If it isn't used within a month, this city building order will be voided, the NPC receptionist said before leaving the reception room. Chapter 759, Harvest of the War. Shi Feng could not help his bitter smile as he heard the NPC receptionist's words. Sure enough, it isn't that easy to establish a city. Shi Feng had thought it strange that Charlene had so kind-heartedly given him a city-building order in exchange for only 10,000 immortal souls. This reward was much too extravagant for an epic quest. Sure enough, there is another test to this. God's domain was currently still in its early stages. Even a first-rate guild would have to spend a relatively long time just to collect several thousand gold. After all, for a guild to develop, expand, and improve itself, it would have to spend an exorbitant amount of money. Normally, having even 1,000 gold lying around was considered a luxury for a first-rate guild. Only Zero Wing, which had the candlelight trading firm, Stone Forest Town, and a large number of guild quests, had a daily income of several thousand gold. However, after expanding the guild, they had a wider variety of expenditures. After deducting operating costs and salaries, Zero Wing raked in a clean profit of roughly 1,000 gold each day. After a month, the guild would make around 30,000 gold. The other guilds could only dream of such wealth. However, Shi Feng understood that, in reality, he was still just a poor bastard. This was only a fraction of what he needed to establish his city. The basic construction fee alone cost 120,000 gold. After including the cost of dealing with monster attacks, it was practically impossible for him to earn what he needed to construct the city. He also had to think of the necessary building construction that he would need after the city itself was complete. Shi Feng thought back to when Shadow had constructed a mana tower in its first city. The mana tower's required raw materials had cost close to 10,000 gold. The guild had also hired a bunch of NPCs to deal with the construction. Overall, the mana tower had cost Shadow 35,000 gold. The black market, on the other hand, had been somewhat cheaper. Even so, its construction still cost over 20,000 gold. If one added all the costs together, they would discover that the initial construction fee was only the first step to constructing a city. Even so, a large guild would willingly sacrifice everything it had, seeking sponsors and selling small portions of the guild's shares, to build a functioning city. Once the city was built, however, it would be a money magnet. In the past, to construct its first city, Shadow had sought out over a dozen sponsors. It was also then that Shadow split its shares between many financial groups and corporations. If Zero Wing did not wish to rely on external powers to construct a guild city, then it needed to earn a lot more money. When Shi Feng thought about the need to multiply his current income by several times, he felt his head throb. When Shadow had constructed its first city, there were far more people playing God's domain, and it had been much easier to earn money. Currently, the majority of the players in God's domain had yet to reach level 30. Hence, the challenge of earning more than 100,000 gold was significantly more difficult than it had been. Moreover, the candlelight trading firm's daily income was nearly at its max. It would be very difficult to increase Idas for Stone Forest Town. The town's income mainly came in the form of magic crystals. Moreover, it was also impossible to increase the town's income within a short time. As for the income from guild quests, it could not even begin to compete with the income of the candlelight trading firm and Stone Forest Town. It seems I'll have to look for a new source. Shi Feng began to consider the matter. Currently, the most profitable trade involved selling top-tier weapons and equipment. Consumables were the next most profitable items. Zero Wing did not even have enough top-tier weapons and equipment to equip all of its members, so how could it possibly afford to part with those items? Just as Shifeng's headache over searching for a new source of income grew, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, I have the post-war report ready for you. We struck gold this time. Aqua Rose said excitedly. After deducting the compensation and rewards for our guild members, we obtained 18,456 pieces of level 25 mysterious iron equipment, 3,187 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment, 549 pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, 84 pieces of level 25 dark gold equipment, 1,427 pieces of level 30 mysterious iron equipment, 241 pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment, 53 pieces of level 30 fine gold equipment, and 4 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment. There were always spoils after a great war. However, Shifeng had never imagined that they would enjoy such a bountiful harvest. This was all net income. With this equipment enriching the guild warehouse, they could increase Zero Wing's strength by a large margin. If they had purchased all of this equipment, they would have had to spend over 50,000 gold. With this equipment and the equipment we already had in the guild warehouse, we will have no problems expanding the guild by another 30,000 to 50,000 members. Previously, Aqua Rose had still struggled with her headache over the issue of equipment. After expanding the guild, Zero Wing had already become a large guild, acknowledged by every player in Star Moon Kingdom. Its fame had even surpassed the Star Alliance and Ouroboros. As a result, more players reached out in an attempt to join the guild each day. Hence, this was the perfect time to expand. However, they would suffer if they did not have enough equipment in the guild warehouse for the new recruits. Initially, Aqua Rose had considered limiting the number of new members they recruited to 10,000. Now that they had obtained so much new equipment, however, they could recruit an additional 30,000 to 40,000 players. However, most of the equipment's durability has nearly been depleted. The repair fees will cost us a lot. I was thinking of taking out a portion of the guild funds to repair the equipment, Aqua Rose suggested. If it were only a small amount of money, Aqua Rose could make the decision herself. However, too much equipment needed repairs. Hence, she needed Shifeng's permission before she moved forward. Hearing this, Shifeng felt another headache bloom. There isn't a lot left. Sell some of the lower quality equipment and use the money to repair the rest, Shifeng said after some thought. I understand. Aqua Rose then disconnected the call. After speaking with Aqua Rose, Shifeng suddenly recalled the forging design inside his bag, the strengthening device. This item was capable of strengthening a player's equipment, reducing the consumption of durability. This was a must-have for current players during lower levels. The majority of players in God's domain would not think much of their equipment's wear and tear. However, as players reached higher levels, they encountered far more powerful monsters. Naturally, the burden on their equipment grew as they began to take more damage. The repair fees alone would demand the majority of a player's earnings. Selling the strengthening devices would be a great source of income. Shifeng could not help but smile. Previously, he had considered selling the magic devices. However, magic devices were too precious and expensive. Only the various guilds' upper echelons could afford to purchase and use them. Moreover, there weren't even enough magic devices to outfit Zero Wing's members. Fortunately, it was a different story for the strengthening devices. Shifeng immediately left the city hall and hurried towards the candlelight trading firm. Huh? Isn't this the broken sword that Galaxy Past had dropped when he died? While Shifeng searched through his bag for the strengthening device forging design, he discovered an extraordinarily eye-catching broken sword. The broken sword's aura alone was enough to make Shifeng's heart skip a beat, despite it sitting idle in his bag. Chapter 760, Flawed Weapon 1000 Transformations. Inside Shifeng's bag, aside from the Bible of Darkness, the broken sword was the next most powerful item. Even the epic weapon Petrified Thorn could not compete with the broken sword's presence. Just what kind of weapon is this? Shifeng carefully retrieved the broken sword from his bag and clicked to check its statistics. Dilapidated broken sword. It's impossible to tell which era this ancient weapon originated from based on its appearance. However, the broken sword's blade radiates a frightening magic power, and its edge is still sharp enough to slice through space itself. Although the blade has already been broken, its engraved, divine runes are still intact. More secrets might be revealed under a Grandmaster forger's examination. What a powerful weapon. I actually need to take it to a Grandmaster forger if I want to know anything more. Shifeng's interest in the broken sword grew. A master forger was already a towering figure in God's domain. There were very few throughout Star Moon Kingdom. As for a Grandmaster forger, they were treated with fear and respect, regardless of where they were from. There had been a countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 powerhouses who dreamed of hiring a Grandmaster forger to craft them a custom weapon in God's domain. Who wouldn't want a weapon that had been made specifically for them? Although master forgers could produce epic weapons, their success rate was abysmally low. Even so, many powerhouses flocked to them. After all, a tailored epic weapon would allow them to exert more of their own strength. Hence, master forgers enjoyed a lofty position in society. Meanwhile, a Grandmaster forger had a much greater chance of producing an epic item. They even had some chance of producing a legendary item. In terms of status, master forgers could not compete with them. At Ali want to see just what this broken sword's true identity is. Saying so, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes to appraise the broken sword. After a full 30 seconds, Omniscient Eyes finally finished appraising the broken sword. 1000 transformations. 65th of God's Domain's 108 flawed weapons. However, due to the sword's broken blade, it is now no more than scrap metal. Fortunately, the blade's divine runes remain nearly intact. The sword can be remolded and repaired using 100 mana stones. So, this is the rumored flawed weapon. 1000 transformations. In the past, Shifeng had only heard about this short sword. Throughout God's domain, there were a total of 36 famed swords and 108 flawed weapons. Famed smiths and craftsmen forgers had crafted everyone, and they were all peerless weapons. Legendary figures had once used the 36 famed swords. The flawed weapons, on the other hand, were different. Although the legendary figures of the past had never wielded any of these weapons, they were something far beyond ordinary epic weapons. After all, the flawed weapons were the results of famed smiths and craftsmen forgers' failed attempts to forge legendary weapons. A weapon produced with the same materials as a legendary weapon was naturally not something ordinary epic weapons could compare to. Meanwhile, the 1000 transformations had been made vastly famous by a player in Shifeng's previous life. In the past, a Tier 6 assassin god had wielded the 1000 transformations and had claimed countless expert lives with the blade. Among those experts, even the era's apex experts had died to the blade. This was precisely the reason that Assassin had become one of God's domain's solo players that others feared and respected. Meanwhile, that Assassin's name had been Feather. Although his ID was ordinary, nobody dared to show him disrespect. In the past, a few people with too much time on their hands had compiled a list of God's domain's solo players that one should avoid provoking. Among them, the top 10 were known as the 10 great solo players. One of these 10 great solo players had been the cleric god Violet Cloud. However, Violet Cloud had merely ranked 8th on the list, whereas the assassin god Feather had ranked 3rd. Shifeng had never imagined that he would obtain Feather's weapon. Although 100 mana stones is a steep price, owning a flawed weapon will be a worthwhile trade. Shifeng inwardly smiled. For most, obtaining 1 mana stone was an extremely difficult endeavor. To Shifeng, however, there was no challenge to it at all. He only needed enough magic crystals to synthesize immediately. Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile and Fire Dance. He had Melancholic Smile retrieve 10,000 magic crystals and instructed Fire Dance wait for him at the candlelight trading firm. An hour later, Shifeng arrived. Both Fire Dance and Melancholic Smile had waited patiently in his special forging room. Guild leader, those are the 10,000 magic crystals you've asked for, Melancholic Smile said as she pointed towards the magic crystals carefully stacked on the table. If other guilds realized that Zero Wing could easily take out 10,000 magic crystals, they might bang their heads against a wall in frustration. Shifeng nodded. 10,000 magic crystals should be just enough to synthesize 100 mana stones. If converted to coins, 100 mana stones was worth far more than an epic weapon. However, anyone would be willing to trade 100 mana stones for a flawed weapon. Guild leader, why have you called me here? Fire Dance asked softly. Although she was thrilled that Shifeng had called for her, she was not a forger. She was only apt at fighting. She could not help the candlelight trading firm. What do you think about this weapon? Shifeng retrieved the petrified thorn from his bag and handed it to Fire Dance. After receiving the weapon, Fire Dance checked its statistics and was stunned. An epic weapon. Fire Dance could not believe her eyes. The true fire blades were top tier, even among dark gold weapons. Compared to the petrified thorn, however, they were no different than trashies. This weapon is for you. I hope you use it well, Shifeng said. He could not help but smile as he watched Fire Dance's excitement. However, this is only one of the two I've prepared for you. You'll have to wait a while for the second. Another one? Fire Dance was nearly dying with excitement after receiving an epic weapon. Yet, now, Shifeng was actually going to give her a second one. Fire Dance had even wondered if she had misheard him. It wasn't just Fire Dance, but Melancholic Smile, who stood beside her, was similarly shocked until now, although she had heard about the various large guilds accumulating quite a stock of top-tier dark gold weapons. She had yet to hear anything regarding the rumored epic weapons. One could just imagine how rare epic weapons were, yet Shifeng could hand out two such weapons so casually. Moreover, both were meant for assassins. It was simply inconceivable. Melancholic, take this design and learn it. Use as many materials in the warehouse as you need. If there are not enough, have Aqua Rose try to obtain more. Produce as many as you can. Shifeng then handed the strengthening device forging design to Melancholic Smile. Although forging the strengthening device was particularly difficult, Melancholic Smile was an intermediate forger. With a little practice, she should have a relatively high success rate. Shifeng did not have the time to forge the items himself. Of course, Melancholic Smile's eyes shone after she examined the design. Nothing interested a forger more than forging designs. It was especially true for advanced forging designs. Compared to epic weapons, the strengthening device forging design was far more attractive to Melancholic Smile. Moreover, the strengthening device's effect was astounding. It would significantly reduce equipment's durability consumption. Unlike the advanced whetstones, the demand for this item on the market would be immense. Advanced whetstones had already saturated the market, and many guilds could produce their own. On the other hand, the strengthening device would be unique to the candlelight trading firm. It would become a hot-selling item, no matter where they sold it. After Shifeng finished directing the women, Melancholic Smile rushed back to her own special forging room to research the strengthening device production method, leaving Fire Dance and Shifeng behind. Chapter 761, Visit from Various Parties. In the spacious special forging room, Shifeng carefully took out the Philosopher's Stone and placed it on the stone table. He then began his alchemical synthesis. Hopefully, 10,000 magic crystals will be enough. Shifeng still felt a slight sting. He saw the synthesis success rate of 50% during the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains. The Mana Pulse cannon had needed to consume 1,000 magic crystals for each shot. Aqua Rose had fired the cannon over 30 times. Although it had been magnificently effective, over half of Zero Wing's magic crystal supply had been depleted during the war. Now, the guild had barely 15,000 magic crystals remaining, and he was about to use another 10,000. Even to Zero Wing, this expenditure was considerable. While Shifeng synthesized mana stones, Fire Dance sat out of his way and watched quietly. When will I truly become an asset to guild leader? When Fire Dance recalled the danger she had faced during this war, frustration filled her heart. If not for Shifeng, the Flower of Seven Sins would have wiped out Zero Wing's main force. Despite having an advantage in attributes, she had been utterly helpless against that Seven Sins party leader. Although their guild had won, they were still far from being a match for God's domain's major powers. Stone Forest Town. After the war between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing, Stone Forest Town's atmosphere had transformed. Originally, the various large guilds had quietly eyed Stone Forest Town and waited for Zero Wing to suffer defeat. Once Zero Wing lost its prestige, the guild would lose members. After that exodus, they simply needed to gang up on Zero Wing to obtain Stone Forest Town. However, their plans had vanished into thin air when the Star Alliance had been defeated. Moreover, they had finally seen Zero Wing's true strength. The Star Alliance had suffered over 50,000 casualties. The various guilds shared a similar death count. In total, the Star Alliance and the various large guilds had lost over 100,000 elite players. In contrast, Zero Wing had only lost 4,128 members, while Ouroboros had only lost close to 30,000 members. Based on the death counts of either side, Zero Wing's power was apparent. Despite only dispatching an army of 10,000 elite players, Zero Wing had defeated an enemy several times its size. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had over 20,000 elite members in its midst. With such strength, what guild in Starmoon Kingdom would dare to challenge Zero Wing? The Star Alliance's fate served as the best example. After the Star Alliance had been defeated, several thousand members had withdrawn from the guild within an hour. Moreover, due to the disappearance of the upper echelons, despite the guild elders' attempts to stabilize the situation, over 30,000 players had left the Star Alliance. As time passed, this number would only increase, making a rough estimate. The various large guilds guessed that the Star Alliance had lost at least 20 to 30% of its members from just this single war. It would be extremely difficult for the guild to recover from such a huge loss. Although Zero Wing and Ouroboros had both lost close to half their members in this war, they had recruited far more than those they had lost. Moreover, due to their overwhelming victory, both guilds managed to collect plenty of weapons and equipment, filling their guild warehouses. Not only had the guild's prestige grown after this war, but they had also increased their overall strengths. Many of the other guilds grew envious of this situation as a result of this war. Ouroboros had also replaced the Star Alliance as Star Moon City's overlord, becoming the city's #1 guild. One was the #1 guild of Star Moon City, while the other was the #1 guild of White River City. With these guilds working together, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town? On the contrary, now that Zero Wing had already taken care of its main enemy, it shifted its concentration towards the other guilds that plotted against it for a time. The various large guilds that had joined hands with the Star Alliance felt an impending doom. None of them knew what Zero Wing would do next. Even if Zero Wing joined hands with Ouroboros and laid claim over the Stoneclaw Mountains, none of the other guilds could do anything about it. The Stoneclaw Mountains had become an important source of magic crystals for the various guilds. If they were banished from Stone Forest Town, their harvest would be limited. They would stagnate. Hence, immediately after the war, various guild leaders and upper echelons hurried to Zero Wing's guild residence in hopes of negotiating with Shifeng. However, Shifeng did not have that much time to waste on these people. Hence, he had passed the responsibility to Aqua Rose. Currently, the guild leaders and upper echelons from the various Star Moon Kingdom guilds occupied Zero Wing's residential reception hall. Normally, these individuals were extremely secretive about their intentions, and arranging a meeting was rare. Yet, now, all these powerful individuals sat obediently, waiting for their turn next. Xiao Zhao, Aqua Rose's female assistant, shouted in the reception hall immediately. Unparalleled, the guild leader of the second-rate guild Heaven's Gate, stood and walked into Zero Wing's meeting room. Unparalleled was a level 34 ranger. He wore level 30 fine gold rank or above equipment. He was an expert who had reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. In an ordinary NPC city, he would be considered one of the top experts. Unfortunately, in front of Aqua Rose, he was no one special. Heaven's Gate was a second-rate guild that occupied 2 cities within Star Moon Kingdom. Even here, it was a relatively powerful guild. However, when Unparalleled entered the meeting room, he had no choice but to show Aqua Rose proper respect. Heaven's Gate was indeed the overlord of 2 cities. However, those cities' total player population had not yet reached 400,000. On the other hand, White River City's population closed in on 5 million. Moreover, the city housed numerous elite and expert players. Other cities could not compare to White River City. Guild leader Unparalleled, let's not waste each other's time. Here's the contract. If you have no issues with it, please sign here, Aqua Rose said as she took out a contract and handed it to Unparalleled. The contract was quite simple. If Heaven's Gate wished to remain in Stone Forest Town, the guild would have to hand over 15% of its total magic crystal income to Zero Wing. Otherwise, Heaven's Gate would be banished from Stone Forest Town. At the end of the day, Stone Forest Town was just a town, not a city. It could only contain a limited number of players initially. Not many players had visited Stone Forest Town, so it had not mattered whether or not they collected fees from the various large guilds. However, once mainstream players reached level 30, the town would begin to see an influx of activity. Hence, they could not just allow the other guilds and players to occupy the town's limited space for nothing. They had to collect a small fee, similar to how cities charged entry fees. After all, they had not established a town for charity, but to increase their profits. Of course, it was impossible for a town to collect an entry fee like cities. However, it was possible to adjust the repair fees and accommodation fees in Stone Forest Town. Guilds that did not sign Zero Wing's contract would experience doubled repair fees and tripled accommodation fees during their future visits to the town. For those who signed the contract, however, the rates would remain the same. You bastards. Unparalleled paled. He had never imagined that Zero Wing's demands would be so vicious. This contract was an agreement to join Zero Wing's labor force. If you have nothing else to say, then please leave. Aqua Rose gestured towards the door. Chapter 762, Grandmaster Forger. Unparalleled never thought that Aqua Rose would not show any intention of persuading him at all. With no better choice, he could only sign the contract currently. Over 100 guilds had come to Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, and over a dozen of them were second-rate guilds. Who knew which guild had signed Zero Wing's contract, and which had not? It would be fine if nobody signed a contract with Zero Wing. However, if some did while others did not, those who did not sign it would definitely fall behind in their development at the Stoneclaw Mountains after all. The rest stop known as Stone Forest Town was simply too beneficial for the purpose. On one hand, members of guilds that signed the contract needed to travel only about an hour to reach the regional dungeon. On the other hand, players from guilds that did not sign it had a travel time of over a dozen hours. The former would have a tremendous advantage over the latter, whether it was in terms of revival point or equipment repair if the situation persisted. What would become of the second-rate guilds that did not sign the contract? Magic crystal was now the most critical resource after coins. Even after handing over 15% of its magic crystals, a guild would still earn substantially more than the alternative should they abandon the assistance of Stone Forest Town in the end. The choice was obvious. It seems that from now on, nobody will be able to stop Zero Wing's development in Starmoon Kingdom, Unparalleled thought as he left the meeting room. When he saw the reception hall packed full of guild representatives, he could not help but sigh inwardly. In truth, they should already consider themselves lucky. Unlike them, the dozen or so guilds that had secretly assisted the Star Alliance did not even get the opportunity to sign the contract. Zero Wing had immediately banished these guilds from Stone Forest Town after the war ended. In the future, these guilds would most likely not be able to develop themselves at the Stoneclaw Mountains even if they wanted to. On the other hand, due to this contract, Zero Wing's income in magic crystals would increase by 2 or 3-fold at the very minimum. Originally, the guild's daily income of magic crystals was already plenty frightening, enough to supply the daily needs of every core member within the guild. This provision was a feat no other guild could achieve. If Zero Wing's magic crystal supply doubled or tripled, the guild's core members wouldn't be the only ones to receive magic crystals from the guild. The guild's elite members would be able to get a share too. At that time, even Zero Wing's elite members would improve rapidly. Inside one of the special forging rooms of the candlelight trading firm, Shifeng finished synthesizing 100 mana stones after 2 hours. The amount of magic crystals he had expended was somewhat lower than he had initially expected, only over 8,000 crystals. The mana stones placed on the table looked splendorous. Just their presence increased the mana density within the entire room significantly. Although the mana stones were merely the size of a fist, they contained a frightening amount of mana. If fully utilized, there was enough mana here to turn the entire Stone Forest Town into ash instantly. My job's finally done. Next up will be repairing 1,000 transformations. Shifeng carefully put away the 100 mana stones. He then looked towards Fire Dance and said, "Let's go. We're going to visit a smithy." Although Fire Dance had no idea why they were going to a smithy, she still followed after Shifeng immediately, leaving behind the serene and elegant special forging room. Shifeng first stored the Philosopher's Stone back in his warehouse. He then took an advanced horse carriage with Fire Dance and headed towards Xianxia's smithy. To ordinary players, even meeting a master forger was already a tough challenge. As for meeting a Grandmaster forger, that was practically a dream. However, no one less than a Grandmaster forger could repair a weapon like 1,000 transformations. Besides Xianxia, Shifeng had never heard of another Grandmaster forger in Starmoon Kingdom. If he had not been lucky enough to help Xianxia become a Grandmaster forger, Shifeng would most likely be having a massive headache at this moment over figuring out how to get 1,000 transformations repaired. Shifeng did not know that, when Galaxy Past had obtained 1,000 transformations, he had been extremely elated. He had even mobilized the entire Star Alliance to search for a Grandmaster forger. Unfortunately, even after scouring the length and breadth of Starmoon Kingdom, they could not find any trace of a Grandmaster forger within the kingdom. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on the endeavor. If Galaxy Past were to find out that Shifeng was able to locate one so casually, he would definitely have a heart attack. Not only had he failed to use the item that he had obtained after going through many difficulties, but he had also given his enemy an advantage. When Shifeng arrived before Xianxia's smithy, the large steel door of the little house was still shut tight. There was not a single player or NPC present in this place after he gave the steel door a few knocks. A gap cracked open. "Oh, it's you," Xianxia mumbled. She then opened the door and said, "Come in." At this moment, Xianxia had a sleepy look on her face. She had on a tight, black leather shirt and short, black leather pants. Not only was her appearance extremely sexy, but she also looked like a lazy kitten that had not gotten enough sleep. To the ordinary male, her demeanor was pure temptation. Even Fire Dance was mesmerized by Xianxia, her eyes fixed on the Grandmaster Forger's body. Fire Dance. Fire Dance. After entering the house, Shifeng discovered that Fire Dance still hadn't moved. And even after he called out to her twice, she remained dazed. Shifeng could not help but shake his head and laugh at this scene. Xianxia was a rose in the forging world. A countless number of young males had tried courting her before, including the prince of an empire. One could see just how amazing Xianxia was. However, Xianxia's attractiveness lay not just in her appearance. There was also her temperament. Looks-wise, Xianxia was only on par with Gentle Snow, whereas figure-wise, she was on par with Zhao Yueru. Generally speaking, Xianxia's appearance was not enough to seduce a great beauty like Fire Dance. Xianxia had only managed to captivate Fire Dance due to her unique temperament. If Shifeng were still the young sapling that he had been back then, Xianxia would have most likely sucked out his soul already. Unfortunately, Shifeng was no longer the same as before. His willpower had long since grown to surpass ordinary people as he quickly flicked Fire Dance's forehead. Guild leader? Fire Dance covered her reddened forehead with her hands, confused about Shifeng's actions. The fact that Xianxia mesmerized you shows that your training is deficient. After we return, we'll need to make sure you properly cultivate your willpower, Shifeng explained slowly. Fortunately, the one you encountered right now is Xianxia. If you were to encounter Medusa, you would have most likely been petrified by now. Medusa was one of God's domain's 10 great beauties. She was also one of the legendary figures in God's domain. Even without using any skills, Medusa could make countless expert players surrender themselves to her, regardless of gender. Fire Dance nodded wordlessly. Inwardly, however, she was very curious as to why Xianxia would suddenly enthrall her. Being mesmerized is not a problem. The great characters and powerful monsters in God's domain have already reached an extremely high level of mental strength. Even without doing anything, they can affect a player's mental state. This is your first time encountering a great character like Xianxia, so your reaction is very normal, Shifeng explained. In truth, with Fire Dance's mental strength and willpower, Xianxia should not have been able to mesmerize her so easily. Only, the current Xianxia was no longer the Xianxia Shifeng had known in the past. Instead, she was now a Grandmaster Forger. Through normal identification, Shifeng could see only Xianxia's name. Both her level and tier were in question marks. Even after utilizing omniscient eyes, the only additional information Shifeng managed to obtain was Xianxia's level and class. Xianxia, human, Grandmaster Forger. Level 200. HP. / Speak. Why have you come looking for me? Xianxia asked as she tidied up her forging materials. If it were any other player, Xianxia would have most likely chased them away by now. However, Shifeng was the player who had helped her become a Grandmaster Forger. Hence, he received better treatment from her. I wish to have this weapon repaired, Shifeng said. He then took out 1,000 transformations from his bag with just a single glance. Xianxia's eyes immediately widened when she saw the broken sword. The flawed weapon. 1,000 transformations. This is great. With this, I can finally complete the weapon I designed before. Xianxia instantly appeared in front of Shifeng and snatched 1,000 transformations out of his hands, her eyes flashing with excitement. Chapter 763, Legendary Quality. Before Shifeng could even react, 1,000 transformations was already in Xianxia's hand. There, 1,000 transformations underwent massive changes. The mana in their surroundings suddenly began surging towards the flawed weapon. In Xianxia's hand, 1,000 transformations seemed as if it were alive. Is this the ability of a Grandmaster Forger? Shifeng was surprised. Shifeng had encountered other Grandmaster Forgers in the past. However, these Grandmasters would never display their abilities before commoners like himself. Hence, this was his first time witnessing a Grandmaster Forger's ability on display. A forger made weapons and equipment. Their understanding of weapons and equipment was most likely much greater than that of the users themselves. Despite this clearly being Xianxia's first time wielding 1,000 transformations, Shifeng could sense that her compatibility rate with the flawed weapon was at an extremely frightening level. If the abyssal blade could display 80% of its true power while in Shifeng's hand, then 1,000 transformations could display 120% of its true power while in Xianxia's. This scene fascinated Fire Dance. 2,000 transformations was a short sword. Even though Xianxia was clearly not an assassin, 1,000 transformations seemed more like a living being rather than an inanimate object as she wielded it. When Xianxia gave 1,000 transformations a few casual swings, the flawed weapon sent ripples through space. Despite having already lost most of its power, 1,000 transformations still managed to tear through the space within the house, leaving behind numerous pitch-black spatial rifts. Even with Killing Ray, Shifeng's swings could never achieve such a standard. In the next moment, Fire Dance suddenly unsheathed the true fire blades that hung at her waist, brandishing them. As she swung the weapons, her body movements contained not a single bit of excess motion. The speed of the true fire blades suddenly increased sharply, Fire Dance's attack speed accelerating significantly. Moreover, her attacks were no longer as rigid as before. They now seemed much more relaxed. What? Shifeng was thunderstruck. Fire Dance had only watched Xianxia do a few swings, yet she actually managed to break through the final barrier and officially set foot into the realm of top-tier experts. Her power of comprehension was simply too frightening. So this is the refinement realm. No wonder I never could win against guild leader. There was actually such a large gap between us. Fire Dance was still reliving the pleasure she felt just now as she looked at the true fire blades in her hand. Shifeng sighed with emotion at seeing Fire Dance officially enter the realms of refinement. He had spent many years before managing to set foot into the refinement realm. On the other hand, Fire Dance had succeeded in less than 2 months after coming into contact with God's domain. Her talent was simply extraordinary. Although some luck was involved in her achievement, luck was also a part of a person's strength. If it were anybody else, they probably couldn't set foot into this realm within such a short time. Now, Zero Wing finally had its second refinement expert. This would have an immense impact on Zero Wing's combat power. As soon as Fire Dance reached level 40, she would be able to equip both the Petrified Thorn and 1,000 transformations. At that time, even if Shifeng was not around, Zero Wing would still be in existence that everyone would fear in Star Moon Kingdom. It would be great if Violet Cloud can set foot into the realms of refinement as well. Shifeng was not particularly sure how far Fire Dance could reach in the future. With Violet Cloud, however, Shifeng knew very clearly just how great a potential she had. Tier 6 God-ranked players were peak existences in God's domain, not to mention a Tier 6 God-ranked player. If a first-rate guild managed to produce even one Tier 5 player, the guild would celebrate and hold feasts for days. In the past, after a decade of development in God's domain, the gap between first-rate guilds became extremely massive. Take Ouroboros for example. Even after 10 years had passed, the guild had not boasted a single Tier 6 God-ranked member, though there were quite a few Tier 5 players in the guild. As a result, Ouroboros was only middling among first-rate guilds. However, a first-rate guild that had a Tier 6 God-ranked member would be considered top-tier among first-rate guilds, even if the entire guild had only one Tier 6 God-ranked player and no Tier 5 experts. Meanwhile, due to Aqua Rose and her mage god friend, Unyielding Ice, Twilight Echo, which had similarly been a first-rate guild, succeeded in developing into a super first-rate guild back then, only a short distance away from becoming a super guild. This potential was the amazing part about Tier 6 God-ranked experts. As long as Violet Cloud and Aqua Rose continued striving, it was only a matter of time before the both of them set foot into the realms of refinement. After Xianxia finished toying around with 1,000 transformations, she turned to Shifeng and asked, "Are you trying to get this short sword repaired?" "Emichim. I've already prepared the materials needed to repair it." Saying so, Shifeng took out the 100 mana stones from his bog. "As your friend, I don't recommend you repair this sword," Xianxia said seriously. "Although I am not sure what managed to destroy a flawed weapon like this, and although the divine runes engraved on 1,000 transformations are still mostly intact, this sword is already dead. Even if you repair it, the weapon won't be able to display its original strength. After all, flawed weapons are essentially failed products. I still wish to have it repaired. A damaged flawed weapon is still not bad." Shifeng naturally knew about the problem plaguing 1,000 transformations. This problem was the reason why Feather had switched out 1,000 transformations for a better weapon back then. However, 1,000 transformations was not an ordinary epic weapon. Even if it could not recover its peak state, it would still be significantly stronger than an ordinary epic weapon. I am not finished speaking. If you were to bring this thing to anybody else, they would repair 1,000 transformations and leave you with a barely usable weapon at most. However, after researching the broken steel set equipment forging design you left with me last time, I received plenty of inspiration and produced several weapons, gaining tremendous experience. The famed smith that made 1,000 transformations originally intended it to be a legendary weapon. However, due to some error in the forging process, the final result was unsatisfactory. Even so, the raw materials used to make 1,000 transformations were extremely precious legendary ranked materials. As long as I recast it, it might end up becoming a true legendary weapon, Xianxia said proudly. Recast into a legendary weapon? Shifeng was stunned. He never imagined that Xianxia actually possessed such remarkable capabilities. Legendary weapons were weapons that only famed smiths and craftsmen forgers could produce. The probability of a Grandmaster forger producing one was abysmally low. After playing God's Domain for over a decade, Shifeng had never once heard of a Grandmaster forger successfully producing a legendary weapon. That's right. Of course, there are some risks as well. If the recasting fails, the weapon will naturally end up scrapped, Xianxia said sternly. What is the success rate? Shifeng asked him. Roughly 20%. How about it? Pretty high, right? An epic weapon has a 20% chance to become a legendary weapon. This is a trade that you'll never be able to find anywhere else, Xianxia said as she puffed her chest out proudly. I'll stick with repairing it, Shifeng said definitively. What a joke. Only a 20% chance of success meant an 80% chance of failure. If it were 3 or 5 years later, not to mention 20%, even if there was only a 5% chance, he would willingly take the gamble. Now, however, he could not afford to do so currently. The value of an epic weapon was in no way inferior to a legendary weapon. How could he possibly let Xianxia turn one into scrap metal? Chapter 764, Epic Hidden Quest. Don't be in such a rush. I'm still not done speaking. Xianxia wagged her finger at Shifeng as if she'd guessed his thoughts. Laughing softly, she added, although there is only a 20% chance for it to become a legendary weapon, that doesn't mean that the other 80% will be a failure. What do you mean? Shifeng asked uncertainly. Fire Dance didn't understand Xianxia's words. Either Ivy already said that the materials used to produce 1,000 transformations are very high quality, but because of some small defects, it did not become a legendary weapon. If I recast it, then there is a 20% chance it will evolve into a legendary weapon, as well as a 50% chance it will become a fragmented legendary weapon but never an actual legendary weapon. As for the remaining 30%, the recasting will end up a complete failure, and 1,000 transformations will turn into scrap metal, Xianxia explained slowly. Now you should understand what I'm trying to say, right? Are you sure you are fine with just repairing it? Shifeng and Fire Dance were both stunned for a long time. Really? Shifeng sought further confirmation, thinking that he had heard wrong earlier. Not to mention upgrading 1,000 transformations into a legendary weapon, just turning it into a fragmented legendary weapon was already an unbelievable notion. Currently, the various large guilds and major powers in God's domain were frantically searching for traces of epic weapons. Who knew whether they could even obtain one? Fragmented legendary items were practically godly weapons to players right now. It was just like the heavenly dragon's breath he had obtained, which could raise his personal combat power by a large margin. However, the heavenly dragon's breath was only a ring. If it were a weapon, the improvement it could bring him would be dreadfully high. Legendary items could give players the ability to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Tier 1 could go up against Tier 2, Tier 2 against Tier 3, and Tier 3 against Tier 4. Meanwhile, a fragmented legendary item might not allow players to challenge opponents one tier higher than themselves, but it would still increase a player's strength by a large margin. Although Fire Dance was already in the refinement realm and she possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, she was still no match for a Lord-ranked monster of the same level at the moment. The purpose of combat techniques was to give players the ability to exert their own combat power. Take an ordinary player for example. Even if said ordinary player were fully geared in top-tier equipment and their system combat power value was at 1,000 points, so long as their combat techniques only allowed them to exert 20% of their combat power, then their actual combat power value was only 200 points. On the other hand, expert players could bring out more of their combat power in battle. An expert player who could exert 50% of their combat power in battle would have 300 points in actual combat power value when wearing shabby equipment and having a system combat power value of only 600 points. However, a person's combat power was only half of what determined a battle's outcome. The other half was external environmental factors. Ordinary players failed to exploit their surroundings. Expert players, on the other hand, were adept at using the environment to their advantage. This knack was another major difference between ordinary players and expert players. Should an ordinary player and an expert player of the same level fight against each other, the outcome of the battle was self-evident. Even if the expert player had poorer equipment, the victory would still belong to the expert player. Fire Dance's normal combat power was only at the peak of Tier 1. In a situation where she lacked any advantage in environmental factors or any special skills or tools, a frontal clash with a lord of the same level would only end in her loss. After all, Fire Dance's limit was the peak of Tier 1. Even if she could exert 100% of her combat power, defeating a lord-ranked monster, which was equivalent to a Tier 2 class, would be impossible for her. However, as long as Fire Dance equipped a fragmented legendary weapon, she would immediately gain the combat power of a Tier 2 class. She would then be capable of soloing a lord. What's your decision now? Xianxia asked with a smile on her face. Since there's a 50% chance for it to become a fragmented legendary weapon, let's recast it, then. After giving it some thought, Shifeng still decided to gamble. Not only was there a 50% chance to upgrade 1,000 transformations into a fragmented legendary weapon, but there was even a 20% possibility for the flawed weapon to become a true legendary weapon. Moreover, although epic weapons were currently extremely precious and could improve a player's combat power considerably, an epic weapon would not provide Fire Dance with the combat power she needed to go up against a lord, even if she wielded 2 epic weapons without the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Shifeng's combat power would directly decrease by at least 40%. In such a case, he would not last even a single exchange with Sky of the Flower of 7 Sins. Such was the strength of fragmented legendary items. If Fire Dance could obtain one herself, rather than improvement, her strength would undergo a metamorphosis. If 1,000 transformations became a legendary item, once Fire Dance equipped it, her strength would most likely surpass even Shifeng's. Since you've already decided, then go prepare the materials. Xianxia nodded. Sure enough, the game won't give away a fragmented legendary weapon so easily. Shifeng smiled bitterly. God's domain was particular about fairness. Gains and losses came in equal proportion. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, it was simply impossible for him to turn the broken sword he had casually picked up into a fragmented legendary weapon for no cost whatsoever. The mana stones should be sufficient already. However, it is extremely difficult to melt down legendary ranked materials. Although I have some of the materials I need here at my place, after conducting my previous few experiments, I've already used up all of my Inferno gold. Go and collect 10 more pieces of it for me, Xianxia said, smiling. Her eyes gleamed as if she saw a rich tycoon when she looked at Shifeng's system. Epic Hidden Quest, recast 1,000 transformations, accepted quest content. Collect 10 pieces of Inferno gold. Quest reward. Xianxia will recast the flawed weapon. 1,000 transformations for you. 10 pieces of Inferno gold. Does it have to be this vicious? Shifeng felt his stomach aching when he heard the system notification. Guild leader, I've just checked, but there's no mention of Inferno gold on either the official forums or our guild's database. Where are we supposed to find this thing? Wanting to share some of Shifeng's burden, Fire Dance had searched through Zero Wing's database for Inferno gold. However, she came away empty-handed. God's domain had an extremely enormous amount of information for players to process. However, aside from basic information, the official game developers did not provide players with anything else. Players had to depend on themselves to search for the information they wanted through the libraries, ruins, and other such places. For convenience, the various large guilds had tasked individuals to collect information in the game after entering God's domain and compile it into a single database. The upper echelons of guilds could then search this database for the information they wanted. After Shifeng established Zero Wing, the guild naturally had tasked certain members with collecting all sorts of information and integrating it into the guild database. This was also the reason why players always crowded the entrance of libraries. Most of these players were not suited to battle but were suited to information gathering. They would also often visit the libraries of various cities to collect information, because the information stored in libraries were not uniform, with some libraries having information that other libraries did not. Only Zero Wings members could access its database. However, the level of information available to them would also differ depending on the individual's rank within the guild. For example, as the commander of Zero Wings' main force, Fire Dance had first-level authority to the guild database, which was beneath only Shifeng's top-level authority. Chapter 765, Grinding Field Bosses. Shifeng simply chuckled in response to Fire Dance's worries. Inferno Gold was beyond current players. Only Master Forgers or better could use Inferno Gold. It was used specifically to melt materials, particularly extremely rare materials such as those of epic or legendary runka. Single ingot was worth as much as an epic item as it was a necessary component in crafting epic and legendary items. In his previous life, Shifeng had often led teams to farm Inferno Gold. However, Inferno Gold was hard to find, and they had never managed to collect much at all. Only field bosses has a chance to drop the ingots. Moreover, the bosses had to be level 50 Great Lords or above. Level 50 Field Great Lords were extremely rare in God's domain. These monsters were walking treasure troves, so guilds with sufficient strength would dispatch their forces to kill these Great Lords upon encountering or receiving information on one. Meanwhile, Field Great Lords' Inferno Gold drop rate was not particularly high, averaging around 3%. Because Master Forgers needed the ingots to produce epic weapons, Inferno Gold's market price had only increased as time passed. In the past, scanning through Zero Wings' current database, it was natural that Fire Dance had not discovered anything regarding the valuable metal. She would find less than nothing if she scanned the internet. I need to find time to update the guild's database. Fire Dance's question had reminded Shifeng. In God's domain, players who joined guilds would have access to three main benefits: expert nurturing, the guild warehouse, and the guild's database. These benefits were also the three main criteria most independent players based their decisions on when choosing a guild. Needless to say, any guild that wished to grow stronger needed its own experts. However, it was extremely difficult to develop experts. Ordinary guilds would not have the necessary means. Only first-rate guilds and above had the appropriate environment. After all, the task that required a lot of manpower and resources. It was as costly as the upkeep of an entire first-rate guild. Second-rate guilds' backgrounds weren't strong enough. Although second-rate guilds received financial support from corporations as well, they received far less funding than first-rate guilds. Maintaining normal operations already taxed their budgets. Second-rate guilds never had enough time or money to nurture experts. This was also the reason why there was such a massive gap between first-rate and second-rate guilds. Meanwhile, a guild's warehouse allowed members easy access to the equipment and items they needed. Unlike independent players, guild players did not need to purchase items from auction houses or trading firms. Usually, a guild warehouse also offered a wider array of items. A guild's database was even more valuable to players. Generally, players needed to look for clues regarding the whereabouts of quest-related items themselves, which required a lot of time. Fortunately, guilds usually had players who specialized in collecting such information. Guild members could easily obtain the information they needed by accessing the guild's database, saving precious time. This was one of the reasons that guild players leveled up much faster than independent players. Veteran guilds in the virtual gaming world would strike at these three factors when entering a new game. Hence, many players preferred joining well-known, long-standing guilds. However, there were differences between each guild's information. Moreover, collecting and registering information was not easy as it had to be transcribed in the guild's database by hand. Meanwhile, every library in God's domain contained an overwhelming amount of information. Transcribing it all into the guild's database was a vast project that needed a lot of manpower. Although Aqua Rose had invested a lot of effort into developing Zero Wing's database, at the end of the day, Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild that had only recently established. Naturally, it could not compete with other large guilds in terms of resources. Hence, its database was inferior to those long-standing guilds that had spread their roots throughout God's domain. Knowledge is power was a suitable term in God's domain. If Zero Wing's current database had even half of the information Shadow had 10 years ago, Zero Wing's strength would soar. Although Shifeng could not remember every shred of information Shadow had collected, he remembered how to acquire a few hidden quests and rare materials. If he recorded this information in the guild's database, it would be a massive help to Zero Wing's upper echelons and the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, thanks to his Demon Hunter title, Shifeng was a world noble. He could easily visit the libraries of various major cities without needing to complete quests and grind for reputation. He could also take others with him into a library. With this, Zero Wing could send at least one person to every library in God's domain. The guild would be able to gather information even faster than a first-rate guild. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing surpassed their first-rate neighbors. While Shifeng pondered, his system communicator rang. Phoenix Rain, who had not reached out to him for quite some time, waited for him to accept the call. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on your victory in the Stoneclaw Mountains. With this, you have stabilized Zero Wing's position in Stone Forest Town. Really though, you are full of surprises. You actually managed to join the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. I doubt that there is any major power in God's domain that hasn't heard of you now, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. May I know what business you have with me? Shifeng did not think that Phoenix Rain had called him just to congratulate him. It's nothing urgent. Your first opponent for the Dark Arena has been decided, so I've called to notify you. Phoenix Rain revealed a charming smile that could melt one's heart. The fight will be in 3 days. The venue is in the Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Don't be late. I'm eager to earn some money off of you. Who's our opponent? Shifeng asked. I nearly forgot. It's a battle team called Glorious Lions. Everlasting War is their leader. This battle team has already won twice in a row, so it is very strong. I'll send you the information we have on them in a moment, Phoenix Rain said before disconnecting the call. Everlasting War is my opponent. Shifeng could not help his smile when he heard this name. He had originally planned to join the Glorious Lions battle team. He had never imagined that they would be his opponents. Immediately, he turned to Fire Dance. Fire, contact the main force members and have them gather in Starmoon City. Tell them to bring all of the barrier crystals and 9-star polar domain magic scrolls we have left. We're going to grind bosses. Currently, the various large guilds were either busy in the Stoneclaw Mountains or team dungeons, so they were not particularly focused on hunting field bosses, not to mention level 50 field great lords. Guilds typically avoided such bosses like the plague. With the strength of Zero Wing's main force, killing a level 50 field great lord was practically a dream. Fortunately, they had the 9-star polar domain magic array. Shifeng could think of a few level 50 field great lords they could test their strength on previously. To avoid the Flower of Seven Sins as assassins, Zero Wing's main force had taken a break from leveling, hiding safely in the city. Hence, their levels were not particularly high. There were no level restrictions or strength suppression in the Dark Arena. Even a difference of 1 level could lead to a huge difference in attributes. Zero Wing was at a disadvantage. Hence, he needed to raise everyone's levels as quickly as possible by killing these bosses. Not only could he farm for Inferno Gold, but he could also help his team level up, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Everyone will be excited to hear this. Fire Dance burst with energy. It had been a very long time since Shifeng had taken them along to kill bosses. Moreover, after breaking through into the refinement realm, her strength had improved significantly. She could use these bosses to get used to her new strength. Chapter 766, Asura Battle Team. Beast Empire, Beast City. As the imperial capital of an empire, Beast City was far more prosperous than Starmoon City. Moreover, its territory was vast. It ranked near the top, even among the many empires on the continent of God's domain. Beast City's player population alone exceeded 10 million. The city had even more elite and expert players than White River City and Starmoon City combined. Although there were 5 first-rate guilds in Beast City, the imperial capital's true ruler was the super guild Battle Wolves. All 5 of these first-rate guilds submitted to Battle Wolves' rules. They were only allowed to develop in Beast City after signing an agreement with the Super Guild. Otherwise, the massive guild would have chased them out of the city long ago. Inside Battle Wolves' guild residence. Leader, our opponent for the next match has been decided. Here is a list of their names and the information we have gathered. The vice leader of the Glorious Lions battle team, Journey Leave, reported as he approached Everlasting War. The report Journey Leave held was very thin as the folder only contained a single sheet of paper. Many of the battle team's members in the meeting room were confused. Vice Leader, you couldn't have brought the wrong report, right? Why is there only one sheet of paper? Don't we usually have a stack for each team? The other members asked curiously. Journey Leave's report regarding the previous 2 battle teams they had faced had taken them nearly 3 days to analyze, yet their vice leader held only a single sheet this time. No matter how they looked at it, that did not seem like their usual reports. This isn't a mistake. The battle team we're facing this time has only recently joined the Dark Arena. This will be their debut match, Journey Leave confirmed when he had received the report. He, too, had his doubts. However, the intelligence department had confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the report, stating that their opponent was a new battle team. Aside from the battle team's leader, there was no information on any of the team's members. A new battle team? Everlasting War's curiosity grew. He had not expected a new battle team to boldly challenge the Glorious Lions. It seems that the battle team's employer is confident of their team. In any case, we should be careful. Journey, give us a general introduction. Journey Leave nodded. He then opened the report on the meeting table and displayed it before his team members. This battle team is a new one, so, aside from some basic data on the registered team leader, we haven't uncovered any information. As of now, the other members have not been registered yet, and we have nothing on them. The battle team is called Asura, and it's led by Yifeng. I researched this team leader myself. When God's Domain launched, he was relatively famous. He had once defeated a large guild by himself, so he is very powerful. However, it has been a very long time since anyone has seen him. Even when I went to the secret pavilion to research him, I left empty-handed. He is a complete mystery. As for his exact strength right now, that is also unknown. Journey Leave then played Shifeng's battle video for everyone to watch. However, this battle video had been recorded before everyone had reached the cities. In the video, Yifeng killed dozens of players by himself while inside the town. Although Phoenix Rain had given Shifeng full authority over the battle team, he had no intention of participating in the Dark Arena as Black Flame. Black Flame was a guild leader. Having a guild leader of a large guild participate in a brawl would only make him a laughingstock. Hence, Shifeng intended to use his true identity in the Dark Arena. What kind of report is this? Is this a joke? Doesn't this mean that, aside from the battle team and the team leader's name, we know absolutely nothing? What is our intelligence department doing? How old is this battle video? Yifeng hadn't even reached level 10 yet. Mainstream players are already reaching level 30. Don't we have anything current on him? The battle team's members demanded answers, one after another. There was a massive gap between level 10 and level 30. The battle video could not be used as any kind of reference. Journey Leave shook his head helplessly. He had also investigated Yifeng. However, there was nothing to find. It was as if all traces of Yifeng had vanished from God's Domain. While everyone complained, Everlasting War sat back in a daze. Why is he the Asura battle team's team leader? Everlasting War had tried to invite Shifeng multiple times, hoping to recruit him as the Glorious Lions vice leader. Unfortunately, Hua Qiushui, the representative of the corporation backing the battle team, was adamant in modifying the contract and restricting the battle team's freedom. The result was Shifeng's rejection. Everlasting War had felt Shifeng's strength personally. Although he had never exchanged moves with the young swordsman, he knew that Shifeng was a refinement realm expert. Shifeng could even emit an intense pressure. Experts in the refinement realm were extremely rare in God's Domain. Most of these experts were relatively old. They weren't usually interested in such competitions. Thus, refinement realm experts were relatively rare even in the Dark Arena leader. Do you know him? The other team members asked curiously. Yes. Originally, Yifeng was supposed to participate in the last edition. However, due to complications, he did not take part. I had never imagined that he would lead the Asura battle team. Now, we have to face him, Everlasting War said disappointedly. His strength is the real deal. Although he is keeping a low profile, I suspect that he's a refinement realm expert. As for his weapons and equipment, it's been a long time since I've seen him. Even I am not sure how strong he has become. At this moment, Hua Qiushui, who sat at the head of the table, wore a twisted expression. Although she had forgotten about a minor character like Shifeng, Everlasting War had reminded her the minor character that she had forgotten had become a leader of a battle team. Furthermore, his battle team was going to face her own if the Asura battle team won against the Glorious Lions. The other major corporations would take advantage of her humiliation. Seeing Hua Qiushui's reaction, everyone quickly realized the severity of the situation. Back when the Glorious Lions had held its auditions, Hua Qiushui had decided to change the battle team's requirements, restricting the team members' freedom. In reality, however, they had not lost much. Take Everlasting War for example. His restrictions were minimal. Leader, you're not the same player that you were before. This is just a brat in the refinement realm. After all of your special training, this will be child's play. A team member joked. However, this joke was also true. The Super Guild Battle Wolf supported their battle team. Since they had begun participating in the Dark Arena, they had gained access to various resources. They didn't need to worry about top-tier weapons and equipment at all. They had even less worry about obtaining skills. As for leveling up, they had a group of players who helped them gain levels rapidly. It was heaven. They only needed to improve on their combat techniques, thinking of ways to exert more of their strength. They could also spar and receive guidance from the Super Guild's older generation. In the real world, they also received guidance from martial arts masters on a daily basis. Ever since joining the Glorious Lions battle team, their strengths had improved by leaps and bounds. After 2 matches, the Glorious Lions battle team had earned quite a bit of fame in the Dark Arena. It would be a piece of cake to deal with a new battle team. Everlasting. For the upcoming competition, I only have one demand. You must annihilate the Asura battle team. You cannot go easy on them just because you know Yifeng. Hua Qiushui interjected as she turned to Everlasting War, her voice soft but commanding. I will always fight to my limits, regardless of my opponent. Please rest assured, Director Hua. Everlasting War could guess what was going through Hua Qiushui's mind. However, he wouldn't go easy on an opponent just because they were acquainted. The Dark Arena was his battlefield. On a battlefield, he would not show any enemy mercy. Hearing Everlasting War's assurance, Hua Qiushui nodded in satisfaction. Campbell Volcano. After Shifeng finished dealing with his matters, he led Zero Wing's main force to Campbell Volcano in search of level 50 Great Lords Guild leader. I found the boss. Minor Wind shouted in the team chat. Chapter 767, Godly Skill for Grinding Monsters. Alright, everyone gather over there. Shifeng commanded through the team chat. Campbell Volcano was a level 40 to level 50 regional map in Star Moon Kingdom and was famed for dropping fire resistance equipment. However, the Campbell Volcano's environment was extremely severe. Not only did the scorching temperatures increase the burden on players' stamina significantly, but players also had to deal with a debuff high temperature environment. All of your basic attributes have been decreased by 10%, flame damage received increased by 20%, and HP recovery rate decreased by 50%. The monsters in Campbell Volcano's map all used fire-type skills. Some monsters even dealt flame damage with their basic attacks. Due to the severe environment, even common monsters were challenging opponents, not to mention the elite and boss monsters in the future. However, Campbell Volcano would become a favored destination. Many workshops would grind here for fire resistance equipment, earning a fortune. However, God's Domain's mainstream players had not yet reached level 30, so ordinary players could not survive here. Guild players were even less likely to visit this map. This was primarily due to the 2 main field bosses that wandered about Campbell Volcano. Both bosses were level 50 Great Lords, and they would turn any player that ventured into Campbell Volcano to level up into a Charred Corpse Guild leader. That's the boss, Minor Wind said as he pointed towards the massive bear sleeping in the magma-filled valley. Violent Flame Bear, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 63,000,000/63,000,000. Its HP is insane. Blackie gulped. This was the first time he had seen a boss with such a high HP. How long would they have to spend to grind this boss down? The Violent Flame Bear was a level 50 Great Lord. Depending on the boss's defense, after including the damage reduction due to the level suppression, their damage output would drop by at least 50%. Its HP isn't the only challenge. Don't forget about its environment. Look, we are surrounded by magma. If we accidentally touch the magma, the entire team will be in danger. Fire Dance quickly noticed that there were too few footholds for them to stand on. There was no way their MTs could dodge the Flame Bear's attacks properly. A level 50 Great Lord's attack power would definitely be astonishing. If their MTs did not have enough space to avoid attacks. With Fire Dance's reminder, the team realized the crux of the problem. The Great Lord was already absurdly strong. If it could use skills that utilized the surrounding magma, they would not be surprised if they team-wiped without extremely high fire resistance. The magma would reduce them to ashes in less than 3 seconds. Fear ripped through the team as they were suddenly paralyzed. Kola, Yi Wumian, stand where the magma intersects. Everyone else, wait along the sides of the valley's entrance. I'll lure the boss. Shifeng could not help but laugh at his team's response. If they threw themselves into battle, they would never defeat a level 50 Great Lord. It was especially true for the violent Flame Bear. Due to the high-temperature environment, the Flame Bear could even instant-kill a well-equipped level 50 MT. Normally, only Tier 2 MTs could survive the Great Lord's attacks. In addition, the violent Flame Bear also had the team-wiping skill Earth Fury. When activated, the Great Lord would execute an earth-shaking stomp. Although the skill's damage was not particularly high, the stomp would create a magma tsunami that would devour all enemies within a 50-yard radius. Even Shifeng, with his high fire resistance, would lose 500 or 600 HP each second in the molten liquid. He'd be surprised if his teammates didn't lose 5,000 HP per second. Among Zero Wing's main force members, even Kola would only last several seconds with all of his life-saving skills active, much less everyone else in the past. To deal with the violent Flame Bear, the various large guilds had lost hundreds of 100-man teams. These teams had consisted of level 50 and above elite players. They had been much stronger than Zero Wing's main force naturally. Since Shifeng had chosen to raid this boss, he had a strategy to deal with it. Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and Magic Amplification Scroll. He then summoned a Demona Tier 3 demon, was the equivalent of a Great Lord. Although the Tier 3 demon Shifeng summoned would suffer the debuff and wouldn't have any environmental advantages, it could still act as a meat shield. A level 53 Tomahawk demon with 11 million HP appeared before them, stupefying Zero Wing's main force. None of them had thought that Shifeng could still summon a Tier 3 demon. A single Tier 3 demon was far more useful than 4 or 5 level 50, 100-man teams. With this demon, raiding the violent Flame Bear would be much easier. Go. Shifeng directed the Tomahawk demon to fly towards the Great Lord. When the Tomahawk demon was within 50 yards of the Flame Bear, the sleeping Great Lord discovered its presence. Suddenly, the Flame Bear opened its mouth, gathering an overwhelming surge of fire-type mana in its mouth before releasing Idier 2 spell, Breath of Fire. Instantly, a red beam of light lanced through the air towards the Tomahawk demon. The beam was too fast. Shifeng already struggled to control the demon. Hence, the red beam struck the Tomahawk demon, sending it plunging into the molten magma. 124-084. The violent Flame Bear's damage left everyone speechless. With one move, the Flame Bear had managed to obliterate so much of the demon's HP, regardless of the fact that it had as much defense as a Great Lord of the same level. If a player had received that attack, they would die instantly. Isn't it going to instant kill us if we rush at it? Kola unconsciously gulped when he saw the demon plunge into the fiery liquid. He doubted whether he could even stop the violent Flame Bear from moving past him. However, while everyone was still in a daze, Shifeng controlled the Tomahawk demon to brandish its axe. The 5-meter-tall battle axe transformed into a stream of light and slammed into the Great Lord's body. Tier 2 skill, Axe of Destruction. -84,509. Despite using a Tier 2 skill, the Tomahawk demon's attack was weaker than the violent Flame Bear's. However, Shifeng did not mind. After all, with him directing the Tomahawk demon, he exerted less than 50% of the skill's effect. He was satisfied with dealing over -80,000 damage. Jiao. The attack had clearly inflicted pain as bloodthirst flashed in the Flame Bear's ruby eyes. Immediately, it launched itself from the magma and charged towards the Tomahawk demon. Good. It took the bait. Shifeng then had the Tomahawk demon rush towards the valley's entrance. Kola, Yi Wumian, get ready. When the Flame Bear gathers mana in its mouth, use Mach to attract its aggro and direct the bear's attack towards the intersection where you're standing. Do not let it attack elsewhere. The violent flame bear's general attacks were limited to flame claws and breath of fire. Flame claws was not an AoE attack, so the tomahawk demon could deal with it easily. Breath of fire, on the other hand, was a straight-line AoE spell. The spell contained frighteningly destructive power, and any mishap could destroy the valley's entrance. This would put the other players in danger. The tomahawk demon did not possess any aggro holding skills, so it could not control the direction of the flame bear's attack. They needed someone else to do the job. If Kola failed to attract the Great Lord's aggro, Yi Wumian could back him up. As long as the valley's entrance remained intact, the high terrain could prevent everyone from drowning in magma when the violent flame bear activated Earth Fury. With their HP, Zero Wing's main force members could easily handle Earth Fury's base damage. I understand. Kola nodded heavily. Very quickly, Shifeng lured the violent flame bear to the valley's entrance. He then directed the tomahawk demon to pin the Great Lord down. With the tomahawk demon's high attack power, no one could steal the Great Lord's aggro. Time flew by. Throughout the battle, Zero Wing's main force toyed with the violent flame bear. Whenever it opened its mouth to use its breath attack, Kola provoked it. After the breath attack, the tomahawk demon would use a tier 2 skill to redirect the Great Lord's aggro. As for everyone else, they bombarded the Great Lord with attacks without a care in the world. After all, regardless of their damage, they could not out-damage the tomahawk demon. When the violent flame bear eventually executed Earth Fury, although its attack had caused the earth to tremble, and the team members had taken plenty of damage, they still had over half of their HP after the attack. As for the resulting magma wave, it stopped growing after it engulfed the mountain's lower half. It didn't come near Zero Wing's main force. After a dozen or so minutes, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and dealt the final blow. The violent flame bear released an agonized scream as it fell to the ground. A treasure trove appeared around its body. Chapter 768, Summoning Flute. In God's domain, killing a field boss for the first time would double its drop rate. Hence, large guilds loved to raid bosses on new maps. Players had yet to develop Campbell Volcano. All of its bosses were untouched. If anyone killed the bosses here, they would obtain a treasure trove. Furthermore, Shifeng had a skill like Divine Providence, which greatly increased his luck attribute. Despite level 50 and above monsters having poor drop rates, after applying the effects of Divine Providence, the violent flame bear dropped a frightening amount of loot. Not only did the Great Lord drop over 20 items, but it had also given everyone a bounty of EXP. A level 50 Great Lord already provided an abundant sum of EXP, but after including the bonus EXP for defeating a monster of a higher level, some members even gained a full level, climbing from 32 to 33. The EXP is awesome. I gained 40% of a level after just a little over 10 minutes of hard work. If I had to level up myself, I probably wouldn't even get this much after half a day of grinding. If we continue leveling up like this, it won't be long before we reach level 40. We'll be able to buy our own mounts. Blackie could not help his excitement when he saw his experience bar. He had never thought that a field Great Lord would provide so much EXP. Even after splitting the Great Lord's EXP between 100 people, he obtained nearly half of an entire level. He was already level 33. He required a massive amount of EXP to level up. Even if he grinded and raided dungeons non-stop, it would take him at least 2 or 3 days to reach level 34 now. However, he only needed to kill 2 more Great Lords to reach level 34. His could level faster than a rocket. Shifeng simply laughed and shook his head as he watched Blackie's reaction. His friend was too optimistic. Although it was true that field bosses provided an abundance of EXP and that they had only taken a dozen minutes or so to defeat the violent flame bear, field bosses were not common monsters. They were not easy to find. Take Campbell Mountain for example. There were only 2 Great Lords in this entire map. After these bosses died, it would take a day before they respawned. Then could not grind them indefinitely. Moreover, they had been able to kill this boss due to the tier 3 demon. Without the tier 3 demon tanking the Great Lord, with their current level and equipment, killing a level 50 Great Lord was impossible for them as they were guild leader. What did the boss drop? Although Kola was similarly shocked by the EXP he had received, he was more interested in the boss's loot. Hearing Kola's question, everyone redirected their attention towards the loot as well. A Great Lord ranked boss's loot was a temptation to any guild in God's domain. The loot is alright. The flame bear dropped 8 weapons and pieces of equipment. Among them, one is a level 50 dark gold ranked plate armor, one is a dark gold ranked two-handed battle axe, and the rest are all fine gold rank. However, this flute is the most precious item among the loot. After Shifeng finished arranging the drops, he smiled as he revealed a silver flute. Players were lucky if an ordinary level 50 Great Lord dropped even 10 items. It was only due to the first kill bonus and Shifeng's high luck attribute that the violent flame bear had dropped over 20. Among the items, over half were rare materials. The materials were all good quality, and even an ingot of Inferno gold, an item with an extremely low drop rate, had dropped. They had definitely profited from this raid. However, what had surprised Shifeng the most was the appearance of the silver flute in his hands. Guild leader, what's so special about this flute? Even after examining it for a long moment, Aqua Rose could not see any peculiarities about the silver flute. The others couldn't see anything special about it either. There was only one line of text introducing this silver flute: broken flute. If they had picked up this item during a normal hunt, they would have sold it to an NPC as garbage. You guys have heard of summoning flutes, right? Shifeng smiled faintly as he provided a hint. What? Guild leader, are you saying this is a mount? The guardian knight Turtledove shouted excitedly. While everyone else relied on their own feet for travel, it would be absurdly awesome if she could ride a high-ranking mount. Mounts were still out of players' reach, and it wasn't only because of their low levels. The main issue was money. Even after reaching level 40, players needed to 40 gold to purchase a steed. Even to expert players, 40 gold was astronomical. Furthermore, expert players would not be satisfied with a common mount. However, obtaining rarer mounts was extremely difficult. A guild mount also required a lot of time and resources to nurturing. Hence, riding a high-ranking mount right now was practically a dream. Everyone began drooling over the silver flute in Shifeng's hands. This flute should trigger a quest that rewards a mount. The mount should be bronze rank at the very least. It might even be mysterious iron rank. Shifeng was relatively familiar with mount quests. A mount quest generally awarded a bronze mount. However, as they had obtained this flute by killing a field boss for the first time, the mount quest might even reward a mysterious iron mount. Alright, which one of you wants it? We'll start the bidding at 50,000 GCPs. In terms of coins, 50,000 GCP was worth roughly 150 gold. A bronze mount would cost far more than just 150 gold. There was also a chance that this silver flute would yield a mysterious iron mount. If that were the case, the mount would be worth several times more. Guild leader, don't you want it? This is a high-ranking mount. Aqua Rose asked strangely. Shifeng was Zero Wings guild leader. He was their guild's face. He should be seen on the best mount they could find. Although she knew that the guild had already captured a mount, the guild stable had not been built yet. None of them could purchase a guild mount right now. Moreover, a guild mount only started out slightly stronger than a common mount. It was far from the prestige of a bronze or mysterious iron mount. I already have one, so you can fight for it. Shifeng smiled faintly. He had not told anyone that he had obtained an even better mount when he had visited the Dark Den. When everyone heard that Shifeng would not participate in the auction, their hearts pounded as they frantically shouted their bids. In just a short moment, the bidding had increased past 100,000 GCPs. However, this was only the beginning. As the main force's ordinary members reached their limits, Blackie, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, and the other upper echelons joined the auction. 140,000. 145,000. 150,000. 220,000. As the upper echelons reached their limits, Aqua Rose shouted an offer that disappointed everyone present. Aqua Rose did not normally utilize her guild contribution points. She also often donated plenty of weapons and equipment to the guild warehouse. Hence, she had accumulated an immense amount of GCP. Her offer instantly dismissed everyone's hopes. If converted to coins, 220,000 GCPs would be worth 660 gold. If other guilds discovered that Aqua Rose had only spent 660 gold to purchase a mysterious iron mount, they would be shocked. If it were up to them, they would not hesitate to spend 1,000 gold on purchasing the mount. Following which, Shifeng handed the silver flute to Aqua Rose as envy swept through the team. Before she had even reached level 40, Aqua Rose had obtained a high-ranking mount. As soon as she reached level 40, she could travel through God's domain with ease. Alright, enough idling. split up and search for the other Great Lord. Who knows? The next one might drop another mount as well, Shifeng said, laughing. Shifeng's words motivated everyone instantly as they began searching for the other Great Lord in Campbell Volcano. Chapter 769, Levels Rising Rapidly. In the Stoneclaw Mountains. A long-abandoned city rested in a circle of mountains. Tens of thousands of corpses belonging to both players and half-orcs surrounded and littered the city. Several hundred players stood at the city's entrance. They were all out of breath and covered in fresh blood. Flame blood, revive the healers first. We'll continue after some rest, a man wearing deep blue chainmail and carrying a longbow on his back commanded. Flame blood, whose white robes had long since been stained red with blood, immediately began reviving the fallen healers. Guild leader, the respawn rate is simply too fast. We've only managed to clear out these half-orcs after so much trouble. If we don't hurry and enter now, entering the city will become far more difficult, Daybreak Fog said anxiously, a tired expression on her face. To enter this ruined city, Heaven's Burial had dispatched all of their elites, over 20,000 players. Only after several hours of fighting had they eliminated the half-orcs surrounding the ancient city. Overall, they had sacrificed over 20,000 elite players to deal with the tens of thousands of elite half-orcs, a Great Lord-ranked half-orc, and 5 High Lord-ranked half-orcs. If they did not venture into the city now, all the regret in the world would not help them when the monsters respawned. It doesn't matter. Even if they respawn, that level 45 Great Lord won't be a problem. At most, we'll have to deal with those High Lords again. If we want to complete this quest, we need to stabilize the situation outside the city. Otherwise, we'll die. Singular Burial, who was the man in the deep blue chainmail, responded calmly. We've been here for several days already. Now that success is in sight, it is important that we do not rush. As long as we complete this quest, Heaven's Burial will become Star Moon City's overlord. Both Ouroboros and the Star Alliance will have no choice but to submit. Currently, players throughout the Star Moon Kingdom and surrounding countries drooled over the Stoneclaw Mountains. These guilds watched Stone Forest Town, which was under Zero Wing's control, enviously. However, nobody knew that. The person responsible for activating the Stoneclaw Mountains was Heaven's Burial's guild leader, Singular Burial. But now that Zero Wing has stabilized its position in Stone Forest Town, it is only a matter of time before the Stoneclaw Mountains become their backyard. Will this quest really help Heaven's Burial become Star Moon City's overlord? Lightning Blade questioned doubtfully. Singular Burial had been keeping a tight lid on the quest's information. Nobody else knew what the quest would award based on Lightning Blade's understanding of God's domain. There shouldn't be a quest that could allow a guild to dominate over a city. Zero Wing's backyard? Singular Burial sneered. It's just the Stoneclaw Mountains. So what if we give it to Zero Wing? Since this quest is almost complete, I'll explain. Do any of you know why there are so many magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains? Although other countries have their own regional dungeons that provide magic crystals, none of them are as saturated as the Stoneclaw Mountains. This ancient city is the reason. This city contains a treasure that is capable of condensing mana naturally. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains monsters have a much higher chance to drop magic crystals if we can get our hands on that treasure. Even without grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, any monster we kill within a certain radius of the item will drop magic crystals. Moreover, the drop rate will be the same as it is in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Do you think I would pay so much just to clear a ruined city if not for such a treasure? When Daybreak Fog and the others heard Singular Burial's explanation, they were stunned. The monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were too strong. Not only were these monsters hard to kill, but they were also harder on weapons and equipment than monsters elsewhere. If monsters in other maps could also drop magic crystals with the same probability as the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would be able to farm magic crystals much faster and more efficiently than in the regional dungeon. Moreover, it would cost less to farm elsewhere. Even if the other guilds put more effort into farming crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would be miles behind Heaven's Burial. As long as they had a sufficient stock of magic crystals, Heaven's Burial could rise to power. Alright, get some rest. We'll enter the city when we've recovered, Singular Burial commanded. While Heaven's Burial's members were preoccupied with their secret quest, the various large guilds throughout Star Moon Kingdom desperately tried to level up, getting themselves ready to challenge level 40 large-scale team dungeons to ordinary players. Level 40 was still far out of their reach. To the various large guilds, however, they would reach it soon. Level 40 could be considered a new beginning. At level 40, players could use mounts, doubling their mobility. As a result, their leveling and questing efficiency would double as well. However, purchasing a large number of mounts for its members was unrealistic for a guild. Having a guild mount was more reasonable. Hence, guilds needed to focus on constructing a stable. However, stable designs' drop rates were abysmal. Only 100-man team dungeons had a somewhat higher drop rate. Hence, the various large guilds were desperately preparing to raid level 40 large-scale team dungeons in the hopes of obtaining a stable design sooner. For a time, guilds were in a frenzy to raid large-scale team dungeons. Time quickly passed. 3 days had gone by before anyone had realized it. During this period, Shifeng led Zero Wing's main force all around the kingdom, hunting for great lords. If they did not find any, then they would kill field lords and high lords until they had finally exhausted the magic amplification scroll. Shifeng had also completed his quest. All 10 Inferno gold ingots were accounted for. Meanwhile, the team had climbed in levels. Originally, the average level of Zero Wing's main force was level 33. Now, the lowest among the team was level 37. Blackie, Fire Dance, and the other upper echelons had even risen to level 38. Throughout all of God's domain, they had the highest levels. Currently, the number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 35. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels, the EXP gap was massive. As for Shifeng, he had reached level 39. He was only 1 step away from level 40. Unfortunately, Shifeng's magic amplification scroll was now useless. He could no longer summon a tier 3 demon to assist them in battle. Otherwise, they would have continued leveling at this speed. Aside from levels, they had also obtained a massive stock of materials and level 50 equipment. They had filled Shifeng's bag completely, transferring the overflow into Aqua Rose's bag. They had more than 40 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and several hundred pieces of fine gold equipment. Contrary to what they had expected, they had obtained less than 100 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. If they sold these items on the Blackwing auction house, it would definitely shake God's domain's major powers. Currently, while the various large guilds struggled to reach level 40, level 50 top-tier equipment was already on display. It'll be a little rushed, but fortunately, we've completed the quest. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the time. He had 5 hours remaining before his appointment with Phoenix Rain. Immediately, he said through the team chat, everyone can head back to the city. Aqua, take your team to get some rest. In 3 hours, meet up in Star Moon City's teleportation hall. Chapter 770, Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Upon arriving at the trading firm with Fire Dance, Shifeng noticed a significant decrease in the shop's customers. We've reached our limit already? Shifeng glanced at the players on the streets before taking another look at the situation inside the shop. Despite the Candlelight Trading Firm's location in the trade area, a high-traffic area, and the fact that this area enjoyed a growing player population, the trading firm was losing customers. This situation illustrated a lot of problems. Glancing at the street again, Shifeng noticed that several large guilds and merchant players had set up shop near the street corners. With more shops, the competition grew more intense. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm's position in White River City was still unshakable, the trading firm was losing profits. Initially, the firm could bring in over 1,000 gold every day from each shop. Now, including the shops in major cities throughout Star Moon Kingdom and other countries, the trading firm was just barely making a total profit of 1,000 gold per day. Currently, fewer and fewer hot-selling items such as whetstones and advanced whetstones, as well as various other necessities such as recovery potions and mana regeneration potions, sold each day. This was all due to the new competition. Most of these new shops had powerful backers. Furthermore, the designs for hot-selling items were becoming more common. One could easily farm them or purchase them from the auction house. As long as these shops hired some lifestyle players to produce these items and sold them at a lower price than the Candlelight Trading Firm, with a profitable location, they could easily steal plenty of the Candlelight Trading Firm's customers. Fortunately, light stones and basic strengthened armor kits still sold like hotcakes. However, Shifeng knew that this situation would not last. Neither the light stones nor the basic strengthening armor kits were unique items like the mana armor kit. As more time passed and players reached higher levels, it would become easier to obtain these items' designs. As a matter of fact, after just being away from the city for 3 days, other shops had already begun selling basic strengthened armor kits. Only, they demanded slightly higher prices than the candlelight trading firm. It wouldn't be long before light stones would appear in other shops as well. At that time, the candlelight trading firm would lose some of its advantages. Guild leader, why have you called for me? Melancholic Smile asked with a tired expression as she entered the firm's reception room. Melancholic Smile was feeling the pressure of the lost profits. Although she had thought of many solutions, none were effective enough to save them from this predicament. How is the production of the strengthening devices coming along? Shifeng asked. With the candlelight trading firm's current income, they could never earn 150,000 gold in the next 20-some days. They needed to increase their profits. The strengthening devices were their only hope. More players flocked to White River City. Among them, there was no lack of elite and expert players. These players often ventured to high-level maps to grind. The burden on their equipment was much higher than ordinary players. Hence, they also had a much greater need for an item like the strengthening device, so that they could grind and adventure for longer periods. So far, I've produced 400 strengthening devices. My success rate is roughly 40%. Unfortunately, our stockpile is still too small to begin selling them. We will sell out before we even begin attracting customers. I intend to put them up for sale in the trading firm once we have a stockpile of 1,000 units. Melancholic Smile was optimistic about the strengthening devices. When they began to offer the strengthening devices, the candlelight trading firm would regain its popularity, increasing their daily sales tremendously. A success rate of 40%? Shifeng was slightly surprised. He had not expected Melancholic Smile to have such a high success rate. If Shifeng produced the strengthening devices himself, he'd have a 30% success rate at most. He then revealed a stack of designs and passed them to Melancholic Smile, saying, "Let Coco and the others learn these designs. If the firm has anyone with potential, you can allow them to learn one as well. Produce as many of these as you can. I have something important I need them for." Melancholic Smile was dumbfounded as she accepted the stack of design strengthening device. Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Melancholic Smile already knew how important the strengthening device was. Obtaining even a single design was already an amazing feat, yet Shifeng had 5 more. If they had 5 more people producing the strengthening devices, they could satisfy the demands of 1 or 2 cities worth of players. After all, the cost of forging for the strengthening device was relatively high, and the forging success rate was low. Hence, they could not offer the devices for too low a price. However, the other item, the Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit, confused her slightly. Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Defense plus 120. Endurance plus 5, Agility plus 3. Fire Resistance plus 7. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 30 equipment or above. In terms of basic attributes, it was only slightly stronger than the basic strengthened armor kit. However, the materials it required were much rarer. The basic fire resistance armor kit would cost twice as much to produce as the basic strengthening armor kit. Would anyone really be willing to buy these? Although the fire resistance armor kit provided quite an amount of fire resistance, there were many areas in God's domain that didn't offer the danger of fire. Players didn't need to head to leveling maps or dungeons that required high fire resistance. One could say that the fire resistance armor kit was not a necessity. Even if they produced this item, not many players would be willing to purchase it. However, the fact that Shifeng viewed the basic fire resistance armor kit and the strengthening device as equally important showed that the former was just as precious. From now on, focus on forging strengthening devices and basic fire resistance armor kits. Set everything else aside. Shifeng was aware of Melancholic Smile's concerns. However, the basic fire resistance armor kit was no less valuable than the strengthening device. Although the armor kits were not useful right now, once the Eclipse Gate opened, items that provided fire and ice resistance would skyrocket in price. Only then would the fire resistance armor kits shine. With these 3 armor kits, one could gain 21 points of fire resistance. This way, players could equip fewer pieces of fire resistance equipment. Although fire resistance equipment could increase one's fire resistance, they would have to sacrifice basic attributes. Having too much of that equipment would wound a player's combat power, making it more difficult to kill monsters in the Eclipse Gate. Hence, after the various large guilds discovered the basic fire resistance armor kit, they would rush towards Campbell Volcano to farm for the design. Unfortunately, the design's drop rate was incredibly low. Moreover, they only dropped from the volcano's field bosses throughout these past 3 days. Shifeng had killed plenty of field bosses at Campbell Volcano with Zero Wing's main force. After 3 days of hard work, with the help of Divine Providence, they had obtained a total of 9 copies. Anyone else would thank their stars to obtain just one right. How many materials have we collected for the stable so far? Shifeng made it clear that the guild stable was also a priority. The various large guilds were closing in on level 40. It would be a huge waste if he had the stable design but could not construct it. Chapter 771, Thousand Transformation Evolves. Hearing Shifeng's question, Melancholic Smile's expression sank, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. Ive only managed to gather a little more than half of the required materials. We're still short 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, Melancholic Smile reported honestly. Shifeng had instructed her to handle the material collection for the stable, regardless of the price, a while ago. Yet, until now, aside from the materials Zero Wing's members had gathered, she had only managed to source a small fraction of the required materials. All right. I doubt we'll be able to obtain the remaining materials easily. I'll try to think of a way to collect the rest. Focus on forging the strengthening devices. Shifeng nodded. Shifeng understood just how difficult it was to find the materials they needed to construct a stable. Even in 100-man hard mode team dungeons, the drop rates for these materials were abysmally low. Only Hell mode had a slightly higher drop rate. If they had not obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, they wouldn't have as much stock as they did right now. It was already impressive that they had over half of the materials. Moreover, the situation in God's domain had changed. The various large guilds were only a short time from the level 40 era. As long as the various large guilds did a little research, they would discover a hint to what they needed for their own stables. Primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were among the more obvious necessities. However, only those with stable designs would know the majority of the materials they needed. There were many kinds of rare materials that dropped in large-scale team dungeons, and they could be used in multiple designs. Even if they came across some building material that the stable design would require, the various guilds might assume it had a different purpose. However, as information on the primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones was available in cities' libraries, it would be nearly impossible to purchase these materials from other guilds. They were usually hard to obtain. However, Shifeng was also feeling celebratory. If he had not been able to participate in the Dark Arena, searching for a way to obtain the remaining stable materials would have really given him a headache. On the surface, the Dark Arena appeared to be a secret competition between the various international corporations. In truth, however, it was a place for the various corporations to exchange precious material and items. The Dark Arena provided a method to obtain the rarer materials and items. Of course, if one wanted these items, they needed to gamble on the team battles in the Dark Arena. Credits were not the most valued resource. Rather, it was the precious materials and items of God's domain. Normally, God's domain's major powers refused to sell these rarer items. At most, they might be willing to trade for items of equal value. Meanwhile, in the Dark Arena, if one offered a fair price, they could negotiate. Once both sides agreed, they would then bet on a match of their choosing. The winner would take everything. However, the winning battle team would also earn a small portion of this bet. If the battle team did not want the offered rewards, the party that won the bet could purchase the items from the winning team with credits. This was why so many powers throughout God's domain had hungered to join the Dark Arena in the past. They hadn't just wanted the fame. They had also wanted the chance to earn endless wealth and resources in God's domain. Unfortunately, not everybody could take part in the Dark Arena. The Dark Arena had its own inner circle. Ordinary guilds were not worthy of an invitation. Take Shifeng for example. Despite being the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he needed to get the assistance of the upper echelon of a first-rate guild to gain entry into the Dark Arena. In the past, Shifeng had visited the Dark Arena over a dozen times, and he had to admit that second-rate guilds could not afford to mingle there. Even legendary items and player-constructed cities were sometimes used as bargaining chips, much less legendary ranked materials. Although each team in the Dark Arena consisted only of 10 members, the profits one could earn from a single match could inspire hundreds, even millions, of people to fight the primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were precious materials. In the dark arena, however, these materials were considered subpar wagers, hence, it would not be difficult for Shifeng to gather the materials he needed to build his stable. After Shifeng stored the rare materials and level 50 weapons and equipment in the trading firm's warehouse, he hurriedly led Fire Dance towards Celiura's smithy. In Celiura's smithy, Shifeng handed Celiura the 10 Inferno gold ingots. Immediately, the sound of a system notification reached his ear. System, Epic Hidden Quest, Recast 1000 Transformations, Completed Quest Rewards, 200 million EXP and Fortitude plus 5. Suddenly, Shifeng's experience bar rose to 42% of level 39. 200 million EXP might be a lot to ordinary players, but to Shifeng, it was a drop in the bucket. Aside from the fact that he required double the EXP normal players required to level up, an ordinary level 39 player needed an astonishing amount of EXP to level. Even several hundred millions of EXP was not enough to climb from level 39 to level 40. However, the 5 fortitude points were quite valuable. If Shifeng challenged advanced quests, he would have to waste a lot of time and complete 3 or 4 to gain 5 fortitude points. After stowing away the Inferno gold with satisfaction, Celiura looked at Shifeng and asked seriously, "Now that I have everything I need, who is the weapon intended for? My companion here will use it." Shifeng tugged Fire Dance forward as he introduced her to Celiura. Since 1000 transformations was going to be recast, a Grandmaster forger like Celiura could not recast the weapon blindly. She needed to make sure that the weapon would fit its user perfectly. Taking a look at Fire Dance, Celiura turned back to Shifeng and said, "You must think this through. The weapon I recast will not be some garbage epic weapon that you can find anywhere on the streets. It will have the possibility of becoming a legendary weapon. Are you truly willing to give that up? Even tier 6 gods would go crazy over a legendary weapon." Celiura refused to believe that Shifeng would actually go through all that effort for the sake of a companion. "Why wouldn't I be willing?" Shifeng laughed. 1000 transformations was a short sword. Although swordsmen could use short swords as well, they did not suit his style. On the other hand, Fire Dance was Zero Wing's #1 assassin. She could wield the 1000 transformations to its greatest potential. Hearing Shifeng's confidence, Fire Dance's face burned with both excitement and bashfulness. With the light from the smithy's furnace, Fire Dance's normally white cheeks seemed to have been stained red. "You blockhead. Fine. It's your decision." Celiura then shifted her gaze towards Fire Dance. "You, follow me." Fire Dance nodded silently. She then followed Celiura and arrived before a silver magic array. "All you need to do is stand in the center of the magic array," Celiura instructed. Her hands then began tracing divine runes in the air. By the time Fire Dance took her place at the array's center, Celiura had already written dozens of lines of golden divine runes. Her casting speed was tremendous. Shortly after, Celiura flicked her delicate finger, and the divine runes wrapped around Fire Dance's body rapidly, enveloping her. After finishing her preparations, Celiura took out the mana stones Shifeng had readied for her and tossed them into the furnace. Suddenly, 100 mana stones hovered above the magic array, looking like stars as they circled the 1000 transformations, which the Grandmaster forger had placed inside the furnace. "In you go." Celiura took out the 10 Inferno gold ingots and tossed them into the furnace as well. Immediately, the crimson flames transformed into golden tongues of fire. In the next moment, the broken sword, which even killing ray could not damage, melted as they watched. When 1000 transformations had melted completely, it transformed into multicolored globs of molten metal, condensate. Celiura shouted. A multicolored magic array then enveloped the furnace and everything around it. The 100 mana stones instantly transformed into liquid and melded with the liquefied 1000 transformations. Afterward, Celiura returned to rapidly writing divine runes and curses. The golden runes and purple curses also began to flow into the liquid metal inside the furnace. The Grandmaster forger wrote runes for over half an hour. By the time Celiura finished, her face had paled to an unhealthy white. Meanwhile, the divine runes and curses had molded the liquefied 1000 transformations. Celiura waved her finger. 1000 transformations then flew out of the furnace and hovered in midair. Currently, 1000 transformations glowed red and radiated a scorching heat. "It's finally complete." Celiura could not help but reveal an excited smile as she gazed at the newly recast 1000 transformations. Chapter 772, Extraordinary Ability. Due to 1,000 transformations, the temperature in the smithy had increased rapidly. Shifeng felt as if he stood in the mouth of a volcano despite standing 10 yards away from the flawed weapon. Shifeng received tens of damage with each passing second. If a player with low fire resistance stood in his place, they would not last 10 seconds. Fortunately, Fire Dance was cocooned deep inside the magic array. She did not receive a single point of damage from the heat. Naturally, Xianxia didn't need to worry about the heat stand further away. Xianxia reminded Shifeng with a low command. A bottle of dark blue liquid then appeared in her hands. The instant Xianxia took out this bottle, the smithy's temperature decreased significantly. Shifeng was still basking in the aftertaste of Xianxia's forging process. However, upon hearing Xianxia's reminder, he ran out of the smithy. Shifeng was no stranger to forgers. He was even a famous forger himself. Although Shifeng had watched master forgers work many times in the past, he had never once witnessed the forging process of a Grandmaster forger. He had never imagined there was actually such a huge difference between a master forger and a Grandmaster forger. The experience of watching Xianxia work had been quite valuable. Even after 10 years, Grandmaster forgers had still been extremely rare in God's domain. Even the guild leader of a super guild had to treat such an existence with great respect. One could imagine just how high a Grandmaster forger's status was initially. Shifeng had thought that the largest difference between a master forger and a Grandmaster forger was their research and understanding of materials. However, after watching Xianxia work, he realized the difference wasn't just the understanding of materials. A master forger could never hope to compare to a Grandmaster's understanding of divine runes, curses, and magic arrays as well. It was no wonder why the master forgers of Shadow had never reached Grandmaster status, regardless of how hard they had tried. The strength of Grandmaster forgers was ridiculous. Fortunately, I recorded Xianxia's entire recasting process. Afterward, if I show the recording to Melancholic Smile and the others, they might have a better chance of becoming Grandmaster forgers. Shifeng, who waited outside Xianxia's house, could not help smiling after Shifeng had left the house. Xianxia opened the deep blue bottle and poured a single drop of the deep blue liquid onto the glowing 1,000 transformations. The instant the deep blue liquid connected with 1,000 transformations, the flawed weapon cooled at a visible rate. The smithy also chilled to become a frozen hell. Although the smithy looked simple, extremely powerful magic arrays strengthened the area. Nothing from the outside world could disturb the house's interior. Likewise, nothing inside the house could disturb the outside world. Hence, Shifeng, who stood outside the house, was safe. He could not even sense the drastic changes inside the house. Only after another half an hour had passed did Xianxia call Shifeng back. 1,000 transformations had already cooled completely. It was finished. The flawed weapon was white as snow. The sword's blade also emitted a faint glow, looking like a star in the night sky. Despite doing nothing beyond hovering in the air, Shifeng could feel a frightening power radiating from the short sword. Was it a success? Shifeng asked curiously. If it were a success, then the moment Fire Dance equipped the weapon, her attributes would most likely surpass his by a wide margin. After all, he only had a single fragmented legendary item on his person. A complete legendary item had the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Several epic items and a fragmented legendary item could not compare. Unfortunately, Xianxia shook her head in disappointment and said, "Although I've completed the runes on the sword, there are some defects in the original materials. It can only reach fragmented legendary rank. If I had the complete 1,000 transformations, it might have become a legendary weapon." Shifeng expressed his sympathy when he saw Xianxia's disappointment. Every Grandmaster forger dreamed of creating a legendary weapon of their own. Although Xianxia had not been forging an entirely new weapon, only recasting one, if she succeeded, it would be of immense help towards making a legendary weapon in the future. However, he had expected a legendary weapon was not easily obtainable. It was not something he would stumble across after completing a single hidden epic quest. A fragmented legendary item was the limit. If he wanted to obtain a legendary weapon, he would have to complete a legendary quest at the very minimum. If Galaxy Pass knew that his death had given Zero Wing an additional fragmented legendary item, he would probably die from a heart attack. Shifeng could imagine just how much effort Galaxy Pass had put into obtaining 1,000 transformations. However, it had fallen into Zero Wing's hands. As for Feather, the future god-ranked assassin, Shifeng could only apologize to him. "Come, test it out, Xianxia said as she turned to Fire Dance, who had been frozen in place throughout this process. Players could wield and test any weapon in God's domain. However, if they did not meet the necessary requirements, they could not use the weapon in battle. When Fire Dance grasped the hovering 1,000 transformations, she was instantly stunned. Only after a long moment did she dazedly make a few casual swings. Suddenly, a silver flash appeared in the smithy. Despite only swinging the weapon a few times, it felt as if the silver sword were present throughout the building. Moreover, only the sacred sword killing ray in Shifeng's hands could match this sword's speed so strong. Shifeng watched the myriad of sword images that filled the space, feeling threatened. Despite being a Void Realm expert, he could not predict the 1,000 transformations' attack trajectory. He also couldn't tell which image was real and which image was just an afterimage. They all seemed real and fake at the same time. Is this the true power of 1,000 transformations? Shifeng had watched Feather's battle videos in the past. However, 1,000 transformations had not been this powerful. Although Feather's attacks with 1,000 transformations had also created numerous sword images, a refinement realm expert could, more or less, differentiate the fakes from the real deal. Meanwhile, Shifeng had already reached the Void Realm, yet, he couldn't differentiate between the sword images Fire Dance had created. Even though he could feel many of the sword images were fake and were out of sync with Fire Dance's movements, the pressure these sword images gave off felt very real to him. There is a reason why this sword was named the 1,000 Transformations. When swung, it can transform its user's attack into a myriad of forms and confuse the enemy. However, when the opponent attempts to retaliate, they will quickly discover that most of the sword images are fake. Yet, when struck by these fakes, they will receive damage. 1,000 transformations can interchange illusions with reality. It's a pity that it did not become a legendary weapon. It would have been truly magnificent, Xianxia explained, smiling. As she had personally upgraded this weapon to fragmented legendary rank, she understood 1,000 transformations like the palm of her hand. How about it? Do you feel any discomfort while using it? Fire Dance was still deeply immersed in the sensation of using 1,000 transformations. Even after Xianxia asked her a question, she remained unresponsive. However, judging from Fire Dance's current reaction, it was obvious that the weapon fit her like a glove. Guild leader, it feels like this weapon is a part of my body. I can even feel the blade cut across air. Fire Dance said excitedly as she wielded 1,000 transformations like a favorite toy. Of course. This is a fragmented legendary weapon Lady Xianxia has personally adjusted for you. It should fit you far better than any other fragmented legendary weapon. You should feel that way, Shifeng laughed. Alright, stop playing with it for now. 1,000 transformations already belongs to you. You have all the time in the world to analyze it. Let me see its attributes. Chapter 773, Strongest Attributes. Shifeng was incredibly curious to see how powerful a fragmented legendary weapon was. There were quite a number of fragmented legendary items in God's domain. However, those who had obtained fragmented legendary items were not fools. They would not intentionally reveal their items' attributes, allowing their opponents an opportunity to guess their strength and discover weaknesses. Moreover, fragmented legendary items that belonged to large guilds were kept as guild secrets. They wouldn't even advertise owning one, much less revealing the item's attributes. Although Shifeng had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, the guild had not owned a single fragmented legendary item. On the other hand, the guild had owned quite a few epic items. However, at the end of the day, an epic weapon was only an epic weapon. It could never compare to a fragmented legendary weapon. Hearing Shifeng's request, Fire Dance lost her composure. Hurriedly, she sent Shifeng the 1,000 transformation statistics as expected of a fragmented legendary weapon. Compared to this, an epic weapon is practically garbage. Shifeng's hands involuntarily trembled when he saw the weapon's attributes. 1,000 transformations, one-handed sword, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 700, agility 700. Attack power, 200% of strength. Attack speed, 2% of agility. All attributes, increases according to user's level. When equipped. Strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 60%, intelligence increased by 40%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%. Ignore levels plus 20. All skills plus 3 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Attacks have 60% chance to trigger deadly blow, increasing damage by 220% and attack speed by 20%. 20% chance to trigger critical point effect, ignoring all block and defense effects, and dealing 330% weapon damage. Additional skill 1 dash. Phantom, when activated, summons 5 doppelgangers. The doppelgangers share attributes with the wielder. They do not have any attack power. All attacks against doppelgangers will have no effect. User can freely swap positions with any of the 5 doppelgangers without cooldown duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional skill 2 dash. True Illusion, if wielder dies within 40 seconds upon activation, wielder will respawn at full HP nearby. Grants 3 seconds of invulnerability. All buffs before death will remain in effect. Cooldown, 48 hours. Additional skill 3 dash. Illusory Power, increases strength by 80%, agility by 100%, and movement speed by 70%. All damage received has a 50% chance to be sent into the void. Grants immunity to all control effects. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Created by famed Smith Jax. 1000 Transformations is 65th of God's Domain's 108 flawed weapons. It had lost all its power due to the blade's destruction. However, it had been recast by Grandmaster Forger Sealura. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. User, Fire Dance. An epic weapon could never hope to compare to the 1000 Transformations attributes, much less the additional skills. This weapon was perfect for assassins. However, the most impressive aspect of 1000 Transformations was the True Illusion skill. It was even more amazing than the full revival skill. Even when a player revived with full revival, they would still have to suffer the death penalty and lose a level. Moreover, the monster they fought would leave combat due to their death. When said player challenged the same monster again, the monster would have recovered to full HP. The player would have to start the battle all over again. However, True Illusion was different. It could dismiss a player's death, allowing them to reappear with full HP without needing to lose a level. Even if one died in mid-battle against a monster, they could reappear and continue fighting immediately. In PvP, this skill was even more powerful. In ordinary duels, this skill might not be useful as the system would declare the outcome of the battle as soon as a player's HP fell to 1. In a death match, however, the battle would only end after a player had died. In such a situation, True Illusion would take effect, allowing the player to reappear with full HP instantly. The system would not judge the player as the loser, and the battle would continue. With this skill, with the survivability of assassins, it would be near possible to kill Fire Dance. If one did not have the strength to instant kill Fire Dance, they would not be able to kill her at all. Moreover, 1000 Transformations was now a personal weapon. Even if others wanted the flawed weapon, they could not steal it from her. Of course, if Fire Dance obtained better equipment, 1000 Transformations would go to waste. There were both pros and cons. Can you equip it now? Shifeng asked Fire Dance, his excitement evident in his tone. If Fire Dance could equip 1000 Transformations right now, they would have a much easier time in the Dark Arena. After all, that was a team battle. An individual's strength was limited to prevent monster-like characters from dominating the entire competition. The Dark Arena ran team battles. This way, the outcome was much harder to predict. It was also impossible for one player to carry a battle team to victory. A battle team was only likely to secure victory if the majority of the members were very powerful. If Fire Dance equipped 1000 Transformations, it would undeniably increase the Asura battle team's chances of victory. My agility is sufficient. However, I don't have enough strength. Fire Dance was similarly tempted and wished she could equip the new weapon immediately. However, the weapon demanded 700 strength, and of everyone in Zero Wing, only Shifeng had met this requirement. How far are you from the requirement? Shifeng asked him. Short by 133 points. Fire Dance felt helpless. Unfortunately, she had placed the majority of her free attribute points into agility. Her tier 3 gemstones were also all agility types. However, had she not focused on her agility, She wouldn't have enough for that requirement either. That's quite a lot. Shifeng frowned. If it were only several dozen points, he had some ways to make up for the gap. However, over 100 points was a little too much. Unless she could replace her equipment. Right, now that you're level 38, you should be able to equip the Petrified Thorn. Try. The Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, the Dark Melody set, could decrease the equipment requirement by 3 levels. The Petrified Thorn could only be equipped at level 40. As for the other equipment requirements, Fire Dance had fulfilled them long ago. She could equip the Petrified Thorn now. Being reminded by Shifeng, Fire Dance hurriedly replaced the Subhand True Fire Blade with the Petrified Thorn immediately. Her attributes skyrocketed. Not only did an epic weapon provided more fixed attributes, but it also increased a player's basic attributes by a fixed percentage after being equipped. Take the Petrified Thorn for example. When equipped, it would increase the wielder's strength and agility by 10%. Moreover, the True Fire Blade was only a level 30 dark gold weapon. How could it possibly compete with a level 40 epic weapon in terms of attributes? Sure enough, after Fire Dance equipped the Petrified Thorn, she was only 32 strength short of reaching 700 points afterward. Shifeng led Fire Dance to the Candlelight trading firm and had her replace some of the Tier 3 agility gemstones with Tier 3 strength gemstones, instantly pushing her strength to 700 points. Her agility remained above 700 as well. Tested out, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh at Fire Dance's slightly nervous expression. Fire Dance then replaced her main weapon with 1,000 transformations immediately. Fire Dance's aura changed massively. The pressure Shifeng felt from her also increased tremendously. The assassin now felt like a ferocious beast that had just woken and bared its sharp fangs. Shifeng was incomparably excited to see Fire Dance's strength increase. Currently, in terms of basic attributes, Fire Dance had surpassed him. Alright, it's time to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Empire. Shifeng smiled. Chapter 774, 4 Great Empires. In one of the bars in Star Moon City slums. A middle-aged man in silver robes turned and looked at his surroundings. After confirming that no one had followed him, he walked into the bar. Aside from the NPC barkeeper, the bar's only occupant was a white-haired youth dressed in exquisite, black leather armor. When the white-haired youth, who had been enjoying a bottle of vodka in silence, sensed the silver-robed man walk over, he turned around and smiled, saying, "You're finally here. It seems that Black Flame has put you through quite the ringer. Did you finish what I asked you to do?" The silver-robed man was none other than Sky from the Flower of Seven Sins. He was also the first Void Realm expert. Shifeng had killed. Sky's position in the Flower of Seven Sins was extraordinary. He could be considered one of the organization's key figures. Normally, upon meeting, the Flower's members only felt fear and respect. They were deeply afraid of offending Sky, who had a strange personality. Yet, when speaking with this man, the white-haired youth remained calm and natural. If the other members saw this, they would definitely be shocked. As you guessed, he can steal players' immortal souls. However, I did not discover that item's presence on him. Really though, this incident has ruined me. I wasn't able to log into the game for 3 days. I've fallen behind in levels. I even lost an excellent pair of shoes. Say, how do you intend to compensate me for the losses?" Sky said, annoyance clear in his tone as he glared at the gloating youth. "Fine. They were just a pair of shoes. What do you think of this?" the white-haired youth asked, laughing. He then revealed a pair of level 35 dark gold ranked combat boots. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 30, while its experts were level 33. Even expert players were barely reaching level 35. Yet, the white-haired youth could so easily hand Sky a pair of level 35 dark gold ranked combat boots. Even level 30 dark gold equipment was very difficult to obtain, not to mention level 35 dark gold equipment that is more like it. Anything less and you'd fail to live up to your name, Silver. Sky, however, was not particularly surprised. He accepted the combat boots. "You really are a strange one. Instead of looking for him yourself, you chose me to test his strength and learn whether or not he has that item. Isn't this just a waste of time? With your abilities, can't you find an opportunity to kill him fairly easily? You don't understand. There is only one chance to obtain that item. In the off chance that I alert him, I will lose that one opportunity. Besides, it was fortunate that I didn't join you. It would have been too difficult to kill him. He didn't bring the item with him either. Killing him would have been useless. Silver shook his head. Laughing softly, he said, I am not in a rush, anyway. In any case, I have other places to be, as well. However, I need you to keep a close eye on him and report any movement to me for the reward you requested. I'll take care of it as soon as possible. However, you mustn't forget that only you and I know this information. If I find that word has gotten out, you will suffer the consequences. Sky involuntarily shivered under Silver's warning glare. Hurriedly, he replied, I understand. Silver was a true upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins. Throughout the organization's history, Silver was the only player to join the organization's upper echelons at such a young age. His strength and abilities were extraordinary. If he offended Silver, not only would he find it impossible to mingle in God's domain, but he would also suffer in the real world. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon Imperial City. God's domain was the home of numerous empires. The four great empires, however, towered above the rest. The Fire Dragon Empire was one of these four. The Beast Empire's imperial capital only had a player population of around 10 million. Flame Dragon City, however, had a population of over 30 million. Beast City could not compete with Flame Dragon City. At the same time, Flame Dragon City was also one of the four venues that often hosted the Dark Arena. Flame Dragon City's territory was also massive. Compared to Flame Dragon City, Starmoon City and White River City were merely small children currently. A large number of players had gathered in Flame Dragon City's underground arena. Every one of these players either held prominent positions in the virtual gaming world or was one of God's domain's many overlords. No one could afford to offend a single one of these players currently. Ordinary players could not enter the underground arena as a super guild had cordoned off the area. If a player dared to cause a scene here, they would find themselves very quickly removed from God's domain. Hence, no one dared to approach without an invitation. Big Sis Rain, it's almost time, yet, those people haven't arrived yet. Should we have the others prepare for now? A charming beauty wearing luxurious, purple mage robes asked Phoenix Rain softly. We still have some time. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. If they aren't going to show up, we'll have the others take their place, Phoenix Rain said as she glanced at the charming beauty beside her. Smiling, she continued, Blue, I know you have a low opinion of Zero Wing, but Black Flame is the expert who defeated Martial Dragon. Just a while ago, he even defeated Sky from the Flower of Seven Sins. His strength is at the pinnacle of God's domain. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Blue Phoenix was no less famous than Martial Dragon. She was one of the top combatants the Phoenix Pavilion had paid a large price to nurture secretly. However, due to Martial Dragon awakening his domain a step ahead of her, Blue Phoenix was weaker than Martial Dragon. Even so, she was still an expert ranking at the very top of God's domain. Originally, Phoenix Rain had intended to allow Blue Phoenix to lead the battle team, taking advantage of her strength to make a fortune. However, Black Flame's sudden appearance had changed her mind. If she had Black Flame lead the battle team instead, she had a better chance of keeping herself hidden. At the very least, nobody would connect her with this battle team, but Black Flame looks down on us. Big Sis Rain, you only obtained this battle team slot after a lot of trouble, yet they haven't shown themselves, and we're losing time before the match begins. This shows that they're not taking this seriously at all. How could someone like this fight with everything they have in the match? Blue Phoenix complained indignantly as Phoenix Rain waited quietly for Shi Feng's arrival. A woman in a set of glamorous purple robes appeared before her. This beautiful woman radiated the air of luxury. Why, if it isn't Miss Feng? I never thought that after so many years, you'd still be a measly pavilion master. If you had agreed to my brother's conditions, you wouldn't be in such a pitiful state, Exemplary Willow said, giggling. Her eyes, however, contained ridicule as she spoke, and here I wondered who had appeared before me. So it's Miss Lu too, who recently suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of an upstart guild like Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain chuckled while covering her mouth with her hand. Hearing Phoenix Rain come back, Exemplary Willow flared with anger like a cat whose tail got stepped on. Feng Qinyu, don't think that you've won just yet. Sooner or later, I'll teach you that all your efforts are for nothing. Your fate has already been determined and cannot be changed. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion cannot help you. Not to mention, you're still just a measly, little pavilion master. Exemplary Willow snorted as she stomped away after Exemplary Willow left. However, Phoenix Rain's complexion darkened slightly. Big Sis Rain, time's up. The organizer is ushering us to get ready. What should we do? Blue Phoenix asked. Chapter 775, Sure-Kill Spell. Could he have forgotten? Phoenix Rain frowned slightly. In truth, she had more confidence in her subordinates than in Black Flame. After all, she had gone to great lengths to nurture these subordinates, molding them into experts. Moreover, they wore the best equipment the Phoenix Pavilion had to offer. She had invested a lot of time and effort into this match. Even Zero Wing, a guild famed for its equipment, was unlikely to have better equipment immediately. Phoenix Rain called up the system interface, intending to contact Black Flame. If the man truly wasn't going to show up, then she could only send her subordinates into the match. Although there was the risk of exposing her identity, winning the match was equally important. Just as Phoenix Rain was about to click Contact Friend, Shifeng appeared in her line of sight. However, rather than his appearance of Black Flame, Shifeng wore the features of Yifeng. Hello, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Yifeng, the leader of the battle team. Guild leader Black Flame has sent, Shifeng explained slowly. Hello. May I know where your guild leader is right now? Phoenix Rain asked as she looked at Shifeng, not taking him seriously. She knew of Yifeng. In her opinion, however, this was only a trap Black Flame had set to confuse the enemy battle team. Black Flame should be the battle team's true leader rather than this young man. Before her guild leader has something important to take care of, so he delegated all responsibilities regarding the battle team to me. If Phoenix Pavilion Master has any questions, please feel free to ask. Shifeng could tell what was going through Phoenix Rain's mind. Laughing, he said, moreover, Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you really think that it is appropriate for Zero Wing's guild leader to take part in such a competition? Then, are you saying that guild leader Black Flame won't be participating in the Dark Arena at all? Phoenix Raid asked with a chilling tone, wrathful flames flaring up in her eyes. This development was unexpected, of course. However, Phoenix Pavilion Master, please rest assured. We won't disappoint you, Shifeng said, not particularly minding Phoenix Rain's anger. Calmly, he continued, if Phoenix Pavilion Master is still unsure, you can test my strength personally. Shifeng was very curious about Phoenix Rain's current strength. In the past, countless guilds had fallen into Phoenix Rain's hands. There was even an instance where multiple Apex experts banded together to deal with Phoenix Rain, yet without exception, she defeated every one of them. Back then, the assassination attempt had boosted Phoenix Rain's prestige in God's domain. She had been given the Demon Queen title as a result. After all, not only was she a country-toppling beauty, but she also possessed an absolute strength that allowed her to step on Apex experts. Those Apex experts, who had tried to deal with Phoenix Rain, had admitted that, when they had fought Phoenix Rain, she had killed them without taking any damage at all. Those Apex experts had been to gods to Shifeng. He had only been able to look up to them, yet such experts hadn't been able to land a finger on Phoenix Rain, even after banding together. Phoenix Rain's strength was inconceivable. However, after that battle, Phoenix Rain had practically avoided combat. She had left all matters to Blue Phoenix to handle. As a result, Phoenix Rain's true strength remained a mystery in God's domain. At this moment, Blue Phoenix stepped forward and said, as expected of the team leader favored by guild leader Black Flame. Since you're so confident, let me have a bout with you. Blue Phoenix was furious with Zero Wing. Black Flame had actually decided to neglect such an important match, passing all responsibility to a subordinate instead. At this point, she intended to teach Zero Wing's members a lesson and humiliating Black Flame. Of course, I have no issues with that. However, it doesn't seem like we have much time, Shifeng said after glancing the time. They only had 15 minutes before the competition officially began. If they did not enter the arena before the competition started, they would automatically forfeit the match, and their opponents would win without even fighting. 1 minute will be more than enough, Blue Phoenix said as she glanced at Shifeng's level, which he had modified to appear as level 35. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what are your thoughts? Feng turned to look at Phoenix Rain. I'm also curious about Guild Leader Black Flame's judgment. Since he has chosen you to serve as the team leader, let me see your strength. If you cannot survive for 1 minute, I can only say that Guild Leader Black Flame is overly optimistic. If that's the case, I'll have to reconsider our cooperation. Despite observing Feng for a long time, she did not think that Feng was particularly strong. Although she felt a faint pressure from him, this pressure was minimal. It was far from the massive pressure she felt from Black Flame. The nearby dueling ring is available. You two can fight there. In truth, Phoenix Rain was also curious about Feng's identity. She had seen Yifeng's name in Zero Wing's investigation report before. However, Yifeng had only appeared briefly during God's domain's early stages. Afterward, he had not accomplished anything notable. Yet, Black Flame had given Yifeng full authority over the battle team for such an important event like the Dark Arena. Even Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, was only the battle team's second in command. How could this situation not pique her interest? Based on Phoenix Rain's impression, Black Flame was a man of absolute calm. He knew his priorities and had glimpsed upon the world of the great. It was impossible that Black Flame did not understand the importance of the Dark Arena. Yet, he still delegated all responsibility to Yifeng. It would be unwise to cast aside Yifeng without testing the young man. Hence, she decided to take the time to test Yifeng's strength. If he could last 1 minute against Blue Phoenix, then he was relatively strong. It would not be impossible for him to secure victory in the upcoming match. After all, the other Zero Wing members of the battle team were relatively strong as well. Since Phoenix Pavilion Master doesn't have any problems with it, I have no issues with it either. Feng laughed as he walked towards the dueling ring. There were many dueling rings inside the underground arena that players could rent for practice matches. However, the higher rank the dueling ring was, the higher its rental fees were. In the dueling ring, as soon as Blue Phoenix and Feng turned towards each other, the duel's countdown began. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Just as the duel was about to begin, Phoenix Rain suddenly noticed that Zero Wing's other members weren't particularly interested in watching. On the contrary, they chatted, carefree, with each other. Underestimating my subordinate? Phoenix Rain could not help but laugh. Her laughter, however, contained a hint of frost. Blue Phoenix noticed the behavior of Zero Wing's members. Good. Very good. I intended to go easy and let your team leader last a few more seconds. Now, I'll take him down in 5 seconds. Blue Phoenix inwardly swore. Blue Phoenix was a level 36 Tier 1 Elementalist. Meanwhile, her equipment consisted of level 35 dark gold and fine gold quality. The staff in her hand was even the level 30 dark gold ranked Dawn Scepter, a weapon she had obtained from a level 30 Hell Mode team dungeon. The dark gold ranked staff could even level with her to level 35. Overall, Blue Phoenix's magic damage was astonishing. Even her minor skills could inflict massive damage to an MT of the same level. Soon, the bell signaled the start of the duel die. With a low shout, she began drawing several lines of runes with great familiarity. Immediately, dozens of ice spears appeared around her and shot toward Feng. Tier 1 sure kill spell, Ice Madness. Every ice spear contained immense power. Players that came into contact with the spears would suffer a debuff, their movement speed reducing by 40% and attack speed reducing by 30% under Blue Phoenix's control. Dozens of ice spears flew towards Feng from all directions. The swordsman had nowhere to hide. Moreover, Blue Phoenix had already reached the Void Realm. She could perceive her surroundings and Feng's actions like the back of her hand. With Feng's slightest movements, she could immediately adjust the attack angle of her ice spears. However, this was not all. Suddenly, Blue Phoenix waved her hand, and 2 ice walls appeared in front of her, preventing Feng from charging at her. Chapter 776, Triple Casting. Such swift and fierce techniques. She must be more than just an ordinary expert of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Aqua Rose, who watched from the stands, was slightly stunned. She had not expected Blue Phoenix to be so highly skilled. Magical classes and melee classes combat methods were different. Magical classes had to focus on their familiarity and control of their spells. The more familiar a player was with a spell, the faster they could cast said spell. Once they were familiar with a spell to a certain extent, they only needed minimal concentration to cast it. It was even possible for players to skip chanting completely and cast their spells instantaneously. Meanwhile, the higher a player's control was of their spells, the more spells they could cast simultaneously. Also, high-tiered spells required more control to cast. Multicasting spells was like multitasking in real life. One might be able to handle one task with ease but would find two or more simultaneous tasks difficult. For magical class players, without a certain level of control of their spells, it was impossible to cast multiple spells at once. Of course, there were some talented people who could multitask two or more tasks without training. If these people played a magical class, they could easily become experts. Even without a high degree of control, they could cast two or more spells simultaneously. One could overwhelm their enemies by multicasting spells, drowning them in a bombardment of magic. After all, evading one spell attack was already difficult, not to mention evading two or more. Being able to double cast spells would greatly increase a magical class player's variety of attack methods. They would not have to rely on monotone attacks that could be easily avoided. Naturally, this would increase their combat power by leaps and bounds. Currently, Aqua Rose could only handle double casting. Moreover, she could only cast two Tier 0 spells simultaneously. Even casting one Tier 0 and one Tier 1 spell simultaneously was beyond her. Yet, Blue Phoenix was capable of multicasting a Tier 1 Surekill spell and a Tier 0 spell. One could just imagine how superior Blue Phoenix was to her. Facing the dozens of incoming ice spears, Shifeng ran, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he moved. It was far more difficult to hit a moving player with a spell. Not to mention, Blue Phoenix had to focus on controlling so many ice spears. It's useless. Blue Phoenix had long since seen Shifeng's intentions and had taken countermeasures. However, Shifeng was also an expert in the Void Realm. He could sense the dozens of ice spears' exact locations. The instant the ice spears were about to reach him, he sidestepped and allowed the dozens of spears to brush past. He then circled the ice walls and approached Blue Phoenix. Although the Void Realm allowed players to perceive their surroundings clearly, their range was not unlimited. Their maximum range was 20 yards. As long as he was over 20 yards away from Blue Phoenix, the Elementalist could not perceive his movements in such detail. It wouldn't be possible for her to change the trajectory of her ice spears in time. However, Blue Phoenix was no fool. While controlling ice madness, she also used the ice walls or instant cast frost arrows to hinder Shifeng's advance. Just as she was about to force Shifeng into a corner, she summoned 4 ice walls, surrounding Shifeng from all sides. The dozens of ice spears that had lain in wait descended on Shifeng. Boom. 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 Frost particles and white mist permeated the area. Is he dead? Blue Phoenix looked at the time. Only 3 seconds had passed since the battle had begun. Suddenly, Blue Phoenix felt that something was wrong. It felt as if a ferocious beast had just appeared behind her. Hurriedly, she activated Blink with a thought and appeared 15 yards away from her original position. Hua. Numerous blue sword lights blossomed Blue Phoenix's original location, slicing apart the afterimage she left behind. She had only been a thread away from Shifeng's strikes. Her senses sure are sharp. Shifeng sighed disappointedly. If he faced against any other class right now, he would have hit his opponent. Unfortunately, Blink could be cast with a single thought. The skill took effect instantaneously, allowing the user to appear 15 yards away. No matter how fast his sword was, it could not outmatch Blink that was close. With her Void Realm perception, Blue Phoenix had realized what Shifeng had done. So, he still had such a move. Unfortunately, it is useless. I will end everything with this. Following which, Blue Phoenix waved her finger and used Ice Dragon's Roar. In the next moment, a powerful gush of cold air blasted toward Shifeng. Just as Shifeng was about to dodge to the left, 5 great fireballs appeared, flying at him. Double casting could allow magical class players to launch preemptive strikes, using the first attack to force the enemy to reveal a weak point, then attacking said weak point with the second spell. If ordinary players did not cope with the twofold attack properly, they would not even know how they died. Void Realm magical class experts sure are difficult to deal with. Having no better options, Shifeng retreated backward, intending to avoid the 5 great fireballs before evading the Ice Dragon's Roar. However, 2 ice walls suddenly appeared behind Shifeng, sealing his path of retreat impossible. Astonishment appeared on Aqua Rose's face. She can actually triple cast? Double casting was already Aqua Rose's limit. Even so, double casting had increased her combat power tremendously. Yet, Blue Phoenix could triple cast. She was simply inhuman despite both Ice Wall and Great Fireball being Tier 0 spells. When triple casted, they were far more powerful than a Tier 2 spell. Everyone finally realized just how frightening Blue Phoenix was. It was no wonder why she had confidently claimed that she could end the battle in 1 minute. Almost anyone would be helpless against her diverse attack method. A player's only option was to confront the incoming spells. However, against Blue Phoenix's high magic damage, just how many attacks of hers could one handle? Blue is taking this too seriously, Phoenix Rain sighed helplessly as she watched her comrade's performance. It seems that Blue will be participating in the competition. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Blue Phoenix had even suppressed Martial Dragon before he had awakened his domain. Needless to say, an unknown character from Zero Wing stood no chance against the Elementalist. Hence, she had told Shifeng before that he would pass if he could survive a minute against Blue Phoenix now. However, it would seem that even 1 minute wasn't possible with Blue Phoenix's current equipment. Lasting 10 seconds against her serious efforts was impressive enough. Just as the Ice Dragon's roar was about to devour Shifeng, he lightly swung Killing Ray at the torrent of cold air. Shio. 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 Multiple streaks of blue lightning pierced the Ice Dragon's roar. 2 streaks of lightning scattered the pure white spell. Following which, another 2 streaks snaked their way towards Blue Phoenix. When Blue Phoenix saw the incoming lightning bolts, she hurriedly cast Ice Walls and Flame Explosion to defend herself. Only after breaking the 3rd ice wall did the lightning bolts vanish. Such high strength. Blue Phoenix could not help her shock as she glanced at the evaporated ice wall. However, before Blue Phoenix recovered from her shock, she saw Shifeng swing Killing Ray once more. Hurricane. Immediately, countless wind blades flew towards Blue Phoenix, leaving no space for the Elementalist to dodge. Blue Phoenix hurriedly used Blink again, escaping Hurricane's attack range. However, Shifeng had already circled to her left and was only 20 yards away from her. Elementalists could cast Blink, at most, twice in a row, with each Blink charge having a cooldown of 12 seconds. Only a few seconds had passed since she used Blink the first time. Hence, her Blink was on cooldown and was unavailable. Do you think you can approach me just because I've used up my Blink? Blue Phoenix smiled disdainfully. Waving her staff, she began casting ice walls, one after another, to block Shifeng's path. At the same time, she used ice spheres to both slow and damage Shifeng. Slowed by evading the ice walls and ice spheres, as well as pinned down by her firepower, by the time Shifeng could close in the Elementalist, Blink would have finished its cooldown. By the time Shifeng could approach her, her Blink would already be ready for use. Just as Blue Phoenix wondered how Shifeng would evade her attacks, Shifeng suddenly activated Defensive Blade and swung his sword at the ice wall before him. When one touched an ice wall, the spell would reduce their speed instantly. However, if one attacked an ice wall using Sword Aura, their speed would be unaffected. After activating Defensive Blade, Shifeng's attack range extended to 15 yards. Peng. Suddenly, the blue Sword Aura shattered the ice wall before Shifeng. He then charged past the broken ice wall. Don't even think about getting near me. Blue Phoenix cast more ice walls while bombarding Shifeng with ice spears. However, the instant her ice walls appeared, Shifeng's blue Sword Aura shattered them. The numerous ice spears Blue Phoenix fired shared a similar fate. When Shifeng was within 15 yards of Blue Phoenix, he suddenly brandished Killing Ray at the Elementalist and triggered the lightning effect. A streak of blue light shot across the dueling ring. Not only did the sword light pierce the blocking ice wall, but it also pierced Blue Phoenix's frost body. Numerous streaks of blue light then wrapped around Blue Phoenix, devouring her HP, dropping it to 0. Chapter 777, Times are different. When the white mist faded, the duel's outcome was on display above the ring. Victor, Yifeng. Just who is he? Shock and suspicion filled Phoenix Rain's eyes, her expression growing somewhat somber. She was very familiar with Blue Phoenix's basic attributes. The Elementalist definitely ranked at the very top of God's domain in this aspect, yet Shifeng had surpassed Blue Phoenix. An Elementalist's ice wall was not easily destroyed. Even a berserker of equal strength couldn't shatter an ice wall with 2 or 3 hits. Even if the berserker were slightly stronger, it was impossible to destroy an ice wall with a single hit. However, Shifeng's attribute still wasn't the most shocking aspect. What truly shocked her was his combat realm. Void realm experts were rare, yet a little guild like Zero Wing actually had 2 such experts. Suddenly, Phoenix Rain realized that her knowledge of Zero Wing was somewhat lacking. Ha ha ha. Big brother Yifeng has won. Violet Cloud cheered. Someone had even boasted that they could end the battle in 1 minute. It seems that it was true. Blackie laughed after her defeat. Blue Phoenix was dazed for quite some time. When she looked at the name displayed above the dueling ring, then looked at the young man standing before her, a bitter feeling arose in her heart. The battle had lasted less than 10 seconds. This was the first time she had lost so miserably after her training. Moreover, Yifeng did not seem to be particularly old. They should be roughly the same age. The bitter feeling of rivalry bloomed in Blue Phoenix's heart. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she stood out among the other talents. Despite Martial Dragon being stronger than her, she had never once held him in any regard. After all, Martial Dragon was several years older than she was. She was younger and had more potential. As long as she was given enough time, she would, sooner or later, awaken her domain as well and become one of the true experts at the peak of God's domain. Yet, now, an expert who was around the same age but significantly stronger had appeared. What infuriated Blue Phoenix the most was that Yifeng was only a Void Realm expert, not someone with a domain. Despite the fact that they had reached the same combat realm, he had beaten her so ruthlessly. How could she accept this outcome? You're Yifeng, right? Blue Phoenix marched up to Shifeng, scanning the young man's appearance and committing it to memory. Shifeng nodded as he wondered about Blue Phoenix's odd, analyzing gaze. I'll remember it. My name is Blue Phoenix. You must remember it. This name will surpass yours in the future. After saying so, Blue Phoenix turned and left the dueling ring. Shifeng laughed in response to Blue Phoenix's declaration. He had never thought the woman would have such an abrupt personality. However, this trait had allowed Blue Phoenix to improve herself continuously and become one of the top few experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the future, she would grow ridiculously strong, eventually becoming a Tier 6 mage god, an existence that countless people looked up to. In Shifeng's previous life, the Tier 6 goal had been far out of his reach. Now, however, he possessed the ability to contend with a future, god-ranked expert. After this fight, Shifeng's mentality had shifted slightly. Back then, he had struggled at the very bottom. Now, however, God's domain's peak was already within his reach. Surpass me? Shifeng smirked at the departing elementalist. Silently, he swore, those who I have surpassed will only find the gap between us widening. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you still have qualms with my participation? Shifeng asked as he turned to Phoenix Rain to avoid exposing his identity as Black Flame. Not only had Shifeng altered his level and the appearance of his equipment using the demon mask, but he had also kept many of his skills hidden, using only a few basic swordsman techniques. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to discover his secret. Moreover, Yifeng's and Black Flame's auras were greatly different from each other. Yifeng's state was his natural state. He kept Yifeng's aura sheathed, as plain as water, and one would easily mistake him as a passerby. After donning the guise of Black Flame, however, he became more flamboyant. Black Flame was like an unsheathed sword, a powerful deterring force. Wherever he went, he was the center of attraction. He felt absolute to others. I never thought that guild leader Black Flame would have someone so powerful. Even in the battle in the Stoneclaw Mountains, you never made an appearance. It seems that Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Guild leader Black Flame has even fooled me, Phoenix Rain said after thoroughly re-evaluating Shifeng. Although she suspected that Black Flame was Yifeng, their auras were vastly different. Moreover, she had even used a super advanced identification skill that could see through disguises. Even the demon mask could not hide the truth from her skill. However, even with her identification skill, Shifeng's ID displayed as Yifeng, not Black Flame. This assured Phoenix Rain that they were not the same person. The only thing she discovered was that Yifeng had altered his level. She had never imagined that Yifeng was actually level 39, 3 levels higher than herself. Since he was 3 levels higher, there would naturally be a significant gap in terms of attributes. This explained why Blue Phoenix was no match for Shifeng Phoenix Pavilion Master. It's getting late. If we don't enter the venue now, the organizer will most likely declare a forfeit, Shifeng said as he looked at the time. They had a little over 10 minutes remaining. They would be just in time if they hurried over immediately. As for whether or not Phoenix Rain had discovered his identity, Shifeng could easily tell by the woman's behavior that his truth was safe. It was obvious that Phoenix Rain had failed to uncover his secret. Moreover, nobody would assume that Zero Wing's almighty guild leader was just a fake identity, while Yifeng was his true identity. Even if someone did suspect him of being Black Flame and had used an advanced identification skill on him, they would only discover the identity of Yifeng even when he wore the guise of Black Flame. His secret was still safe. He always wore a black cloak while acting as Black Flame. Even an advanced identification skill could not uncover his information with his identity hidden. Outsiders would think that there were two great swordsman experts in Zero Wing. With that assumption, even a first-rate guild would grow wary of Zero Wing. Like Phoenix Rain was now alright. I'll let you handle the rest. I hope that team leader Yifeng to bring me the good news of victory. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly. She no longer treated Shifeng with indifference. On the contrary, she was surprised and pleased with Yifeng's skills. The battle team's overall strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, with Yifeng's presence, everyone watching the competition would focus on Zero Wing. Nobody would bother with her, the battle team's backer. This way, she could earn a fortune in secret, following which, Shifeng led Aqua Rose and the others to the underground arena's main venue. Big Sis Rain, I'm sorry. I lost to Yifeng. After Shifeng and the others left, Blue Phoenix was racked by guilt. Despite Phoenix Rain having the best resources the guild possessed, she still suffered defeat. Foolish girl, it was only natural that you lost. Do you know what level he is right now? Phoenix Rain chuckled softly, not blaming Blue Phoenix at all. Blue Phoenix shook her head in response. Level 39. Phoenix Raid announced. Even the old monsters from super guilds have not reached that level yet. As for his weapons and equipment, even I don't know what he's wearing. Although his items looked plain and simple, it is clear that he had disguised them. Unfortunately, my identification skills cannot see through the disguise. Meanwhile, the fact that his attributes are far superior to yours shows that his weapons and equipment are extraordinary. It is especially true for those swords. I suspect they might even be epic weapons. Chapter 778, Peak of God's Domain. Although Phoenix Rain had not been loud, her words had stunned Blue Phoenix. Epic weapons. Currently, these items were practically legends. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only had one epic item thus far. However, it was not a weapon. Rather, they had a pair of cloth armor gloves. This epic ranked gloves had caused a fight between the Phoenix Pavilion and Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Both pavilions had tried to claim the gloves for themselves. In the end, however, the Great Pavilion Master had given the gloves to Phoenix Rain. Due to this, Nine Dragons Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion was furious. However, Nine Dragons Emperor could not do anything about the decision because he wasn't a magical class. On the other hand, Phoenix Rain was an elementalist. The epic ranked gloves were also perfectly suited for an elementalist. To gain the greatest benefit, the gloves went to Phoenix Rain. When Blue Phoenix saw the gloves' basic attributes, she realized that the gloves were significantly stronger than dark gold equipment. Furthermore, the epic equipment increased certain basic attributes by a fixed percentage. Although the increase only ranged between 10% and 15%, to a top-tier expert with over 500 points in their main attribute, a 10% increase was a significant jump. The epic ranked gloves also had powerful skills. The gloves alone increased Phoenix Rain's combat power by nearly 30%. If an epic item was so effective, how powerful were epic weapons? Just thinking about it made Blue Phoenix shiver and fear. The fact that Shifeng had sliced apart her ice walls with a single slash spoke volumes of his weapon's strength. However, this revelation also confused Blue Phoenix. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only managed to obtain a single piece of epic equipment after a lot of struggling. How did a small guild like Zero Wing manage to obtain two epic weapons? It seems Zero Wing isn't as simple as we thought. Neither the Star Alliance or the Flower of Seven Sins lost to Zero Wing without reason. In any case, have more people watch Zero Wing. I keep feeling that Black Flame is shrouded in mystery. Phoenix Rain sternly commanded her subordinate after pondering for some time. I understand. I'll have the intelligence department start a new, thorough investigation on Zero Wing. This was the third time Blue Phoenix had seen Phoenix Rain so serious. She believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Even if Zero Wing rose at a tremendous pace, it was still 10 years too early for it to become anything more than a first-rate guild. The virtual gaming world had been around for hundreds of years. Throughout its history, many upstart guilds had become first-rate guilds through accomplishments in a single game. However, no upstart guild had ever surpassed first-rate guilds through just a single game. Beyond that, Zero Wing had no particular backing. A sea of people filled the underground arena's main venue. There were two modes of combat in the underground arena. The first was the system-acknowledged ranking matches held in the basic, advanced, and special areas. The second mode was a zero-restriction match. For zero-restriction matches, players could fight special area experts without requiring combat results in the underground arena. However, the size of the venues and rules were different. Even the fees were different. The basic venue for zero-restriction matches could hold far more people than that of the ranking matches. Each venue could hold roughly 500 people. If one wanted to reserve the venue, each day cost 3 gold. Inside the venue, players could fight however they wished. There were no restrictions to the number of fights that could be held. As for the advanced venue, it could hold 3,000 people. Reserving it for the day cost 10 gold. The special venue could hold 20,000 people, and reserving it for a day cost 100 gold. Even large guild could not afford to reserve the special venue. The main venue towered above the special venue. The number of people the main venue could hold depended on the city's rank. A kingdom's main venue could hold roughly 50,000 people. An empire's main venue could hold roughly 70,000 to 80,000 people. The main venue of the 4 great empires' underground arenas could hold roughly 100,000 people. Aside from accommodating larger crowds, the greatest difference between zero-restriction matches and ranking matches was the size of the dueling rings in basic venues. The dueling rings there could support one-on-one matches. The dueling rings of advanced venues could support 3-on-3 matches. At most special venues could hold 10-on-10 matches. Lastly, main venues could hold 100-on-100 matches. In the underground arena, the spectator stands offered the full view of the dueling ring. One could observe the battlefield from whichever angle they desired. Battles involving hundreds of players frequently occurred across God's domain. However, it was difficult to observe these battles without being dragged into the fray. However, that would not happen in the underground arena. Players could observe the battles in the dueling rings closely. Hence, players favored the underground arena. The various large guilds would also often rehearse 100-man team battles here. However, unlike the other venues, each underground arena only possessed one main venue. Moreover, the rental fee was very expensive. Renting out the main venue in White River City cost more than 300 gold. As for the 4 great empires, their main venues cost 600 gold to rent each day. Through Zero Wing and the candlelight trading firm, Shifeng only raked in roughly 1,000 gold of profit each day. Yet, it cost 600 gold to rent the main venue. Meanwhile, such competitions occurred in the 4 great empires' underground arenas every day. The wealth of the Dark Arena's organizer was obvious. Neither the participating players, nor the audience members needed to pay an entry fee. Of course, they all required an invitation to enter. No one could enter the main venue without one. However, even without charging an entrance fee, the Dark Arena's organizer still made an immense profit. The organizer charged a 1% processing fee for all winning bets in the Dark Arena. Although 1% might not seem much to whoever won the bet, only those of extraordinary status were invited to watch the battles. Even 1% was an extraordinary amount of money. Furthermore, there were a lot of people betting on the fights. The organizer earned far more than just 600 gold each day. With so much profit at stake, it was natural that the position of the Dark Arena's organizer was not permanent. Initially, one would secure the position by influence. Later, they secured it with strength. Why were the various major corporations pushing their battle teams to secure victory with every match? They pushed because only the top few ranking battle teams could qualify to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Hence, the qualifications to form a Dark Arena battle team were precious. When Shifeng learned that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team to the Dark Arena, he had been shocked. There are so many people here. After Blackie entered the main venue, the scene had left him awestruck. The competition venue, which could accommodate 100,000 players, was about 20% full. These people have extraordinary statuses. Most likely, even the most inferior among them are upper echelons of first-rate guilds, Aqua Rose stated. When she swept a glance over the audience members, she noticed several upper echelons from first-rate guilds. She even spotted the guild leaders of several first-rate guildsets, not just the upper echelons of the first-rate guilds in God's domain. Many famous experts have been invited as well. In addition, the representatives from many major corporations have received invites. However, the Dark Arena is lively today. Shifeng explained slowly. He had visited the Dark Arena many times in his previous life. Back then, however, he had been over level 100. By then, many people had discovered the Dark Arena. Moreover, the battles he had watched had usually been between relatively skilled battle teams. Even then, the venues were only about 30% full. Currently, the Dark Arena was still new, only emerging recently. An occupancy rate of 20% was already considerably high. As staff members guided Shifeng and his team into the dueling ring, their appearance had elicited a small cry from a corner of the audience. Xianxia sent the Yifeng? Zhao Yueru exclaimed as she rubbed her eyes, thinking they had fooled her. However, no matter how she stared, the man was undoubtedly Yifeng. Why is he here? Chapter 779, Zero Wing's True Appearance. Hearing Zhao Yueru's shriek, Gentle Snow, who sat beside her in silver armor, could not help but turn to look. This Gentle Snow was slightly surprised as well. Even in Star Moon Kingdom, Yifeng unknown to the public. However, Gentle Snow knew very well that, if not for Yifeng's help, it would have been impossible for her to defeat Chao Qinghua. One could say that Yifeng was quite strong. However, being strong and being able to participate in the Dark Arena were entirely different things. After not encountering Yifeng for a short time, the man had become one of the Dark Arena's participants. This sudden development was truly shocking. Just what kind of place was the Dark Arena? It was a hub for the top powers in God's domain. Even the guild leader of a second-rate guild was not qualified to receive an invitation. Only first-rate guilds would have the opportunity to watch the matches here. Although Zero Wing had risen to prominence in Star Moon Kingdom, and it was as strong as a first-rate guild, it was still an unknown existence to the majority of God's domain. After all, Star Moon Kingdom was only one of the many kingdoms in God's domain. Even if the guild received an invite to the Dark Arena, it shouldn't have happened for another several months yet. Yifeng had joined a battle team. Joining a battle team required far more than joining the audience. Snow, look. It's not just Yifeng. Zero Wing's upper echelons are here, too. Zhao Yueru quickly noticed Aqua Rose and the others, who followed Shifeng closely during the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Zero Wing's upper echelons had allowed the various large guilds to gain a new understanding of their strength. Although their victory against the Flower of Seven Sins mainly attributed to Black Flame's uncontrolled power, the fact that they had lasted so long against the assassins and suffered so few losses was astounding. It was especially true for Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud. These three women had stood against the Flower's party leaders without assistance. They were extraordinarily strong. After the war, Gentle Snow had even asked for a copy of the battle video. Although Gentle Snow knew that it was not appropriate to ask for the favor, she was very keen to know the process of that battle. After all, the battle between the Flower of Seven Sins and Zero Wing's upper echelons had been a crucial turning point in the war. At the same time, that team battle had been the most intense in Star Moon Kingdom so far. How could anybody resist watching such a battle? For experts wanting to improve on their combat techniques, the recording of that battle was a priceless treasure. Hence, Gentle Snow had specifically asked Shifeng for a copy. Black Flame. Gentle Snow could not help but smile bitterly as she watched the Asura battle team, which consisted only of Zero Wing's members. She could not help the feeling that Black Flame had played her for a fool. She had not viewed Zero Wing as particularly powerful in the past. However, what was the truth? Gentle Snow even began to suspect if Black Flame had been putting up an act all along and was secretly laughing at everything she did. The rights to send a battle team into the Dark Arena were not easy to obtain. Without a powerful background, the various international corporations would not bother acknowledging Zero Wing. Yet, Zero Wing was here, with a battle team consisting fully of its own members, in the Dark Arena. This showed that Zero Wing did not lack a background. Gentle Snow finally realized why Zero Wing dared to pick a fight with Open Source Corporation. While Gentle Snow sighed, depression overwhelmed another corner of the spectator stand's guild leader. They are. Purple eyes nearly fell out of her sockets when she saw Zero Wing's members enter the dueling ring. It would have been nothing if only 1 or 2 Zero Wing members were on the battle team. However, every slot of that battle team belonged to a Zero Wing member, that damned exemplary Willow. And damn the elders who can think of nothing but profit. Every one of them should go to hell. Galaxy Past cursed as he paled. At this point, he had no idea what to say. They've doomed the Star Alliance. He had never considered Black Flame to be an irrational man. He had reasons to be confident if he actually dared to provoke Open Source Corporation's exemplary Willow. The situation should have stayed between exemplary Willow and Black Flame. However, due to those elders, the Star Alliance had gotten mixed up in a fight between these titanic forces. Now, not only had the Star Alliance become cannon fodder, but it had also angered Zero Wing. Furthermore, exemplary Willow had up and left after the Star Alliance's defeat. However, the Star Alliance could not leave. Purple Eye's hatred towards exemplary Willow and the guild elders also ran deep. The Star Alliance was her home. Now that the Star Alliance had provoked Zero Wing, it was only a matter of time before the Alliance was annihilated. However, that was not the most crucial issue. The Star Alliance had built its main base of operations in Starmoon Kingdom. If they moved their main base to another country, it would be extremely difficult to compete with the other guilds there. It's okay. With this information, it's not too late to turn things around. After this competition is over, we will immediately hold a meeting with our highest members. At this moment, Galaxy Past truly regretted letting exemplary Willow finance the Star Alliance. In return for a little funding, they had provoked a power that they should have left alone. Are we going to return right now? Purple Eye asked curiously. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Although the Glorious Lions battle team has won against 2 strong battle teams in a row, Zero Wing's upper echelons are capable of taking down the Flower of 7 Sins. With Zero Wing's combat power, there is a 60% chance that they will win, Galaxy Past said, bitterness blooming in his heart. To learn just how powerful Zero Wing was, he had sacrificed 80% of the guild's elite members. God forbid, if he did not earn back some of his losses today. I'll place a bet right away. When Purple Eye heard Galaxy Past's words, she realized something. Even super guilds feared the Flower of 7 Sins. Since Zero Wing could defeat those assassins, they should have no trouble defeating the Glorious Lions battle team. At the same time, Gentle Snow's people were also frantically placing bets, wagering every rare material and top-tier equipment they had with them on the Asura battle team. Snow, I've already bet all of the materials I brought. Although Zhao Yueru somewhat hated Yifeng, she could not help but acknowledge the man's strength. In Zero Wing, only Black Flame was stronger. Hence, the possibility of the Asura battle team obtaining victory was very high. Since they knew that there was an extremely high chance for the Asura battle team winning, they could not miss this chance to make a profit. I even wagered my staff. There really isn't anything else I can bet. Notify old Su to bring as many rare materials as he can immediately, Gentle Snow said. She could not help but laugh as she watched her money-grubbing friend. While the audience placed their bets, the Glorious Lions and Asura battle team had arrived at the center of the battlefield. Brother Yifeng, long time no see, Everlasting War greeted Shifeng. I never thought we would meet again under such circumstances. He had long since acknowledged Yifeng's strength. Unfortunately, Hua Qiushui had her own considerations. I'm surprised as well. What would you like to bet this time? Shifeng could see Everlasting War's helplessness and guilt. However, he was quite pleased that he had rejected the Glorious Lions. Otherwise, where would he have found the opportunity to allow Zero Wing's upper echelons to participate in such a competition? Moreover, he had full authority over the battle team. This was an opportunity he could never have dreamed of in his previous life as the battle team's representative. He could propose a bet with their opponent. As for the winnings they earned from the audience's bets, the system was responsible for distributing them. We don't really care. What do you wish to bet? Everlasting War laughed. There was nothing in God's domain that they did not possess. Hence, they did not particularly care what they gambled. Moreover, Everlasting War was confident that the Glorious Lions would win this match. Since you do not care, I won't be courteous. Shi Feng had never thought that Everlasting War was so wealthy to dismiss profit. He relaxed and said, let's bet 40 logs of primal emerald wood, 24 soul cultivating stones, 30,000 magic crystals, and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. How about it? Chapter 780, Wager. Before the match began, the audience began to place their bets. Everyone came to the dark arena for two reasons. The first was to earn rare materials and top-tier equipment. The second was to watch an exciting battle. As soon as the two battle teams stepped into the dueling ring, everyone began searching for information regarding the team members and placing their bets based on what they found. The audience was shocked by what they found. Why does this Asura battle team consist of members from a small guild? Just who established the Asura battle team? Have they lost their mind? Aside from Aqua Rose, who has some fame, the other members are nobodies. So what if they're somewhat famous in Star Moon Kingdom? Do they think they can win the competition with such low standards? Are they taking the dark arena seriously? Or can the Asura battle team not afford to hire even a few famous experts? With such a battle team, the Glorious Lions would find it hard to lose even if they wanted to. It seems the Glorious Lions will win their third match in a row. Once the audience members read what information had been collected on Zero Wing, they couldn't believe their own eyes. Although Zero Wing was not weak, it was not particularly strong either. Black Flame was the only notable figure in the guild. However, there was no sign of Black Flame. Moreover, none of the members had even set foot into the realms of refinement. Their equipment might rank at the top in their kingdom, but what did that matter in the Dark Arena? The Dark Arena was the hub for God's domain's top powers. Top-tier equipment in a kingdom was nothing in this place. One could see this much just by looking at Glorious Lion's leader. Everlasting War. Everlasting War wore a complete level 35 fine gold set equipment, the current best set equipment in God's domain. It was significantly stronger than a level 30 dark gold set equipment. Everything else the man wore was level 35 dark gold equipment as well. He was also fully equipped with tier 3 gemstones. As for Zero Wing's members, they had not replaced their equipment since level 30. They were no match for Everlasting War. They dare call themselves Asura with such members? This is a joke. If Black Flame made an appearance, the show might be interesting, but it seems that Black Flame has allowed his guild members to venture off on their own. Bet on the Glorious Lions. Although many will bet on them as well, a small profit is still profit. Many among the audience could not help but sigh with disappointment at the lost chance to make a fortune. However, Gentle Snow's excitement grew as she watched this development. Hee. Sure enough, none of them know about that incident. Zhao Yueru giggled as she watched the other audience members place their bets on the Glorious Lions. All right, stop laughing. We only discovered it by coincidence. Gentle Snow strictly reprimanded her companion. Although plenty of information about the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains had leaked, most of this information came from independent players who had watched from afar. At such a great distance, nobody had been able to get a clear recording of the apex battle between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. Moreover, only a few of the Star Alliance's upper echelons knew about the Flower of Seven Sins striking out against Zero Wing. The other guilds had no idea about the assassination attempts. They only knew that the Star Alliance had hired experts to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons. As for the secret pavilion, they would not be so foolish as to share a great secret. What the secret pavilion chose to reveal confirmed that Zero Wing's upper echelons had powerful basic attributes. However, they did not reveal any information about the experts they had faced. Although Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose had yet to become Refinement Realm experts, they could exert enough combat power to face down Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, the Asura battle team had Yifeng overall. The Asura battle team had 4 experts who could rival Flowing Water Realm experts. The other members were strong enough to contend with Refinement Realm experts. To put it simply, it would not be difficult for the Asura battle team to secure victory against the Glorious Lions. It was a pity that Black Flame was not here. Otherwise, the Asura battle team might have won this competition without question. Auntie Hua, you must avenge me. Exemplary Willow immediately burst with anger when she saw that every member of the Asura battle team was from Zero Wing. She had lost quite a bit of money in the last war. To make matters worse, she had failed to annihilate Zero Wing. She had never imagined the despicable guild would appear before her once more. Did this battle team provoke you somehow? Hua Qiushui asked, laughing. Yes. They caused me to lose a lot of money. Auntie Hua, since the Glorious Lions battle team is yours, do you think you can raise the wager and make them suffer? Exemplary Willow gnashed her teeth as she glared at the Asura battle team. All right. However, both sides have to accept the wager first. If the other side refuses, I can't do anything about it. But rest assured, your Auntie Hua will definitely make them pay. Hua Qiushui nodded. She had nothing against the Asura battle team. However, she was not fond of the man known as Yifeng. Not only had he refused to participate in her audition, but he had also appeared before her as the leader of the Asura battle team. Society's inner circle was only so big. If Yifeng won this competition and others learned of their history, she would be a laughingstock. Now that even Lu Shishir asked her to avenge the loss the girl had suffered, she could use this opportunity to teach Yifeng a lesson. In the dueling ring. What did you say? Everlasting War asked again. The other Glorious Lions members were similarly stunned by Shifeng's offer, thinking that they had heard wrong. Both primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were necessary materials to construct a stable. The various large guilds in God's domain were keeping a tight hold on their stocks, causing the prices to skyrocket. For example, the primal emerald wood had cost 40 gold per log not too long ago. Each log was already worth as much as a piece of dark gold equipment. Now, however, each log cost 60 gold. As for the soul cultivating stone, each stone originally sold for 30 gold. Now, no one would part with theirs even for 50 gold. These two materials had become strategic resources for guilds. Even in the dark arena, not many were willing to wager these items. After all, a stable was simply too important to a guild. It was far more valuable than any of the current dark gold weapons and equipment. Yet, Shifeng wanted to gamble 40 logs of primal emerald wood and 24 soul cultivating stones. Even Everlasting War did not have the authority to approve of such a large bet. Furthermore, the swordsman also wanted 30,000 magic crystals and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. Even their total profits from the previous two matches were not worth so much. 40 logs of primal emerald wood, 24 soul cultivating stones, 30,000 magic crystals, and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. What do you think, Brother Everlasting? If you think the wager is too low, we can increase it further. Shifeng repeated. Zero Wing's recent expansion had been massive. While the guild did not lack mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, there was a shortage of top-tier equipment lately. Zero Wing's main force had been busy dealing with other matters and had not raided any dungeons. In addition to the recent expansion, Zero Wing needed level 30 dark gold equipment. If he could obtain 1,000 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment from this match, it would make up for the guild's shortage. Everlasting War was rendered speechless. Previously, he had boasted that he did not care what they bet. He had never dreamed that Shifeng would offer such an expensive wager. There was no doubt that Shifeng could afford this gamble. After all, if either side did not have the ability to pay up, the system would not allow the battle to begin. Hence, Shifeng had no reason to lie. Moreover, he was not that kind of person. Brother Yifeng, please wait a moment. I don't have the authority to agree to such a large wager. I need to ask my superior. For now, Everlasting War could only offer an excuse. Following which, he contacted Hua Qiushui and reported the situation honestly. Director Hua, the Asura battle team has offered the wager. Please take a look. If this is not enough, they are willing to increase the bet. When Hua Qiushui saw Shifeng's wager, her complexion darkened. Auntie Hua, are you not feeling well? Exemplary Willow asked curiously when she saw Hua Qiushui's expression. Chapter 781, Hidden Strength. Hua Qiushui waved off Exemplary Willow's question and said, "It's nothing. Watch your Auntie Hua avenge your losses." "Thank you, Auntie Hua." Exemplary Willow smiled sweetly, her mood brightening. Following which, Hua Qiushui contacted Everlasting War and asked in a low tone, "Everlasting, what is your opinion on the Asura battle team's strength?" "My opinion?" Everlasting War wondered why Hua Qiushui asked such a question. The Asura battle team is very strong. A few of its members feel like intense threats. As for the team leader, Yifeng, he is a refinement realm expert. However, based on our team's strength, winning should not be a problem. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition. 2 were 1-on-1s, 1 was a 2-on-2, and 2 were 3-on-3s. To secure victory, a battle team only needed to win 3 matches. Even if a battle team had an invincible expert, at most, the team would win 1 match, not the competition. Furthermore, Yifeng was not invincible. Everlasting War was 60% certain of defeating Yifeng. There should not be a problem. Hua Qiushui's expression was stern. Even for her, this was a very large wager. If the Asura battle team's employer wasn't a fool, then they must be absolutely confident of their team. Although Hua Qiushui trusted Everlasting War's estimation, she did not think that the Asura battle team's employer would bet on luck. A fool like that would never make it to a place like this. Everlasting, do what you need to. We're sending in Team 2. After giving it some thought, Hua Qiushui made up her mind. Are we really going to mobilize Team 2? Everlasting War was shocked. Currently, we still have quite a few matches to win before we can challenge the organizer. Is mobilizing Team 2 necessary? If we reveal our strength too soon, it would only make it easier for our future opponents to learn our weaknesses. 9 people had been chosen during the Glorious Lions audition. Including Everlasting War, they formed a full battle team afterward. However, Everlasting War learned that those 9 members were only reserves. The battle team's official members had long since been decided. Only, Hua Qiushui had never mentioned that before the audition. This had been the Glorious Lions battle team's secret. So far, he had only been introduced to 2 of the other 9 official members. However, both of these people were strong enough to frighten Everlasting War. When the audition members learned that they were merely reserve members, they were not pleased. As a result, the 9 of them had fought the 2 official members in a team battle. In the end, victory had belonged to the 2 official members. Neither had even lost any HP throughout the battle. The 9 audition members had no choice but to admit their defeat. The difference in their strengths was too massive. Hence, the Glorious Lions battle team's reserve members formed Team 1, while Team 2 consisted of the battle team's official members. Even Everlasting War had no idea where Hua Qiushui had found these experts. Meanwhile, Everlasting War was only Team 2's vice leader. As for the mysterious official leader, even now, Everlasting War had yet to him. However, whenever he saw Hua Qiushui converse with that person, the woman would show respect. Her voice carried none of the commanding tone it usually had when she spoke to him. The wager is too big to risk. Notify the organizer. The competition has not begun yet, so there should be no issues in making a last-minute change to our roster, Hua Qiushui demanded. In truth, aside from worrying that the Asura battle team hid its strength, Hua Qiushui wanted to show Yifeng that the audition members were merely part of a reserve team. They were minor characters she used to deceive her enemies. I understand. Everlasting War sighed helplessly. He had looked forward to an intense match against the Asura battle team. Now, however, that was no longer possible. The members of Team 1 were capable of defeating the Asura battle team. However, there was a massive gap between Team 1 and Team 2. The Asura battle team had no hopes of winning against Team 2. After the Glorious Lions battle team and the Asura battle team confirmed their bets and registered their participating members, a commotion ripped through the main venue. What is this? Why did the Glorious Lions swap out their members? Wait, the team's leader, Everlasting War, is still on the team. Only the other members have been replaced. Don't tell me they're complaining that the Asura battle team is too weak and are trying to up the risk of the competition. The audience fell into a heated discussion. Although last-minute replacements frequently occurred in the Dark Arena, there had never been a full team replacement, excluding the leader. Something's not right. Gentle Snow's expression suddenly turned grim. Snow, what's going on? Zhao Yueru asked curiously. The Glorious Lions aren't replacing their stronger members with weaker ones. They're replacing their weaker members with stronger ones. Gentle Snow said seriously. I had never imagined that the Glorious Lions would have hidden their strength so deeply. They kept their true strength hidden all this time. The Asura battle team is in danger. Snow, how do you know that the Glorious Lions have replaced their weaker team with a stronger one? Their levels are mostly the same. Zhao Yueru looked at the levels of the new members. The highest among them was level 36, while the lowest was level 35. They were not much stronger than the previous team. Moreover, she had never seen any of the new members before. They were not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It's not surprising that you don't know them. I have only encountered a few of these people by chance, Gentle Snow said, smiling bitterly. That tanned, skinny level 36 assassin named Long Rainbow defeated 4 of Underworld's 7 ghosts by himself in the divine battlefield. He is slightly stronger than Great Ghost, the 7 ghosts #1 expert. That level 36 blue-armored swordsman named Blood Sun defeated War Wolf and Soaring Snake by himself in the divine battlefield as well. She had only discovered this information from her spies in Underworld currently. Underworld sided with Chao Qinghua. Naturally, she had been forced to take her own countermeasures. These incidents had flabbergasted Underworld's upper echelons. Nobody could have imagined that their top experts, who had gone into the divine battlefield to grind, would have been hunted for points. Gentle Snow had been quite pleased when she heard the news. She never imagined that someone other than Black Flame would cause so much trouble for Underworld. Now, however, she felt no joy at all. That can't be true, right? Since when have the glorious lions been so strong? Zhao Yueru knew plenty about Underworld's 7 ghosts. She also remembered War Wolf's strength. The man had played with Fierce Snake, one of Ouroboros's 12 apostles, like a toy. Even Zhao Yueru feared the man's strength. Yet, someone had defeated such a powerful expert despite him combining his strength with Soaring Snakes, the 12 apostles #1 expert. Like Gentle Snow, Phoenix Rain, who sat comfortably in a VIP room, frowned deeply. Damn it. Why is he here? Phoenix Rain glared at the glorious lion's new leader, complaining indignantly, do the battle wolves not care about their reputation? Chapter 782, Famed Sword Bonfire. Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix was confused. This was the first time she had seen Phoenix Rain grow so angry in her eyes. Phoenix Rain was a lofty queen. She was always calm and dignified. Even when competing with a super guild over an item, she spoke and smiled peacefully. Now, however, she was clearly anxious. It was simply inconceivable. Phoenix Rain had also realized that she had lost her composure. Smiling bitterly, she explained, Yifeng's group is doomed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bet so much on the Asura battle team. Big Sis Rain, is that man particularly powerful? Blue Phoenix watched the middle-aged man, who now led the glorious lions. Appearance-wise, this middle-aged man had a handsome face, a strong body, and sharp eyes that resembled an eagle's. He wore silver-black armor and carried a flame-red greatsword. He looked like a towering war god. After analyzing the man just for a short moment, Blue Phoenix suddenly noticed that the man's gaze shifted towards her as if he noticed her watching him. Blue Phoenix was afraid. Not only was she far from the dueling ring, but she was also in a VIP room. The players in the dueling ring should not be able to see inside the VIP rooms at all. Blue, you understand now, right? Anger filled Phoenix Rain's eyes as she glared at the new team leader Big Sis Rain. Who is that man? Why haven't I heard of someone with so much power? Blue Phoenix asked as she realized just how powerful the middle-aged man was, shock setting in logically. Such monster-level characters should disdain taking part in such competitions, yet here one was. It was no wonder why Phoenix Rain had become so enraged. Although you've never met him before, you should have heard his name, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. He is one of the 4 great wolf kings of the battle wolves. Serious? That's him? Blue Phoenix immediately understood Phoenix Rain's anger. The Battle Wolves was a super guild that had existed for over 100 years. The guild's 4 great wolf kings had shaken the virtual gaming world with their fame for many years now and were mainly responsible for pushing the Battle Wolves to the peak of the virtual gaming world. Only 8 years ago, the 4 great wolf kings had removed themselves from the public eye. No one had heard any news about the wolf kings after that. For those who remember them, however, the names of the 4 great wolf kings still resounded like thunder in their ears now. An old monster had arrived to participate in a competition between the younger generation. This was harassment. Big Sis Rain, why don't we notify Yifeng and tell him about this? Although Blue Phoenix had lost to Shifeng, at the end of the day, they were on the same side. Now that Sirius had joined the competition, they could only send cannon fodder at him, losing the match intentionally and focusing on the other matches no need. Yifeng is no fool. He can tell how powerful Sirius is. I don't think he'll try to face Sirius head-on, Phoenix Rain said. However, Sirius isn't the only one to watch out for. There are several other members who are extremely dangerous as well. Even if Yifeng chooses the right members for the matchups, this will be a hard battle. Are we going to lose our first competition? Blue Phoenix was frustrated. She wished she was a part of the battle team's roster. They might even have a chance at victory. However, now that the competition roster had been set, no further changes were allowed. If you lose, you lose. Victory and defeat are common on the battlefield. In any case, this will be a profitable loss. At the very least, we now know the Glorious Lions battle team's trump card. Although Phoenix Rain was frustrated as well, one must know when to surrender. Fortunately, this was only their first competition, not a crucial competition. The only problem was that Zero Wing would, most likely, suffer a huge loss of resources this time. This is odd, though. Hua Qiushui is a calm and collected woman. Why would she suddenly decide to deal such a vicious blow to a new battle team, going so far as to reveal her trump card? Guild leader, the Glorious Lions atmosphere is weird. Their previous team leader has been demoted to vice leader. The other members don't seem to like him either, Aqua Rose stated curiously as she watched the Glorious Lions rest a short distance away. Changing members at the last minute was a basic strategy in such competitions, so she had not been particularly surprised by the sudden development. After all, with every battle in the Dark Arena, a large number of people would analyze the players in the competition. If a battle team revealed their cards to the public, the team's next opponent would prepare a strategy to counter them. To prevent exploitation, last-minute substitutions were normal only. Despite Everlasting War being the vice leader of the team, the others seemed to disregard him. None of them treated him with any respect. This was strange to behold. They were probably just not on the same wavelength, Shifeng laughed. He could not help but shift his gaze towards Sirius. However, their new team leader is really powerful. I wonder how the Glorious Lions found such an individual. In the past, Shifeng had never heard of Everlasting War becoming the vice leader of the Glorious Lions. As far as he knew, Everlasting War had always been the Glorious Lions team leader. Most of the battle team, though, had been replaced. After all, every fighter in the Dark Arena wished to become the organizer. Hiding one's strength was a basic strategy. Only, Shifeng had never imagined that the Glorious Lions had hidden so much strength. Everlasting War himself was already quite formidable. However, none of the substituted members were weak. Furthermore, the new team leader was immeasurably powerful. It was especially true for that great sword on Sirius's back. Shifeng was extremely familiar with that particular weapon. It was one of God's domain's 36 famed swords, Bonfire. However, according to Shifeng's memory, a berserker named Deathless had owned Bonfire. Could he be deathless? Shifeng was fiercely curious. However, he shook his head and denied the thought. No. Deathless had not joined God's domain this early. Everlasting, for this competition, you'll fight in the last 3-on-3. Leave everything else to Thousand and the others, Sirius announced in a gravelly tone that left no room for argument as he glanced at Everlasting War. Understand. Even if Everlasting War was unhappy with this decision, he could only nod in agreement. In truth, however, he was not dissatisfied at all. If not for Sirius's guidance, he would not have improved so fast. Only, it was unfortunate that he would not get the opportunity to fight. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition. The first match was a 1-on-1. Following it would be a 2-on-2, and then another 1-on-1. If they won the first 3 matches, there would be no need for the last 2 3-on-3s. Thousand, you'll be our spearhead. Take it a little easy, and don't let the opponent die too quickly. I don't wish to reveal the battle team's strength so soon, Sirius said deeply. I understand. The level 36 ranger called Thousand Blades nodded, chuckling seeing Thousand Blades walk up to the dueling ring. The other battle team members expressed their displeasure. Tch. Why has he been chosen again? What can we do? Our leader doesn't want to reveal too much of our strength. Naturally, sending 1,000 is the best choice. After all, his combat power ranks in the middle of our team. He should be able to deal with the enemy easily while pulling the wool over those intelligence personnel's eyes. When the other members heard this deduction, they understood Sirius's decision. After all, they had already garnered plenty of attention with the sudden substitutions. Restraining their strength would benefit them. When Zero Wings members saw that their first opponent would be a ranger, everyone began to volunteer for the match. Guild leader, let me fight. We're both rangers. It is a good opportunity to determine which battle team is superior, Minor Wind said hurriedly. No. As a precaution, Aqua Rose will face him, Shifeng said as he shook his head. He had already formulated his own plan. Chapter 783, 1,000 Blades vs. Aqua Rose. When the Zero Wing team heard Shifeng's decision, they were confused. The Cursemancer was a magical class, so it would be at a disadvantage against a ranger. At the very least, they should send a ranger like Minor Wind to negate the class advantage, or an assassin or berserker, which countered Rangers. Guild leader, let me take him on instead. My class is particularly effective against rangers. This match will be ours, Fire Dance suggested. The others agreed with her proposal. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition, but they only needed to win 3 to emerge victorious. If they could win the first match, it would increase their chances of winning and the team's morale. Moreover, during their journey to the Dark Arena, the team had noticed a change to Fire Dance's weapons. Fire Dance, who had never replaced her true fire blades before, had replaced both of them. The true fire blades were set weapons. Both were also top-tier dark gold weapons. Even on their own, they were only slightly weaker than level 35 dark gold weapons. However, even 2 level 35 dark gold weapon could not compete against the true fire blade set effects. Yet, Fire Dance had still replaced them. This told them that the new weapon's attributes must far surpass the true fire blades. Now that Fire Dance had gained a boost to her attributes, with her combat techniques, she should be able to defeat the ranger easily. No. Aqua is the best choice here. You have more important matters to deal with. Shifeng shook his head. His decision was firm. Shifeng knew quite a bit about the ranger named 1,000 Blades. After all, he had been one of the Glorious Lions battle team's members in the past. 1,000 Blades also often took part in the Dark Arena battles. In these top-tier competitions, attributes meant very little. Even if Minor Wind wore a Tier 1 set equipment and was slightly stronger than those wearing level 35 Dark Gold equipment in terms of attributes, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. Minor Wind's other equipment would not give him an advantage against 1,000 Blades. Both rangers were also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. To put it simply, Minor Wind did not have much of an advantage with his attributes at all. In the end, the fight would come down to techniques based on Shifeng's estimations. If Minor Wind had an equipment score of 2,000 points, then 1,000 Blades would have around 1,800 points. Although there was a gap, techniques could easily close that gap. This was commonplace in the Dark Arena. Moreover, tools were not allowed in Dark Arena battles. This meant that the fight would come down to techniques and equipment. Minor Wind had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He could only exert his body to its limits. How could he possibly challenge a refinement realm expert like 1,000 Blades, someone who could control his body's power freely? After Shifeng made his decision, the fighters' names appeared above the dueling ring, which had an area of 300 by 300 yards. 1,000 Blades vs. Aqua Rose. The Asura battle team is pretty pitiful. They're actually sending Aqua Rose, the most famous player on their team, into the first match. It seems they really don't have anybody who will be a challenge, the assassin Long Rainbow laughed. Unfortunately, even she is no match for 1,000. They would have been better off sending cannon fodder. They've just lost their only chance to win. Based on our reports, the Sword King, Black Flame, is the only capable player in Zero Wing. I really wish I could fight him. That way, I could take the title of Sword King for myself. Blood Sun, the blue-armored swordsman, said. He could not help his sigh as he looked over the Asura battle team roster. The Glorious Lions' other members nodded their agreement. This first match told them everything they needed to know. The Asura battle team stood no chance of victory if Aqua Rose were a refinement realm expert, even with a class disadvantage, she could put up a good fight against Thousand Blades. Unfortunately, she was not. Even though she was only a thread away from the threshold, without actually setting foot into the refinement realm, there would be a massive gap between her skills and Thousand Blades. Big Sis Rain, what is going on with Yifeng? He sent Aqua Rose up. Can't he judge Thousand Blades' strength? Previously, Blue Phoenix had come to admire Shifeng. Now, however, Shifeng's choice had disappointed her. Thousand Blades had not bothered hiding his combat power at all. His actions were so smooth and natural, without any excess movement, it was obvious he had already reached the refinement realm. No matter how I look at it, Thousand Blades should have reached the refinement realm. Even if Yifeng doesn't face the ranger himself, at the very least, he should send Fire Dance, right? Fire Dance was Zero Wing's #1 assassin. In terms of techniques, she was on par with Aqua Rose. Moreover, the assassin class, more or less, countered the ranger class. Although Fire Dance had not reached the refinement realm either, with her attributes, it was not impossible to secure a win. Giving up the match without even trying was a waste. Phoenix Rain simply shook her head. She, too, did not understand Shifeng's decision. If the weak wanted to take down the strong, they needed to grasp and strike at the enemy's weakness. Currently, it was obvious that the Glorious Lions did not take the Asura battle team seriously at all. It was the perfect advantage. Yet, Shifeng had chosen to give up the match. Aqua Rose did not give Shifeng's decision much thought. A one-on-one fight against such a powerful expert was a rare opportunity. Although she did not know what was going through Shifeng's mind, she was very happy to face Thousand Blades, even though her odds of winning were low. Aqua, hold on a second. Shifeng suddenly stopped Aqua Rose, who was about to enter to the dueling ring. He then retrieved an emerald staff from his bag and handed it to Aqua Rose. No need to rush the battle. Take this chance to hone your skills. Guild leader, this is. Aqua Rose was ecstatic when she saw the emerald staff. She then said, Guild leader, rest assured, I'll toy with him with everything I've got. Saying so, Aqua Rose approached the stage confidently. Your leader is a fool. He sent you to your death. Well, whatever. It's been too long since I killed a beauty like you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Thousand Blades was arrogant, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He retrieved the copper-colored longbow from his back and took out 5 green steel arrows from his quiver. He had prepared these arrows himself. They were called scorpion arrows, each costing 10 silver to produce. They were extremely expensive. He wouldn't normally use them, but in this competition, he could not be frugal. Even a slight graze from these arrows would cause massive damage. They would also poison the target when they struck, reducing their movement speed and attack speed as well as inflicting damage every 5 seconds. Magical classes already had low movement speed. If the scorpion arrows hit Aqua Rose, she wouldn't be able to dodge any follow-up attacks. She would become a sitting duck. Moreover, Cursemancers were different from Elementalists. Elementalists were human-shaped cannons with powerful burst damage. Cursemancers, on the other hand, focused on crowd control and debuffs. Their instantaneous firepower was subpar at best and was no match for Rangers. Aqua Rose ignored Thousand Blades' provocation. She was utterly focused on her new staff, looking like a little girl with a new toy. Thousand Blades was instantly indignant when he realized he had been ignored. I'll teach you the meaning of despair. The countdown finally reached 0. With the sound of the bell, the match officially began. Scatter. Thousand Blades fired an arrow towards the sky and executed the Tier 1 AoE skill, Falling Rain. The descending scorpion arrows cast a massive shadow over Aqua Rose. Chapter 784, Attack and Defense. This is bad. When Blue Phoenix saw Thousand Blades start the battle with an AoE skill, she could not help her worry, for Aqua Rose Rangers were a physical ranged class, and the majority of the class's skills were single-target skills. Very few were AoE skills. Hence, when one fought a ranger, they only needed to focus on monotonous attacks from the front. Even ordinary players could dodge these attacks. However, as soon as a ranger learned an AoE skill, their attack patterns would no longer be monotonous. It would become significantly more difficult to avoid a ranger's arrows. An agility-type class might have an easier time coping with a ranger's AoE attacks, but Aqua Rose was a Cursemancer. She had far less mobility. Hence, it was even harder for her to dodge attacks from an expert like Thousand Blades. I'll make you wish for death. Thousand Blades then pulled his bowstring into a full moon, firing scorpion arrows rapidly to surround Aqua Rose. He targeted Aqua Rose's right side, where she was most likely to dodge. When he had executed Falling Rain, he had focused the majority of the skill's effective area towards Aqua Rose's left. Hence, if she wanted to avoid the Falling Rain, she would have to dodge to the right. When experts fought each other, it was common to use the first attack as a diversion and the second attack to deal a blow. Surprisingly, Aqua Rose didn't move even after noticing the rain of arrows descend towards her. With a light wave of her emerald staff, a faint red protective barrier appeared around her life shield. Tier 0 spell. Summons a barrier that absorbs damage equal to 30% of caster's maximum HP for 15 seconds cooldown, 36 seconds. Aqua Rose had a maximum HP of 9,200. This meant that the life shield could absorb up to 2,760 damage. However, Aqua Rose was not done. She then slammed her staff down, and a gray magic array appeared, covering the ground. Dark Strengthening, Tier 0 spell. Damage taken reduced by 20% and casting speed increased by 20% for 10 seconds for all allies within 10 by 10 yards cooldown, 1 minute. Thousand Blades Falling Rain was only one wave of attacks. Moreover, due to it being an AoE skill, its damage was not particularly high in the end. The arrows descending on Aqua Rose had not even broken her life shield. As for Ranger's follow-up attacks, they were useless. Thousand Blades was slightly surprised that Aqua Rose had not fallen for his trap. Very quickly, however, he altered his attack pattern, choosing to attack the Cursemancer directly instead. Instantly, 5 arrows transformed into 5 streaks of green light as they flew towards Aqua Rose. All 5 arrows closed the distance of over 20 yards in the blink of an eye. Not wanting to be outdone, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more, sending out pitch-black dark arrows, one after another. Aqua Rose's dark arrows clashed into Thousand Blades' arrows, the impact throwing both attacks off course. In addition, Aqua Rose double-cast, using Dark Weakening on Thousand Blades. Immediately, dark fog appeared next to the ranger, swarming him. Noticing the attack, Thousand Blades retreated without hesitation, avoiding the dark fog. While he retreated, he continued his ruthless assault on Aqua Rose for a time. The two combatants traded attacks, neither gaining an advantage on one side. Thousand Blades utilized his high mobility to avoid Aqua Rose's attacks. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose utilized her various skills to defend herself. Even after multiple exchanges, neither fighter had lost a single HP. Aqua Rose is quite good. She has already grasped the technique to double cast. It's no wonder why she is quite famous. If she is nurtured properly, it is entirely possible for her to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world. Unfortunately, she joined the Asura battle team. Everlasting War had not expected Aqua Rose to be so powerful. Although Thousand Blades was holding back, it was still impressive that she fought the ranger to a standstill. Thousand Blades was already in the refinement realm. His physical control was quite refined. Hence, his combat was quite efficient. Ordinary players would find it difficult to deal with the ranger's direct attacks, not to mention the counterattacks he launched while evading. Moreover, every time Thousand Blades attacked, he fired at least 3 arrows simultaneously. When an ordinary player attacked, there was over an 80% chance that they would fail to avoid such a complex counterattack. However, with her ability to double cast, Aqua Rose was able to both attack and defend. Unfortunately, such high-intensity battles placed a heavy burden on a player's concentration and stamina. In such a battle, Thousand Blades could conserve more of his strength and outlast Aqua Rose should the battle drag on. This girl really does deserve her fame. After fighting me for a short time, she has already gotten a clear grasp of my movements. Thousand Blades clicked his tongue. Contrary to his expectations, Aqua Rose had not grown weaker as the battle progressed, rather, her strength was growing. Thousand Blades no longer looked down on Aqua Rose. Initially, he had evaded Aqua Rose's curses easily. However, as the battle progressed, Aqua Rose's attacks improved. Now, she was beginning to predict his movements, and it was becoming far more difficult for him to evade her attacks. When the battle had first begun, he could fire 5 arrows simultaneously while dodging. Now, he could fire only 3 arrows. Why are her dark arrows so powerful? With the power behind my scorpion arrows, even if they collide with her dark arrows, the impact should not affect their trajectories at all. Thousand Blades was very confident of his own arrows. He had never imagined he would encounter something like this. I can't drag this on any longer. Thousand Blades was now certain that dragging this battle on any further would only benefit Aqua Rose immediately. Thousand Blades used the Tier 1 skill, Heart-Piercing Arrow Show. A silver arrow sliced through the air as it flew towards Aqua Rose. Heart-Piercing Arrow's power was astonishing. Even the Berserker on the Glorious Lions battle team would not take Thousand Blades' Heart-Piercing Arrow head-on. Hence, it was impossible for Aqua Rose to block his attack using the instant cast Dark Arrow Peng. As expected, the Heart-Piercing Arrow shattered the Cursemancer's Dark Arrow. Such power. Aqua Rose knew that it was too late to cast another spell. Immediately, she used her staff to block the attack Peng. When the Heart-Piercing Arrow struck Aqua Rose's staff, the Cursemancer was forced to take 5 steps back. Her arms were numb from the impact, and a damage of over -600 points appeared above her head die. Thousand Blades smiled faintly, taking the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. One scorpion arrow after another rained down on Aqua Rose like a storm. As the heart-piercing arrow had interrupted Aqua Rose's rhythm, it became impossible for her to defend against the dozen or so arrows. Meanwhile, the only life-saving skill a Cursemancer had was Soul Protection. It could reduce the damage she took by 90% for 4 seconds. However, the skill had no defense against the movement speed reduction and dot effect of the scorpion arrow's poison. Once Soul Protection's duration ran out, her fate would be sealed. If you have to blame someone, then blame yourself for being a Cursemancer. Thousand Blades grew gleeful when he saw that his attacks would hit Aqua Rose. Dang. 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 Suddenly, 3 massive Traiants appeared before Aqua Rose. Like an iron wall, the Traiants blocked all of the incoming arrows. What's going on here? Thousand Blades frowned when he saw the 3 massive Transforest Sprite, Special Elite. Level 38. HP 240,000/240,000. A powerful expert could, at most, deal with 1 special elite of the same level. Now, however, 3 special elites had appeared before him. He also had a Cursemancer, a class with many control skills, to contend with. This was definitely a problem. Chapter 785, The Cursemancer That Shouldn't Be Provoked. The 3 6-meter-tall Traiants earned shrieks from the audience the moment they appeared in the dueling ring. Do Cursemancers have such a skill? What skill is that? 3 special elites. The Glorious Lions are going to have a difficult time winning this match. The players in the audience were not ordinary, but experts with extraordinary insight. Ordinary players might never have the chance to watch a match between God's domain experts, but to these players, such opportunities were readily available. Hence, they were very familiar with the amazing aspects of God's domain experts. They were even more familiar with classes' skills in God's domain. Cursemancers mainly relied on control skills in combat. As long as they could restrict their opponent's movements, they could finish them off easily. However, Cursemancers were somewhat weaker than Elementalists and Summoners when it came to survivability and damage output. However, if they had a meat shield to pin down the opponent, a Cursemancer's threat level would rise exponentially. After all, Cursemancer's tiers and levels were still low, and many of their powerful skills had relatively long cast times. The class was not suited for expert battles. In a battle between experts, the outcome could be determined at any moment. It would be suicidal to use a spell with a cast time of more than 1 second. Hence, very few Cursemancers were found in the Dark Arena's battle teams. Generally, the battle team's casters were Elementalists and Summoners. However, now that 3 special elites had appeared to assist the Cursemancer, these monsters would easily make up for her deficiencies. Ivy really underestimated the Asura battle team. It's no wonder why they dared to send a Cursemancer into the fight. Sirius could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng, who sat quietly on the other side of the dueling ring. Tell Thousand to stop holding back. We must win this match. Everlasting War nodded. He then left his seat and approached the side of the dueling ring, forming hand signals to inform Thousand Blades. Players inside the dueling ring could not receive any messages or hear anything from outside the dueling ring. However, they could see what was outside the dueling ring. Hence, the various battle teams in the Dark Arena had created their own hand gestures and code words to convey instructions at this moment. Thousand Blades' continuous retreat was exhausting him. Not only were the three forest sprites' defenses very high, but their movement speed was also relatively high. Avoiding the three Treants took a lot out of him. He also had to deal with the various control skills Aqua Rose sent at him. Hence, he had no choice but to focus on his defense. Yet, if he only defended without attacking, he would, inevitably, suffer defeat. Previously, he had accidentally allowed one of the forest sprites to graze his shoulder, and instantly, his HP had fallen by 2,318. His total HP was just slightly over 10,000. A few more hits would definitely finish him off, huh? I can go all out. When Thousand Blades noticed Everlasting War's hand signals, his lips curled into a smile. He then retrieved 3 golden arrows from his quiver and fired them at the 3 forest sprites' imprisonment arrows. The imprisonment arrow would prevent enemies within a certain range from leaving the area, and the only way to break free from the seal was to destroy the arrow itself. However, the imprisonment arrows would also reduce summoned creatures' damage by 80% even to Thousand Blades. These arrows were precious. After spending a large stock of precious materials, he had only managed to produce 5 imprisonment arrows. Now, however, to win this match, he had no choice but to use them. 3 golden streaks of light struck the 3 forest sprites. Immediately, the Treants were trapped inside golden cages. Meanwhile, each of the golden cages had 100,000 HP. Even though the forest sprites were special elites, after the 80% damage reduction, it would take them quite some time to free themselves from the cages. By the time they escaped from their imprisonment, the match would be over. After imprisoning the 3 forest sprites, Thousand Blades activated his Berserk skill, Beastmaster's Soul. For 1 minute, his agility increased by 80%, strength by 60%, and movement speed and attack speed by 50%. The Berserk skill also had a cooldown of 10 hours. After the ranger's strength and agility jumped, not only were his arrows faster, but they also contained far more power. In the next moment, a sonic boom echoed throughout the dueling ring. Numerous arrows arrived before Aqua Rose. However, as if she had expected this, Aqua Rose simply smiled as she waved her hand. Suddenly, 3 figures covered in blue flames appeared before her. When the powerful arrows struck these blue figures, they were forced to step back. Aqua Rose, however, remained unharmed. Thousand Blades' eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. How was she a Cursemancer? She was basically a summoner. He could accept the 3 forest sprites, but Aqua Rose could also summon 3 elite-ranked Bluefire Crows. Go! Aqua Rose immediately directed the 3 Bluefire Crows to charge towards Thousand Blades. Although the Bluefire Crows were not as powerful as the forest sprites, they were faster. Thousand Blades knew he could not afford to clash with the elite monsters head-on. Hence, he had no choice but to run about the dueling ring while finding opportunities to attack. If he dealt with the summoned creatures first, Aqua Rose would have enough time to activate an advanced spell. If that happened, the summoned creatures wouldn't be his only problem. He absolutely could not give Aqua Rose that kind of time. Still not giving up. Seeing the arrow fly at her, Aqua Rose activated the power of darkness, her attributes rising abruptly. She also activated the Bluefire Heart's skill, Bluefire Devour. Although she would lose a significant portion of her mana and increase her mana consumption rate by 200%, her skill effects would increase by 200% for 30 seconds. Aside from Bluefire Devour, Aqua Rose also activated Elemental Domain. Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute. Aqua Rose then fired a dark arrow. When the dark arrow clashed with Thousand Blades' scorpion arrow, the latter was thrown off course, whereas the former continued towards the ranger. Seeing this, Thousand Blades hurriedly fired another arrow, successfully diverting Aqua Rose's dark arrow. Why is it so powerful? Thousand Blades was stunned. The arrow he fired after activating his Berserk skill was even weaker than before. Thousand Blades had no clue that the staff Aqua Rose wielded was the epic ranked staff, the Song of Beatrice. Aqua Rose already had higher basic attributes than Thousand Blades. Now, not only had Aqua Rose activated her Berserk skill, but she also had a support skill empowering her attacks. Hence, it was only natural that her dark arrows were far stronger. However, Aqua Rose did not give Thousand Blades too much time to think about it. She sent one dark arrow after another. At the same time, dark weakening's ominous fog began to appear around Thousand Blades. If the dark fog caught him, not only would his speed fall sharply, but his attributes would also decrease significantly again. Thousand Blades was forced to focus on his defense, escaping for his life. This time, however, he struggled far more than before previously. He had only needed to deal with the summoned creatures. Now, he had to deal with the summoned creatures and Aqua Rose's dark arrows. As a result, Thousand Blades' mobility was restricted. Meanwhile, this situation gave Aqua Rose sufficient time to cast the Tier 1 spell. Soul Cloud. Soul Cloud gathered the power of shadows to form 10 flying blades that could only be dodged, not blocked. Soul Cloud was considered one of the Cursemancer's sure-kill spells after Bluefire Devour's amplification. Aqua Rose was able to summon 20 pitch-black flying blades. However, she wasn't satisfied. Just before she finished casting Soul Cloud, she activated the third skill of the Song of Beatrice. The Song of Sprites. Song of Sprites increases the effect of a specific spell by 300%. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose chose to amplify none other than Soul Cloud immediately. The 20 pitch-black flying blades increased to 60. Each flying blade was even stronger than Aqua Rose's dark arrows. Impossible. Thousand Blades paled when he saw the swarm of flying blades hover before Aqua Rose, a chill crawling down his spine. He could feel the power within those pitch-black blades. A single one of them would devour at least half of his HP. Without waiting for Thousand Blades to react, Aqua Rose waved her finger immediately. The 60 flying blades transformed into 60 streaks of black light as they shot towards the dazed ranger from all directions. Hua! 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 Even if Thousand Blades had already reached the refinement realm, he was powerless against the attacks of 3 summoned creatures and 60 flying blades. In the end, the streams of black light consumed him, and he died tragically. Chapter 786, Strong Matchup. When the black lights dispersed, the victor's name appeared above the dueling ring. Aqua Rose. The entire venue fell silent. Aqua Rose's performance was simply too shocking. Not only could she summon monsters to fight for her, but her final Soul Cloud was also exceedingly powerful. It's no wonder why Yifeng sent Aqua Rose to fight in the first match. It turns out that she has an impressive trump card. I'm guessing that not even the Glorious Lions expected such an outcome. Blue Phoenix shuddered when she recalled the might of Aqua Rose's Soul Cloud. Although Thousand Blades had activated his life-saving skills to defend against the attack, Soul Cloud could not be blocked, only dodged against flying blades from all directions. Even Blue Phoenix was only confident in dodging 20 to 30 attacks with her techniques. Using Blink to escape would be her only option. However, Thousand Blades was a ranger. He did not have any instantaneous movement capabilities or skills that provided invulnerability. It seems that we don't understand as much about Zero Wing as we thought. Phoenix Rain revealed a bright smile as she watched Aqua Rose one move to finish the enemy. Such situations were rare in the Dark Arena. Furthermore, Aqua Rose had yet to even set foot into the refinement realm. Since she had not secured victory with her techniques, then the only possibility was the Cursemancer's weapon and equipment. Previously, Yifeng had displayed his overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. Now, they realized that Aqua Rose had the same advantage. The Glorious Lions had the support of the Super Guild Battle Wolves. Very few could compete with the Glorious Lions' equipment and weapons. Hence, it was inconceivable that Zero Wing's Aqua Rose had better equipment than Thousand Blades. Phoenix Rain's curiosity of the guild named Zero Wing grew. However, the following matches were the true hurdles the Asura battle team had to overcome. A team had to win 3 out of 5 matches to win the competition. However, the Glorious Lions had a monster-like expert. One could say that the battle team had at least 1 match in the bag. If the Asura battle team could not win 2 out of the 3 remaining matches, then it would lose. However, through this first match, everyone finally understood the Asura battle team's strength. They also understood just how powerful Aqua Rose was. Victory with 1 move. In the future, anyone who challenged Aqua Rose would have to consider today's fight for a time. The various major powers focused their attention on Aqua Rose. They began to investigate her past. She used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. The upper echelons of Twilight Echo really are interesting. They chased such a talent out of the guild. Ha ha ha. Twilight Echo sure is rich. While others are frantically trying to recruit top-tier experts, Twilight Echo is chasing them away. The guild must have too many geniuses. It's no wonder why Twilight Echo has not been performing well in recent years. So this is their problem. Now that Aqua Rose has joined a small guild like Zero Wing, we might have a chance to poach her. The various major powers in the venue could not help but ridicule Twilight Echo. The expressions of Twilight Echo's upper echelons, who had come to watch the battle, twisted in response. Although they had known that Aqua Rose was a talented fighter and an experienced manager, they had never thought she would become this strong. Meanwhile, in the Glorious Lions battle team's resting area, the team members remained indifferent about the battle's outcome. They acted as if it were none of their business that they had lost the first match. This Asura battle team is fairly interesting. They are slightly stronger than I expected. It is no wonder why that Aqua Rose is Zero Wing's vice leader. Thousand Blades really lucked out this time, the swordsman Blood Sun commented disappointingly. He paid no attention whatsoever to Thousand Blades' defeat after all. There was no way their battle team could lose this competition on the Glorious Lions battle team. Thousand Blades' strength only ranked in the middle. None of their strongest combatants had taken part in the competition yet. On the other hand, the Asura battle team had already dispatched its strongest fighter. The competition's outcome was already self-evident. Let's see what the Asura battle team plans to do next. Though, it doesn't really matter what kind of tricks they try to pull, the assassin Long Rainbow said, yawning. In the first match, the Glorious Lions battle team had been the first to send a combatant into the ring. For the second match, it was the Asura battle team's turn to send a representative. Shifeng had no wish to prolong this competition. Hence, for the next 2-on-2 match, he sent Fire Dance and Violet Cloud. What's going on? They're actually sending a cleric? Is the Asura battle team giving up this match entirely? Wait, that Fire Dance seems to be the commander of Zero Wing's main force. The Asura battle team's representatives for the second match confused the crowd. Although clerics were not entirely useless, one would not normally send a cleric into a 2-on-2 match. After all, if the enemy focused on the cleric, the battle would quickly devolve into a 2-on-1 situation. To make things worse, the assassin class could not pin down players like the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior classes could. Just what is going through that man's mind? Is he trying to forfeit the match? Phoenix Rain could not help her frown. She was aware of the three great experts of Zero Wing. They were Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud, respectively. Although sending two of the three great experts seemed like a good move, in the off chance that they were both defeated, the Asura battle team would lose all chances of winning this competition. Having them take part in the later 3-on-3 matches, taking the enemy by surprise like Aqua Rose had, would have been the wisest move yet. Yifeng had discarded that opportunity. Interesting. This brat's desire to win is impressive. He wants to win 2 matches in a row and rely on his own strength to fight for the final strand of hope. He is underestimating the Glorious Lions, Sirius muttered as he glanced at Shifeng. Immediately, he instructed, Rainbow and Blood, you two will fight. Show the Asura battle team's leader the Glorious Lion's strength. Blood Sun and Long Rainbow's combat prowess was only weaker than his among the Glorious Lions battle team. It was especially true for Blood Sunday. To increase their chances of becoming the Dark Arena's organizer, the Battle Wolves had even given Blood Sun an epic weapon. With Blood Sun's skills and the epic weapon, the swordsman's combat power was only beneath his own. Hence, winning this match would be child's play for Blood Sun and Long Rainbow. In fact, Blood Sun alone was more than enough to defeat the Asura battle team's 2 representatives. Leader, rest assured, Long Rainbow confidently reassured the team's commander as he stood abruptly. Rainbow, wait a minute. Fighting one player is too boring. Let me handle the both of them by myself, Blood Sun said as he stopped Long Rainbow. After the competition, I'll give you a bottle of life wine. How about it? The life wine was a Fire Dragon Empire specialty. It was known as a Mortal World delicacy. Although the recipe was easy to obtain, the materials it required were extraordinarily rare. One could only obtain these materials if they were lucky. Aside from the drink's delicious taste, the life wine also had a certain probability of strengthening a player's physique. It was even more precious than dark gold equipment. Really? Long Rainbow was certainly tempted when he heard the words, life wine. This item was Blood Sun's treasure. Even their team leader had only managed to obtain one bottle from the swordsman after a lot of trouble. Normally, Blood Sun would not even share a cup, of course. Blood Sun assured he wanted to test his new sword properly, and he did not want Long Rainbow to interrupt his fun. Fine, I agree. However, if it seems like you are going to lose, for the sake of winning the competition, I'll have to join the fight. Of course, you'll still have to give me the life wine, Long Rainbow said after giving it some thought. Sure. Blood Sun grinned. Chapter 787, Phantom Sword. In the wide and spacious dueling ring, the assassin Long Rainbow stood in the corner while the swordsman Blood Sun took his place in the ring center. The spectators were surprised. Normally, in a 2-on-2 match, teammates wouldn't stand so far from each other. They usually stood relatively close so that they could better coordinate their attacks and defense. Furthermore, they were both melee players, which was all the more reason not to stand 50 yards apart with a distance of 50 yards. Even a ranger, the class with the longest range, would not be able to assist a companion in battle. What are you guys trying to do? Fire Dance glanced at the distant Long Rainbow before shifting her gaze back to Blood Sun. Carefreely, Blood Sun said, one-on-one battles are too boring, so I intend to take you both on by myself. Don't worry about it. The fight will be over very quickly. The audience could hear the players in the ring quite clearly. When they heard Blood Sun's words, an uproar shook the venue. They never thought that the Glorious Lions member would make such a bold statement. Nothing like this had ever happened in the Dark Arena before. Everybody wanted to win the competition, so why would anyone hold back their strength? If Blood Sun wasn't a fool, then he must be absolutely confident of his own power. So, you want a 1-on-2 battle? Rage flared in Fire Dance's eyes as she glared at Blood Sun's arrogant expression. Suppressing her anger, she said coldly, "It seems the Glorious Lions really underestimates us." Ha ha ha. Don't put it like that. This is a good opportunity for you to win the competition. Blood Sun laughed. He did not pay any particular attention to Fire Dance's cold-killing intent. The loss of the first match had wounded the Glorious Lions battle team's reputation quite severely. Blood Sun's first reason for asking Long Rainbow to step aside was to recover the team's reputation, while the second reason was to experiment with his epic weapon. However, Blood Sun did not think Fire Dance and Violet Cloud even qualified as test subjects. As you wish. Fire Dance stepped forward, standing in front of Violet Cloud. Understanding Fire Dance's intentions, Violet Cloud retreated. Interesting. Blood Sun did not mind the women's actions as he unsheathed the silver sword encrusted with 7 resplendent gemstones. Hopefully, you don't lose too quickly. This is bad. Gentle Snow frowned as she watched the ring from the spectator stand. Snow, what's wrong? If Fire Dance could last against the party leader of the Flower of 7 Sins for so long, shouldn't she be able to defeat Blood Sun easily? Zhao Yueru was, more or less, familiar with Fire Dance's strength. Even if Blood Sun was very strong, she did not think that the swordsman was guaranteed to win. You don't know this, but Blood Sun's swordsmanship is very odd. Even a shield warrior like War Wolf couldn't defend against his attacks, Gentle Snow explained as she shook her head. She had watched the video of the battle between War Wolf and Blood Sun. She already had a general understanding of Blood Sun's strength. Although there was not much of a difference in terms of combat power between Blood Sun and a party leader from the Flower of 7 Sins, in terms of attack techniques, the former was definitely stronger. Now that Blood Sun wanted to face his opponents alone, it was the perfect opportunity for the Asura battle team to get rid of the swordsman immediately. Gentle Snow contacted Shifeng guild leader Snow. What's the matter? Shifeng asked after accepting the call. Yifeng, Blood Sun has strange attack methods. It is best for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to finish him off together. If you allow Fire Dance to fight him by herself, she won't be able to defend against Blood Sun's attacks. Gentle Snow hurriedly warned the man the match had not begun yet. There was still time for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to coordinate their attacks and deal with Blood Sunday. Once the match officially began, it would probably be too late even if the two women banded together. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Snow, Shifeng said, laughing. He had never expected Gentle Snow to call him in such a rush just to warn him. Seeing Shifeng's calm reaction, Gentle Snow's anxiety grew. It was obvious that Shifeng was not taking her words seriously. Blood Sun is very strong. He even defeated War Wolf and Soaring Snake while they were working together. War Wolf's shield couldn't get close to Blood Sun's sword before he suffered defeat. I believe you are aware of War Wolf's strength. If he couldn't even deflect Blood Sun's attacks, it will be very difficult for Fire Dance hold the man off, Gentle Snow explained in detail. In Star Moon Kingdom, War Wolf's strength was absolute. He could rank within the top 3 MTs of the kingdom. Defeating War Wolf was already impressive, yet the powerful shield warrior had not been able to withstand Blood Sun's attacks. I understand. If guild leader Snow doesn't have anything else, I'll disconnect the call now. The match is starting soon. Shifeng nodded. He then disconnected the call. Hello? Hello? Gentle Snow was speechless as she stared at the already dark screen. Yifeng is so infuriating. Even though you offered a warning with good intentions, he treated your words like they were nothing. It'll be his fault when his team loses. Zhao Yueru grumbled. Leader, will it really be alright to let Fire Dance deal with that man by herself? Aqua Rose asked sternly. She had been sitting beside Shifeng, so she had overheard the conversation with Gentle Snow. War Wolf's strength definitely ranked at the top of Star Moon Kingdom. If not for her equipment advantage, even she would not be a match for the man. Don't worry about it. We just need to sit tight and enjoy the show. Shifeng waved his hand aside from Sirius. He had very detailed information on the Glorious Lions combatants. Shifeng understood Blood Sun's capabilities far better than Gentle Snow in the past. Blood Sun had been quite famous in the Dark Arena. He had been known as Blood Sun the Phantom Sword. Although Blood Sun had only reached the Flowing Water Realm standard, the swordsmanship he used made it impossible to grasp his attack trajectories and rhythm. If one had not reached the Void Realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend against his strikes. If the Fire Dance of a few days ago were fighting, he would definitely instruct her coordinate with Violet Cloud. They could easily defeat Blood Sun with the Astromancer's strange attacks. Moreover, the Assassin Long Rainbow was similarly extraordinary. In the past, he had earned the title Ghost Hand in the Dark Arena. When the two worked together, even a Void Realm expert would fall. However, Fire Dance was not the assassin she had been in the past. Even Shifeng was unsure how much her strength had improved. This was the perfect opportunity to test her strength. Above the dueling ring, the countdown timer finally reached 0. Yuri not entering stealth? Blood Sun asked, unable to help his curiosity, as he watched Fire Dance, who remained motionless 30 yards away from him. As an assassin, Fire Dance could only display her true power while hiding in the shadows. Generally, assassins would enter stealth as soon as the battle began and look for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow that won't be necessary. Fire Dance sounded calm as she unsheathed 1,000 transformations and petrified thorn from her waist. Step by step, she slowly advanced on the swordsman before her. Good. Very good. I want to see just how long you can hold that arrogance. When Blood Sun heard her challenge, rage flared in his chest. This was the first time someone had looked down him. Taking a step forward, he used Wind Blade and dashed towards Fire Dance. Chapter 788, Legendary Power. Has she lost her mind? Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched Fire Dance approach Blood Sun slowly. Zero Wings guild leader was insane enough. She had never imagined that Fire Dance would follow in that man's footsteps. An assassin's abilities in a frontal confrontation were significantly weaker than a swordsman's. It would be very easy to defeat an assassin in a head-on clash. Blood Sun was not an ordinary expert, yet Fire Dance had forfeited the greatest advantage an assassin possessed. As soon as Blood Sun arrived before Fire Dance, the silver sword in his hand vanished. Following which, over a dozen streaks of silver light appeared around Fire Dance, surrounding her. Tier 1 skill, Wind Flurry. In the next moment, the dozen or so silver lights sliced through Fire Dance's body. An afterimage? Before Blood Sun could celebrate his attack, he noticed something odd. Abruptly, he leaped forward. Show. A streak of silver light then cut across where Blood Sun had just stood. Seeing her shadow steps fail, Fire Dance followed up with an absolute strike. Instantly, she transformed into a shadow as she plunged towards the swordsman. Dang. As soon as the shadow Fire Dance had transformed into arrived before Blood Sun, the swordsman parried the incoming attack with his silver sword, negating all damagites. No wonder why you dared to fight me head-on. Your strength is so high despite being an assassin. Blood Sun was slightly surprised as the impact forced him to retreat 3 steps. He smiled and asked, however, how will you react to this move? Blood Sun charged at Fire Dance. Suddenly, his two swords transformed into dozens of afterimages. Every one of these images slashed at Fire Dance simultaneously. The sudden appearance of so many blades would have bewildered any opponent. However, this was not the most impressive aspect of Blood Sun's attacks. The speed of these sword images varied. Some moved faster than others. Moreover, the blade's speeds constantly changed. Trying to grasp the swordsman's attack rhythm was nearly impossible, not to mention predicting the image's trajectories. The attack took Fire Dance by surprise. She couldn't differentiate which of these swords was real. If she rushed to defend or attack, the slightest carelessness could very well result in her death. Wind steps. Fire Dance retreated as she utilized the less than 1 second invulnerability the skill provided. In addition, Wind Step's movement speed increase allowed Fire Dance, whose movement speed was already quite high, to dash out of Blood Sun's attack range really fast. You are definitely the fastest assassin I have ever seen to date. Although Blood Sun had hit Fire Dance, the assassin had utilized Wind Steps to block his attacks. Just as he was about to chase the woman down, he discovered that the assassin was already quite some distance away from himself. He couldn't hit her from this far if he wanted to. Although Fire Dance and Blood Sun's exchange had been brief, the audience was stupefied. These two are amazing. Why do I feel my chest tighten while watching these two fight? Every member of the audience had seen battles between experts before. However, Fire Dance and Blood Sun's battle ranked near the top of their lists. Both players were incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, they had already separated from their confrontation. All the onlookers saw was dozens of sword images and a flickering shadow. In the next moment, both fighters had swapped positions. They were too fast for the naked eye to follow. As a result, many among the audiences weren't entirely sure about what had just transpired. Blood Sun is powerful. Blue Phoenix exclaimed. Although most of the audience did not know what had happened, Blue Phoenix was a Void Realm expert. She had seen the exchange very clearly. Blood Sun should be the famed Battle Wolf's Phantom Sword. I had never thought that the Battle Wolves would be so desperate to host the Dark Arena. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. Phantom Sword? Although Blue Phoenix had never heard this name before, even she had been unable to differentiate which sword images had been real and which had been fake. After all, she was too far away from the dueling ring. She could only rely on her sight, not her other senses. He is one of the great experts that the Battle Wolves have nurtured. I've also heard that Phantom Sword managed to defeat one of the Battle Wolves Guild elders, Phoenix Rain explained. It seems the Asura battle team won't be able to win this match. Why do you say that? Although Fire Dance is at a disadvantage, both her movement and reactions are very fast. She still has a possibility of winning this match, Blue Phoenix asked curiously. You underestimate the Battle Wolves. I've told you before that the Battle Wolves do not care about their reputation. The guild has even loaned the epic-ranked one-handed sword they obtained from a boss they stole to Blood Sunday. Knowing this, do you still think Fire Dance has any hope of winning? Personally, Phoenix Rain wanted the Asura battle team to emerge victorious. However, based on the information she had obtained, the gem-encrusted, silver sword in Blood Sun's hand should be the epic-ranked one-handed sword the Battle Wolves had plundered some time ago. A dark gold weapon could never compare to an epic weapon. The benefits of an epic weapon were simply too great. Moreover, Blood Sun had just been testing out his new weapon. Without utilizing his actual strength, he had backed Fire Dance into a corner. If he began to take the match seriously, he would only need an instant to defeat Fire Dance. An epic weapon is quite amazing. Just after equipping an epic weapon, Blood Sun can produce far more sword images. I wonder how long this young lady will last against him. Sirius revealed a faint smile after watching Blood Sun's performance. The Phantom Sword was no stranger to experts. His swordsmanship utilized the shift in swinging speed to generate afterimages. Ordinary experts would be hard-pressed to generate 3 perfect afterimages, but Blood Sun was a genius in this aspect. Using 2 swords, he could generate dozens of perfect afterimages. However, this was not Blood Sun's most frightening aspect. Blood Sun's physical control also surpassed ordinary players by leaps and bounds. Even an expert would struggle to launch attacks with the exact same trajectory at full speed. However, Blood Sun could do just that. Moreover, he could perform the feat without error. Blood Sun's attack, which had just been an afterimage, could very well be a real sword in the next second. This ability made it nearly impossible to avoid or block his attacks without reaching the Void Realm. It was impossible to differentiate which of his attacks were real, and which were fake. In the dueling ring, Blood's Son launched a barrage of attacks at Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance maintained a subtle distance from him. She only needed one step to escape his attack range. This made it possible to dodge or block his attacks easily. Let's end the game here, then. Blood's Son had mostly familiarized himself with Daybreak. Meanwhile, the duration of Fire Dance's wind steps was nearly over. Immediately, he activated Windwalk, increasing his speed as he charged towards the assassin. His swords then transformed into dozens of phantoms, blocking all of Fire Dance's paths of retreat. Just as the silver lights were about to devour Fire Dance, she tightened her grip around 1,000 transformations and swung the weapon in front of her with just a light swing. Suddenly, countless sword lights appeared before Fire Dance. The sword lights shone like stars in the night sky. These sword lights clashed with Daybreak's phantoms. Pang! Pang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the dueling ring. Blood's Son felt his hands go numb instantly. He was also forced back 4 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. How did you do that? Blood's Son's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Even though Fire Dance had simply swung her sword, countless, shining sword lights filled the space between them. These sword lights were incredibly realistic, making it impossible to determine Fire Dance's true attack trajectory. When he came into contact with a random sword light, it had repelled him. Chapter 789, Realistic Illusionary Attacks. What happened? Everyone was confused when they saw Blood's Son pushed back. All they had seen was Blood's Son accelerate towards Fire Dance, and in the next moment, a silver light flashed. Blood's Son was forced to retreat by several steps before he stabilized himself. They could even see the swordsman's hands tremble. Originally, the battle had been in Blood's Son's favor. Now, however, the situation had changed completely. Nobody understood what had just happened. Who is that Fire Dance? Everlasting War's mouth gaped in shock. He had understood Aqua Rose's victory. After all, she was a famous newcomer in the virtual gaming world. She had also been nurtured by a super guild. However, no one had ever heard of Fire Dance, yet she was actually able to repel Blood's Son while he went all out. Everlasting War could not believe this to be real. Even he had an extremely difficult time defending against Blood's Son's phantom sword. He could only use an AoE skill to counter Blood's Son's attack. However, Fire Dance had only used one strike to repel the swordsman. With just a single swing of her sword, she filled the entire space between them with her sword's afterimages. It was practically impossible to defend against such an attack. Blood's Son's phantom sword was meaningless in the face of such an attack. One could say that Blood's Son was simply showing off his slight skill before a master. Compared to Fire Dance's attack, Blood's Son's phantom sword was a joke. Everlasting War was confused. He could not figure out how Fire Dance had managed to accomplish such a feat. Who could defend against an attack like that? She's already set foot into the refinement realm? Sirius narrowed his eyes as he began to evaluate Fire Dance carefully. Fire Dance's previous attack was astounding. Even Sirius had not seen how the assassin had pulled it off. Against such an attack, even he would be forced to evade the sword images. However, Fire Dance's performance showed that she did not use any excess movements when drawing her sword. She had not executed any special techniques at all. She had just swung her sword. Yet this ordinary attack had created countless afterimages that filled the area before her. Unfortunately, he sat too far away from the battle. He had not been able to see the details of what had happened. Snow, look! Fire Dance repelled Blood's Son. What do you think just happened? Zhao Yueru turned to Gentle Snow, her mouth hanging open, shaking her head. Gentle Snow responded with a surprised expression, saying, I don't know what happened, either. This was simply too shocking. Only now did Gentle Snow understand why Sherfeng was so confident in letting Fire Dance take on Blood's Son alone. It turned out that Fire Dance had hidden her strength all this time. Compared to the audience's shock, Zero Wings members were utterly stupefied. When did Big Sis Fire learn such a peerless technique? That attack was so powerful. We'll definitely win this time. With a single swing of her blade, Fire Dance created countless, deadly stars. Her powerful attack made it impossible to approach her or defend against her attacks. One could only cope with this vicious barrier if they attacked from a range or to use an AoE skill. In the dueling ring, Blood Sun's face twisted into a grave expression. However, he was no fool. He did not believe that Fire Dance's attack was a peerless technique. He suspected that she had used a skill. Hence, he strode forward and attacked the assassin using Phantom Sword once again. Although that move is quite powerful, all skills have a cooldown. I don't believe you can use it limitlessly. Blood Sun sneered. However, despite seeing the dozens of sword images flying at her, Fire Dance didn't move. Instead, she swung the 1,000 transformations upward violently. Bang. Countless silver lights flashed, and she repelled Blood Sun again. Sherfone laughed silently when he saw the dumbfounded look on Blood Sun's face. In terms of basic attributes, even an epic weapon was no match for a fragmented legendary weapon. However, this was not the largest benefit of wielding a fragmented legendary weapon. A fragmented legendary weapon would also grow stronger with the improvement of the player's combat techniques. Previously, Fire Dance had never utilized her full strength in battle. She had used plenty of excess movements when she swung her sword. In her last attack, however, there were none. Hence, she had displayed 1,000 transformations, true power, realistic illusions. Although she had only swung 1,000 transformations once, every afterimage that appeared was real. Regardless of which afterimage the enemy encountered, that afterimage would become a true attack the moment they made contact. Fire Dance didn't need to think about how she should defend herself against Blood Sun's Phantom Sword. She only needed to swing her own blade. A simple swing could transform into an attack that incorporated both attack and defense. Countless people dreamed of achieving this level of swordsmanship. However, Fire Dance had achieved it easily with the 1,000 transformations. This was also why so many people desperately chased after legendary weapons. If a fragmented legendary weapon already possessed such power, a true legendary weapon would be terrifying. In the dueling ring, Fire Dance charged at Blood Sun and brandished her 1,000 transformations. Numerous sword lights flashed before Blood Sun's eyes. However, Blood Sun could not find the real weapon among the illusions. It seemed as if every afterimage was the real deal. He was already inferior to Fire Dance in terms of speed. The assassin's unavoidable attack only made things worse. Now, all he could do was attempt to block the attack with his swords. Yet the instant his weapons clashed with Fire Dance's afterimages, the attack forced him back, both of his hands going numb as a damage of over -200 points appeared above his head. However, Fire Dance showed no signs of stopping as she assaulted the swordsman before her. As a result, Blood Sun's HP continued to decrease. This turn of events stunned the audience members. Nobody had imagined that an assassin could be so frightening. Fire Dance's slashes was a combination of violence and beauty. Blood, I'll help you. Long Rainbow shouted. Long Rainbow could already see the severity of the situation. Immediately, he entered stealth and charged at Fire Dance. I have truly underestimated the Asura battle team. I had never imagined that your team would have such a powerful player. However, don't think that you have one just yet. As Fire Dance repelled Blood Sun, his HP gradually fell. If this continued, she would drain his HP, which totaled at over 10,000, in less than 30 seconds. Immediately, Blood Sun activated his Berserk skills, his attributes rising abruptly. His HP shot from over 10,000 to more than 15,000. A blue glow enveloped his body. The epic weapon Daybreak in his hand also emitted a blue sword aura that was over 2 meters long, increasing Blood Sun's attack range significantly. Blood Sun then executed Phantom Sword and struck at Fire Dance. Let's see if you can block this. Blood Sun revealed a sinister smile. He was clearly confident in his attack. He had activated his Berserk skill, Sword Shadow. When activated, the skill increased all of his attributes by 50% and his attack speed by 80%. The skill also increased his attack range. At the same time, Blood Sun had activated one of Daybreak's skills, Consecutive Shadow Strikes. For 10 seconds, his attacks could neither be blocked nor parried. Fire Dance was only an assassin. Her attack range was shorter than a swordsman's. Now, he had increased his attack range further. Moreover, even if Fire Dance's short sword clashed with Daybreak, the epic weapon would ignore the blade and strike Fire Dance's body immediately, a sword light phased through Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations, colliding with the assassin. However, Fire Dance suddenly split into 6 copies of herself. When Daybreak hit Fire Dance's body, it simply passed through her unhindered. He had not felt the sensation of his weapon cutting into flesh at all an illusion. Blood Sun's complexion paled. He had not expected Fire Dance to have a move like this. It's my turn now. Fire Dance smiled suddenly. All 6 female assassins charged at Blood Sun from different directions. Blood Sun brandished his 2 swords, attempting to defend himself. However, when his attack struck the Fire Dances, not a single one of them received any damage. All of them are fakes. Just as Blood Sun wondered about the skill, the 6 Fire Dances arrived before Blood Sun, surrounding the swordsman. All 6 assassins raised their weapons and swung downward. Blood Sun had intended to ignore Fire Dance's doppelgangers and rush out of the encirclement, but a silver short sword suddenly slid into his back, dealing -3,481 damage. Yuri real? Blood Sun reacted quickly, swinging his sword at the real Fire Dance behind him. However, when Daybreak cut across Fire Dance, it did not cause any damage. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. The Fire Dance who stood to Blood Sun's left grinned as she swung her sword at the swordsman. Once more, Blood Sun lost a large chunk of his HP. In the blink of an eye, he lost over 7,000 HP. His HP was now dangerously close to 0. It would only take one more hit to end his life. However, Blood Sun suddenly smiled. No. You're bait. Fire Dance suddenly felt a bone-chilling killing intent from behind her. Immediately, a streak of black light pierced through her back. You noticed too late, Long Rainbow suddenly whispered with a cold smile.